Chapter 4694. Ahaha! Amazing. Really amazing. These two evil god stone statues are really too powerful. Seeing the two evil god statues display their divine might, Yi Zichen was stunned. Lin Feng immediately laughed out loud. The power of these two statues was really too terrifying. He couldn't help but feel extremely happy. Even the 6 true immortal experts were injured. Therefore, it was really hard to imagine how powerful these two statues were. Moreover, Lin Feng could clearly sense that the two statues had yet to display their full power. If they were to release their full power, it would be even more terrifying. Lin Feng continued to give orders to the two statues. Naturally, he wanted to kill the 6 true immortal experts. These 6 true immortals were all shameless people. Normally, it wouldn't be easy to kill them. It wasn't easy to find a chance to kill them. Lin Feng naturally wanted to grasp this opportunity well. Under Lin Feng's command, the two statues continued to pounce towards the 6 true immortals. The 6 true immortals had just been injured by the stone statue of the evil god. Therefore, all of them were deeply shocked. They didn't think that the 2 evil god stone statues would be so terrifying. It was just 2 stone statues. Why were they so powerful? The 6 true immortals couldn't understand. Seeing the 2 statues pouncing towards them again, the 6 true immortals had the intention to retreat. Although it was very embarrassing. It was better than losing their lives. Go, the 6 true immortals said in a deep voice. All of them quickly fled towards the outside. Seeing that the 6 true immortals wanted to escape, Lin Feng hurriedly used the void formation technique. Dense array runes appeared in the void. Those array runes blocked the 6 true immortals' escape route. However, the 6 true immortals were simply too powerful. Therefore, they directly tore apart Lin Feng's array seal. Then, they fled in an extremely sorry state. Lin Feng knew that it was extremely difficult to kill the 6 true immortals. Therefore, allowing the 6 true immortals to escape was also within Lin Feng's expectations. Lin Feng didn't care about the others. His gaze was fixed on the 2 statues. These 2 statues were simply too powerful. Only, he didn't know if he could capture them. If he could, then he would have 2 true immortal level guards by his side. Thinking of this, Lin Feng immediately became excited. Lin Feng tried to capture the 2 statues into time and space. However, the 2 statues stood there without moving. Clearly, Lin Feng's wish to capture the 2 statues was completely in vain. However, Lin Feng didn't give up. He sent his magic power into the 2 statues and began to form a blood bond with them. While the rest of the people left. The moon goddess finally left, but before she left, she glanced at Lin Feng meaningfully. Great demon, you was the last. Great demon, you glanced at Lin Feng and walked outside. When she passed by Lin Feng, she suddenly exploded and sent a palm towards Lin Feng. Lin Feng knew that great demon you had ill intentions towards him. Therefore, he was prepared. The 2 statues that stood there motionlessly waved the stone swords in their hands and slashed towards Great Demon Yu. Great Demon Yu's cultivation had recovered to the true immortal realm. However, she was still far from her peak. Clearly, there was still a big gap. Faced with the attacks of the 2 evil god statues, Great Demon Yu didn't dare to be careless. She quickly retreated and dodged the attacks of the 2 statues. However, the stone swords in the hands of the 2 statues slashed at empty air. Great Demon Yu, do you think I didn't guard against you? I've been guarding against you for a long time. I think you're just lacking training. After I subdue you, I'll slowly train you and turn you into an obedient slave. At that time, I'll definitely feel a great sense of accomplishment. Lin Feng looked at Great Demon Yu with a sneer and said. Great Demon Yu charmingly smiled and said, this servant also wants to train you into a male slave. Let's wait and see. Lin Feng said with a sneer. Great Demon Yu knew that now that Lin Feng has 2 statues protecting him, it would be difficult to deal with Lin Feng. Therefore, she decided to leave. Great Demon Yu turned around and rushed outside. But at this moment, a loud rumbling sound was heard. The huge door of the palace quickly closed. Seeing this scene, Lin Feng and Great Demon Yu's expression suddenly changed. Clearly, this place is about to undergo a change. Break. Great Demon Yu leaped out and coldly shouted. Then, she slapped the palace door with her palm. Bang. Great Demon Yu's tyrannical palm fiercely slapped the palace door. However, the palace door didn't suffer any damage. Seeing this situation, Great Demon Yu's expression became even more unsightly. Lin Feng's expression also became incomparably solemn. Rumble. Rumble. The floor under their feet suddenly shook violently. Bang. Next. The center of the floor directly collapsed. Then, a huge beam of light rushed out. That beam of light was a beam of light that rushed out from below. Originally, it stretched from the first floor to the 71st floor. However, it stopped at the 72nd floor. It was a beam of light condensed from spacetime energy and spacetime law. It was very terrifying. Any cultivator who was sucked into it would definitely be transported to an unknown place. Of course, it was also possible that their bodies would be torn apart by spacetime energy or spacetime law before they could be transported out. Lin Feng and Great Demon Yu frowned slightly and looked at the spacetime beam of light. Both Lin Feng and Great Demon Yu felt that the spacetime beam of light was very strange. That is, suddenly, Lin Feng's eyelids twitched violently. That was because he saw an illusory shadow. In the spacetime beam of light, there was actually an illusory shadow. Clearly, the Great Demon Yu also saw the illusory shadow. When she saw that illusory shadow, Great Demon Yu's expression became even more solemn. She could feel how extraordinary that illusory shadow was. What a pair of quarrelsome lovers. However, this place will become your burial ground. That illusory shadow walked out. Then, he spoke. His voice. It was filled with a dense coldness. It made one's hair stand on end. Lin Feng finally saw the appearance of this person clearly. He looked like a thin middle-aged man. His eyes were incomparably evil. Who are you? Lin Feng asked in a deep voice. Keikakik, this entity suddenly let out a sinister laugh. Who am I? The illusory shadow said as if talking to himself. He looked at Lin Feng and said eerily, I am the master of this dead soul's prison. Chapter 4695. The dead soul's prison was definitely filled with hidden secrets, but after obtaining the fortune of the 72nd level, this hidden secret had yet to appear. Now, with the appearance of the dead soul's prison's master, Lin Feng felt that he was close to uncovering the secrets of the dead soul's prison. I didn't expect the dead soul's prison to have another master. Are you the one who imprisoned so many living beings? Are you the one who cursed the guards of the dead soul's prison? And who are you? The Great Demon Yu looked at the middle-aged man before her. In the past, the Great Demon Yu had been a peak expert. Later on, she had followed her elder brother, the Great Demon Sky, and started the first great war in the history of this era. After that, the Great Demon Yu had been sealed. For a long time, she had been in a deep sleep. By the time he woke up, everything had changed. Back then, the Great Demon Yu had never heard of the Dead Soul's prison. Of course, the Dead Soul's prison might have already appeared in her era. It was just that it had been hidden very deeply. That was why the Great Demon Yu didn't know much about the Dead Soul's prison. But there was another possibility. The Dead Soul's prison had only appeared after the Great Demon Yu's era. That was why the Great Demon Yu didn't know anything about the Dead Soul's prison. If she had been at her peak, the Great Demon Yu wouldn't have feared the Dead Soul's prison's master. But now, the Great Demon Yu was too weak compared to her peak state. Therefore, the Great Demon Yu knew that since she was trapped here today, it would be extremely dangerous. She might even lose her life. The Dead Soul's prison's master heard the Great Demon Yu's 3 questions. He didn't answer the Great Demon Yu. Instead, he said, you have the bloodline of the Demon Imperial clan, and the most powerful innate demon bloodline flows in your veins. I know someone. I don't know if you've heard of him. Who? The Great Demon Yu asked. The Great Demon Sky. The Dead Soul's prison's master said. The Great Demon Yu frowned slightly. She was all too familiar with the Great Demon Sky because he was her elder brother. Lin Feng said. I know the Great Demon Sky. He's my brother-in-law. My wife is the elder brother of the Great Demon Yu. It seems that we are all on the same side. Today is really a case of the flood rushing against the Dragon King's temple. Family members don't recognize each other. Fortunately, we have finally recognized each other. She saw Lin Feng taking advantage of her. The great demon Yu had the impulse to slap Lin Feng to death. But obviously, she wouldn't fight with Lin Feng now, because she was now in an alliance with Lin Feng. Although the two of them didn't have any communication on this matter. However, when the master of the Death Soul prison appeared, this was a tacit understanding between Lin Feng and the great demon Yu. If they wanted to survive, they had to be united. The great devil realm's younger sister? Hearing Lin Feng's words, the master of the Dead Soul's prison looked at the great demon Yu in surprise. He said, "Back then, I did hear the great devil Sky mention his younger sister. However, the great devil Sky told me that his younger sister had died in battle. It seems like the great devil Sky's information was wrong. I didn't expect you to still be alive," Lin Feng said. "Now that we have proven our identities, can you let us go?" The master of the Dead Soul's prison said sinisterly, "How can I let you go? The two of you are crucial to my reincarnation." Hearing that, Lin Feng said gravely, "The great devil Sky is your good friend. How can you treat us like this?" "Good friend? Not really. At most, we can be considered acquaintances. Back then, the great devil Sky was defeated and became a stray dog. How can a stray dog become my good friend?" The master of the Dead Soul's prison said indifferently. His tone seemed to be filled with disdain for the great devil Sky. When Lin Feng heard the master of the Dead Soul's prison's words, he knew that the master of the Dead Soul's prison would definitely turn hostile. Therefore, the following battle was unavoidable. "You described my elder brother as a stray dog. Who do you think you are? You have been hiding in the Dead Soul's prison for countless years, struggling at death's door. You are worse than a stray dog, yet you have the nerve to look down on others. Do you not know how to write the word shame? If you don't know, I know hundreds of ancient languages and characters. I can teach you," the great devil Yu said coldly as she looked at the master of the Dead Soul's prison. When Lin Feng heard the great devil Yu mocking the master of the Dead Soul's prison, he immediately laughed. It seemed like the great devil Yu had a deep foundation in words as well. Her ability to mock others was almost on par with his. "You are about to die, yet you still dare mock me? You are truly courting death." The master of the Dead Soul's prison looked at the great devil Yu indifferently. At this moment, Lin Feng said, "It is not certain who is about to die. Do you think you can defeat us? Moreover, you're no longer the same as you were at your peak. If I'm not wrong, there's definitely an extremely serious problem with your body. So, you built this death prison and captured many powerful beings before imprisoning them here. After that, you cursed your subordinates and made them become the undead that guarded the death prison. As for the entire death prison, it's a huge altar. The dead beings are the sacrificial offerings on the altar, and the altar can allow you to be reborn. Now, there's only one final step left before you can be reborn. The two of us have become the crucial chess pieces for you to be reborn. Am I right?" The master of the Dead Soul's prison sneered and said, "You are right. Even I admire your logical thinking ability. However, smart people often don't live long," Lin Feng said with a faint smile. "That is not necessarily the case. I have a feeling that you will be the one to die today." "Why do you say that?" The master of the Dead Soul's prison looked at Lin Feng mockingly. "Because we don't want to die," Lin Feng said. "That is not a reason for you to continue living," the master of the Dead Soul's prison said. "In my opinion, it is." Lin Feng's expression was indifferent. Then, he activated the two evil god statues. The two evil god statues quickly charged at the master of the Dead Soul's prison. The great devil Yu also seized the opportunity to attack the master of the Dead Soul's prison. A demonic wheel appeared in the great devil Yu's hand. The demonic wheel was called the demonic moon wheel. It was one of the treasures that the great devil Yu controlled. The demonic moon wheel was thrown out by the great devil Yu. Then, it quickly charged at the master of the Dead Soul's prison. "Ant-like things, there is no need for you to struggle. No matter how you struggle, You will not be able to escape the fate of death. Facing the attacks of the two evil god statues and the great devil Yu, the master of the dead soul's prison sneered with disdain. He waved his hand, and a powerful space-time energy distorted the void in front of him. The distorted void blocked the attacks of the two evil god statues and the demonic moon wheel. Then, Chapter 4696. When the space-time energy surged over, Lin Feng and the great demon Yu quickly retreated. They wanted to avoid being devoured by the space-time energy, but the space-time energy enveloped the entire 70-second level. Hence, it was unrealistic to try and avoid being devoured by the space-time energy. The situation was extremely unfavorable for Lin Feng and the great demon Yu. In the end, they failed to avoid being devoured by the space-time energy. After the powerful space-time energy enveloped their bodies, they were pulled into a mysterious space. This space was an independent space. The space-time energy sealed the space around them. The dead soul's prison master stood not far away, looking at Lin Feng and the great demon Yu. Of course, the dead soul's prison master's body was still illusory. His real body had yet to appear. Or rather, his real body should be in a very bad situation. His physical body might even be dead. Are you trying to trap us here? Lin Feng sneered. If he guessed correctly, this place should be an independent space within the light pillar. The world within the light pillar was very mysterious. It contained the space-time energy. Once one was sucked into it, there was a high chance that one would be banished to an unknown land of death or die under the space-time energy's attack. However, with the dead soul's prison master's means, it was not a problem for him to create an independent space here. In this independent space, the dead soul's prison master's combat power would reach its peak. That's right. I want to trap you here until you die. Are you ready to die? The dead soul's prison master said coldly. As soon as he finished speaking, Yi Zichen's voice fell. In the void, a storm began to blow. A large number of space-time storms swept towards Lin Feng and the great demon Yu. The space-time storms that wreaked havoc around them were too terrifying. They contained the destructive power of time and space fused together. It was hard to imagine how powerful such space-time storms were. Although Lin Feng had mastered the time and space Daos, the dead soul's prison master's strength was too weak. However, Lin Feng felt that even though he had mastered these two Daos, it was still unrealistic for him to resist the dead soul's prison master's attack. At this time, the great demon Yu began to recite an incantation. As the incantation continued, a large amount of black gas spread out from the great demon Yu's body. The black gas rolled violently in the void. Then, a world of darkness formed. The world of darkness resisted the corrosion of the space-time energy outside. The great demon Yu's means was too powerful. Quickly kill him. The world of darkness won't last for too long, said the great demon Yu. Lin nodded. He continued to control the two evil godstone statues to attack the dead soul's prison master. The great demon Yu's hand. The demonic moon wheel struck lightly. It was as if it could shatter the void. The power was so strong that it made one's expression change. Facing the attacks of the evil god stone statue and the demonic moon, the master of the death soul's prison wore an indifferent expression and a mocking expression appeared on his face. Obviously, the leader of the dead soul's prison looked down on Lin Feng and the great demon Yu. 1,000 layers of space. The master of the dead soul's prison looked indifferent. He waved his hand and layers of folded space appeared before him. The folded space contained terrifying space-time energy, blocking the dead soul's demon Yu and the moon demon Yu. Lin Feng and the great demon Yu's attacks couldn't get close to the dead soul's prison master. Lowly ants. Why do you still need to make a futile struggle? The dead soul's prison master looked indifferently at Lin Feng and the great demon Yu. In his eyes, Lin Feng and the great demon Yu were no different from dead people. The great demon Yu was filled with hatred. How strong was she when she was at her peak? Now, her cultivation had fallen. She was bullied to this extent. This made the great demon Yu experience the experience of a dragon in shallow waters being teased by shrimps and a tiger being bullied by dogs. The great demon Yu was depressed. Lin Feng didn't have time to be depressed. He stepped forward in the void. Lin Feng began to chant an incantation. Great Tao of Fate, please descend with the power of fate. Let the power of fate destroy the overlapping space before us. Let the power of fate destroy the life of this evil being. Lin Feng's voice was filled with despair. When Lin Feng finished his incantation, a river of destiny condensed in the void. The river of destiny descended from the sky and slammed into the folded space before them. Bang! When the river of destiny slammed into the folded space began to crumble. The river of destiny's power was too terrifying. So much so that, even the folded space created by the dead soul's prison master couldn't stop the river of destiny's attack. The great art of destiny was the great art of destiny. As expected of the number one great Tao of the 3,000 great Taos. It was heaven-defying. The great demon Yu's eyes lit up. She hurriedly controlled the moon demon Yu to attack the dead soul's prison master. At the same time, Lin Feng controlled the two statues to attack the dead soul's prison master. The dead soul's prison master's expression darkened. He hadn't expected Lin Feng to break his divine ability. This infuriated the dead soul's prison master. In his eyes, this was a humiliation. Sword of space-time. The dead soul's prison master shouted coldly. As soon as his voice fell, a sword appeared in his hand. The sword was condensed from the power of space-time. Anyone could feel the power of the sword. They would find it inconceivable. The sword's power was too great. It was as if it could split open the universe. The dead soul's prison master wielded the sword of space-time and slashed out 3 times in a row. 3 streaks of dazzling sword light condensed into form. The first sword ray collided with the great demon Yu's moon demon Yu. A sonorous sound of collision rang out. The great demon Yu's moon demon Yu was sent flying. The second sword ray collided with the stone sword of one of the statues. The stone statue of the evil god was sent flying. The third sword light collided with the stone sword in the hands of the other evil god statue. The evil god statue was also sent flying by the impact. Strong. He was too strong. The dead soul's prison master was just an illusory incarnation, but he had such terrifying power. It was simply unimaginable how strong the dead soul's prison master was. Lowly ants, no matter how you struggle, only death awaits you. I will now cut off your heads. Chapter 4697. The death soul's prison master's body emitted a terrifying aura. After sensing the terrifying aura, Lin Feng and the great demon Yu's expressions turned ugly. Their combined strength was actually very shocking, but it was difficult to resist the death soul's prison master's attacks. Therefore, the current situation was very unfavorable for them. Lin Feng was thinking of a way to deal with the death soul's prison master. Forget about Bei Bei and the others, they simply couldn't participate in a battle of this level. Lin Feng tried to communicate with the Demon Lord, but the Demon Lord was still in seclusion. Lin Feng could not contact the Demon Lord. Therefore, Lin Feng was at his wit's end. At this time, a trace of madness appeared in the great demon Yu's eyes. She said coldly, "Do you think you've won? We still don't know who will be the winner." As her voice fell, the great demon Yu's body began to burn. She was burning her lifespan and blood essence. Moreover, she was chanting an incantation. The great demon Yu's voice was too soft, so Lin Feng could not hear what she was chanting. But presumably, the great demon Yu was using an extremely heaven-defying method. Otherwise, she would not be burning her lifespan and blood essence at the same time. This was extremely harmful to a cultivator. Generally, no one would do such a crazy thing unless it was a matter of life and death. Seeing the great demon Yu burning her lifespan and blood essence, as well as chanting an incantation, the Death Soul's prison master could not help but frown. Although he looked down on the great demon Yu's brother, the great demon Sky, the Death Soul's prison master knew how terrifying the great demon Sky was. As the great demon Sky's sister, the great demon Yu probably had some extremely heaven-defying methods that could very well turn the situation around. Therefore, when the great demon Yu used such methods, he had to be careful. Otherwise, he might suffer a great loss. The Death Soul's prison master was naturally very clear about this. The Dead Soul's prison master sped up, wanting to kill the great demon Yu as soon as possible. That way, He could stop the great demon Yu. Lin Feng frowned. He had to block the attack of the dead soul's prison master. Only then could he buy time for great demon Yu to use her secret technique. If the death soul's prison master was allowed to come, the great demon Yu would be killed before she could use her secret technique. Lin Feng summoned the Hell King's bell. Then, he entered the Hell King bell. Lin Feng activated the Hell King's bell, which smashed towards the dead soul's prison's master. The reason why Lin Feng hid inside the Hell King's bell was because he knew how powerful the dead soul's prison's master was. Naturally, he had to be careful. Otherwise, who knew what terrible things would happen? When the leader of the dead soul's prison saw Lin Feng hiding in an ancient bell, he looked at him disdainfully. He wielded the space-time sword to slash at the Hell King's bell. He wanted to split the Hell King's bell and kill Lin Feng with one slash. Apparently, the dead soul's prison master didn't recognize the Hell King's bell. That was why he was so confident. If he knew the Hell King's bell, he wouldn't think that way. Clang! The space-time sword in his hand slashed at the Hell King's bell, and instantly, there was an earth-shaking sound. However, the space-time sword couldn't split the Hell King's bell. The bell of Hell King slammed into the body of the master of Dead Soul's prison and sent him flying. What kind of bell is this? How could it be so powerful? The Dead Soul's prison master couldn't help but be shocked. The bell that will take your life. Lin Feng sneered and continued to control the Hell King's bell to hit the Dead Soul's prison master. It would be better if he could kill this guy. However, the Dead Soul's prison master's reaction was extremely fast. He faced the Hell King's bell for the second time. The Dead Soul's prison master threw a punch at the Hell King's bell. Clang! Another earth-shaking sound of violent collision rang out. The Dead Soul's prison master and the Hell King's bell collided for the second time. However, this time, the Hell King's bell was sent flying. Clang! 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 The Dead Soul's prison master rushed forward and punched at the Hell King's bell continuously. A strong vibration power poured into the Hell King's bell and shook Lin Feng's body. Lin Feng didn't know how many of his bones were broken. His face was extremely pale. The master of the Dead Soul's prison was simply too powerful. If this continued, he would definitely be shaken to death by this fellow. At this critical moment, an illusory shadow appeared behind the master of the Dead Soul's prison. The illusory figure slammed its palm toward the Death Soul's prison master. The Dead Soul's prison master's senses were extremely terrifying. He seemed to have sensed the sudden appearance of the illusory shadow behind him. Hence, the Dead Soul's prison master turned around and punched back. Bang! The two sides collided. After all, the Dead Soul's prison master acted hastily and was sent flying. Great Devil Sky! The Dead Soul's prison master looked at the illusory shadow in shock. Lin Feng also flew out from the Hell King's bell. He looked at the illusory shadow. It was an illusory shadow that the Great Devil Yu had just condensed by burning her essence, blood and lifespan. That existence was the Great Devil Yu's elder brother, the Great Devil Sky? This made Lin Feng extremely shocked. This was an unprecedented figure. No matter if it was good or bad. In terms of cultivation, the Great Devil Sky was definitely an extremely important place in the history of this era. Although this existence was only an illusory shadow of the Great Devil Sky, moreover, it was an illusory shadow that was summoned by the Great Devil Yu. It was very different from the illusory shadows that cultivators condensed. Even so, the Great Devil Sky's illusory shadow was still very terrifying. The Great Devil Sky's illusory shadow ignored the Dead Soul's prison master. He continued to attack the Dead Soul's prison master. Today, I'll destroy you as well. The Dead Soul's prison master's expression was indifferent. Seeing the Great Devil Sky's illusory shadow attack, he coldly shouted, "One hand covers the sky." As soon as his voice fell, he opened his hand and slapped the Great Devil Sky's illusory shadow across the void. In an instant, a huge hand that covered the sky condensed in the void. After seeing that huge hand, Lin Feng's face revealed an extremely shocked expression. That huge hand that covered the sky was too terrifying. It made him feel like he was suffocating. It was hard to imagine how powerful that huge hand was. Devil exterminates the human world. Suddenly, The great devil sky's cold voice resounded between heaven and earth. Endless devil chi surged out. The rolling devil chi seemed to be able to cover the sky. The huge hand that covered the sky was enveloped by the devil chi emitted by the great devil sky. Chapter 4698. How terrifying. Lin Feng couldn't help sucking in a breath of cold air. He didn't know how strong the great devil sky's true body was. However, Lin Feng knew. The great devil sky's true body had been able to stir up chaos in the early days of the new era. From this, it could be seen how terrifying the great devil sky was. Even an illusory body formed by the great devil sky's secret technique was so powerful. It was unimaginable. After the rolling demon chi destroyed the sky-covering hand formed by the master of the Death Soul's prison, it continued to envelop the master of the Death Soul's prison. The Death Soul's prison's master's expression was gloomy. He sneered and said, "Great Devil Sky, today, I'll let you have a taste of my supreme technique. Heaven-cleaving art." The Death Soul's prison's master's cold voice suddenly rang out. Then, he leaped out. The Death Soul's prison's master transformed into an eternal evil light. That eternal evil light was simply too terrifying. Anyone who felt the might of that eternal evil light would feel their hearts tremble. The eternal evil light tore through the darkness. In an instant, it arrived in front of the great devil sky. Then, it slashed towards the great devil sky, intending to kill him. The great devil sky's fist was surrounded by endless devil light as he punched out. Clang, 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 clang. The two sides collided again and again. The great devil sky's pair of devil fists swept across the world. He was invincible. As for the Death Soul's prison's master, the eternal evil light's power was terrifying. The two sides fought fiercely. It was a short stalemate. Lin Feng glanced at the nearby great devil sky. Her face was as pale as paper. The great devil sky's illusory body had consumed a lot of her energy, mainly by burning her blood essence and lifespan. It was extremely harmful to her body. Therefore, she couldn't be counted on to be of any use in this battle. However, Lin Feng was still at his peak. Although he had suffered heavy injuries before, those injuries were not caused by burning his lifespan or essence blood. Injuries caused by external forces could be quickly healed by the undying bloodline. Lin Feng ordered the two evil godstone statues again. After receiving Lin Feng's order, the two evil godstone statues quickly charged towards the Dead Soul's prison master. In an instant, two stone statues of the evil god formed, and the great devil sky phantoms besieged the master of the Dead Soul's prison. Although the master of the Dead Soul's prison was powerful, after being besieged for a while, the eternal evil light that he had transformed into had been beaten back to its original form. "Weren't you very awesome just now? Why not now?" Lin Feng said sarcastically. "Damn you. I'll deal with you after I've dealt with them," the master of the Dead Soul's prison said coldly. Then, he began to chant an incantation. As his incantation fell, an extremely terrifying power suddenly gushed out from the depths of this space. That terrifying power quickly flew towards the master of the Death Soul's prison. Seeing this, Lin Feng and the great demon Yu's expressions changed slightly. Obviously, when that power merged with the master of the Death Soul prison, the battle prowess of the master of the Dead Soul's prison would soar. Right now, the great devil sky phantoms and the two stone statues of the evil god could firmly suppress the master of the Dead Soul's prison. However, if that terrifying power merged with the master of the Dead Soul's prison, perhaps the outcome of their battle would be completely reversed. When the time came, the master of the Dead Soul's prison would be able to suppress the great devil sky phantoms and the two stone statues of the evil god. Naturally, this was something that Lin Feng didn't want to see. Therefore, Lin Feng quickly took out the Hu Yi bow and the sunshot divine arrow. He could draw the bow into a full moon shape. Swoosh! The sunshot divine arrow flew out. Lin Feng's target wasn't the master of the Dead Soul's prison. Instead, it was the terrifying power that came from the depths of this space. Bang! The sunshot divine arrow shot towards the terrifying power that came from the depths of this space. Instantly, that ball of powerful energy instantly crumbled. "You deserve to die 10,000 times." Seeing this scene, the master of the Dead Souls prison roared furiously. He was so angry that he wanted to go crazy. Lin Feng had ruined his plans. At this time, the sun-shot divine arrow had already flown back to Lin Feng's hand. Lin Feng sneered and said, "You deserve to die. People like you. For your own return. How many living beings have you killed? People like you, even if you die 1,000 times, 10,000 times, it won't be enough." As his voice faded, Lin Feng pulled the bow and shot an arrow. Swoosh. Sun-shot divine arrow. Once again, it shot towards the master of the Dead Souls prison. The great devil sky phantoms and the 2 stone statues of the evil god also attacked the master of the Dead Souls prison. He wanted to get rid of everyone. But it wasn't easy. He wanted to avoid the sun-shot divine arrow. However, he was entangled by the great devil sky and the 2 stone statues of the evil god, so he couldn't get rid of the sun-shot divine arrow. When the sun-shot divine arrow shot towards him, he slapped the sun-shot divine arrow with his palm. The powerful space-time power distorted the void. The space-time power enveloped the sun-shot divine arrow, trying to shake it away. However, when Lin Feng shot the sun-shot divine arrow, he had already added the space-time power to it. Therefore, the space-time power of the master of the Dead Souls prison wasn't able to shake the sun-shot divine arrow away. The sun-shot divine arrow pierced through the space-time power and instantly pierced through the palm of the master of the Dead Souls prison. Although it was only an illusory palm, it couldn't help but crumble under the attack of the sun-shot divine arrow. The sun-shot divine arrow continued to shoot towards the head of the master of the Dead Souls prison. At this time, the master of the Dead Souls prison grabbed the sun-shot divine arrow with his other hand. However, the great devil sky's attack landed on the master of the Dead Souls prison. That terrifying palm was extremely powerful. After receiving the attack of the great devil sky, the body of the master of the Dead Souls prison began to crumble. "Why is it like this?" The master of the Dead Souls prison roared unwillingly. In the next moment, a stone statue of the evil god held a stone sword and cut off the head of the master of the Dead Souls prison. Lin Feng rushed over and smashed the body of the master of the Dead Souls prison with a punch. The body of the master of the Dead Souls prison turned into a pure source of life. Lin Feng was shocked. This was the source of the soul. Previously, the master of the Dead Souls prison had hidden it very well. Lin Feng hadn't discovered that his body was formed by the condensation of the source of the soul. Now, he had discovered it. He was pleasantly surprised. This guy's source of soul could increase Lin Feng's soul power. Previously, Lin Feng had guessed that this guy's body was already dead. Now, it could be confirmed. As long as the body didn't die, there was no need to use the power of the soul to deal with him and the great devil Yu. The soul was the foundation of a cultivator. Once it was injured, the damage would be too great. Unless there was no other way, no one would let their soul leave their body. At this moment, the body of the great devil sky became more and more illusory. Clearly, it was about to dissipate. In the end, the body of the great devil sky dissipated. Lin Feng collected the soul of the master of the Dead Souls prison. "Let's go. Let's find out where the exit is." Lin Feng looked at the great devil Yu and said. Chapter 4699. Lin Feng was stunned when he saw the corpse. Wasn't that the corpse of the Dead Souls prison's master? They looked exactly the same. Lin Feng would recognize him even if he turned into ashes. So this guy's corpse is here. I'll burn his corpse now, Lin Feng said. Then, he released the heavenly fire. The heavenly fire flew toward the Dead Souls prison's master's corpse. But at that moment, a huge energy barrier formed around the Dead Souls prison's master's corpse. As for the energy barrier, it had blocked the attack of the heavenly flames. Lin Feng was astonished when he saw that. The great demon Yu said, "This body doesn't have any vitality, which means it's dead. But it can still release such a protective barrier. What's going on? It's really strange." Lin Feng said, "Could it be some kind of trick left behind when he was alive? It's to prevent anyone from disturbing his corpse." The great demon Yu said, "Do you think that guy thinks someone can kill him?" Lin Feng frowned when he heard that. It was indeed as the great demon Yu had said. The Dead Souls Prison's master was indeed an extremely confident person. He had never thought that he would be killed. Therefore, someone with such confidence shouldn't have set up some kind of trick to protect his corpse. Then, there was only one possibility to explain this matter. And that was, the Dead Souls Prison's master hadn't died completely. Lin Feng and the great demon Yu immediately thought of this possibility. Lin Feng took out the Hu Yi bow and the Sunshot God arrow, then said, "I'll give him another arrow." Whoosh! Lin Feng pulled the bowstring and shot an arrow. The Sunshot God arrow shot toward the Dead Souls Prison's master's corpse at lightning speed. A poochie sound was heard. The Sunshot God arrow instantly pierced through the Dead Souls Prison's master's defensive barrier. Then, the Sunshot God arrow shot toward the Dead Souls Prison's master's corpse. But at this moment, the corpse suddenly opened its eyes and slapped out with its palm. His palm landed on the body of the sun-slaying divine arrow. The sun-shooting divine arrow was sent flying. Immediately after, the master of the Dead Souls Prison stood up. "You're not dead." Lin Feng looked at the master of the Death Souls Prison in shock. He had clearly felt that the master's body had lost all signs of life. But why? He was actually resurrected. The great demon Yu also frowned with a solemn expression. Previously, they had guessed that the physical body of the master of the Dead Souls Prison was already dead, and only a remnant soul was left. It'll be easier to deal with. However, if the physical body of the master of the Dead Souls Prison was still alive, for them, the situation was extremely bad. "Of course I'm not dead." The eyes of the master of the Death Souls Prison were filled with dense killing intent. He reached out his right hand and a powerful Dharma power surged. He seemed to want to condense a powerful divine ability to deal with Lin Feng and the great devil Yu. "Let's go," Great Demon Yu said and turned to leave. But Lin Feng grabbed Great Mo Yu's hand. This hand, slender, soft, holding it in his hand was really comfortable. "What are you doing?" The Great Demon Yu struggled free from Lin Feng's hand and glared at Lin Feng. Although this woman looked as enchanting as a fairy, and sometimes she was able to let go and say flirtatious words, she was still very conservative. In reality, she was still very conservative. Lin Feng said, "There's no need to leave. This guy is just bluffing." "A bluff?" The Great Demon Yu was astonished. Then, she looked at the master of the Dead Souls Prison. Lin Feng said, "When we came here, we did feel that the corpse of the master of the Dead Souls Prison had no signs of life. However, the body of the master of the Dead Souls Prison had formed a defensive barrier that blocked my heavenly fire. However, the sunshot divine arrow I shot out pierced through the barrier. If the master of the Dead Souls Prison was still so heaven-defying, my sunshot divine arrow wouldn't have been able to pierce through the barrier so easily. However, my sunshot divine arrow did it. This means that there are many problems. If my guess is correct, the master of the Dead Souls Prison that we killed earlier was only a part of his soul origin. He should have left a part of his soul origin here just in case. However, the master of the Dead Souls Prison was a very confident person. He believed that the chances of an accident happening were almost negligible. Therefore, the part of his soul origin that he left here is very different from the part we killed earlier. Right now, this part of his soul origin is controlling this corpse that has been dead for who knows how many years. Am I right? Lin Feng looked at the master of the Dead Souls Prison. The Great Demon Yu looked at Lin Feng in shock. She never thought that Lin Feng would be able to deduce so many things in such a short time. He was as intelligent as a demon. A trace of panic appeared in the master of the Dead Souls Prison's eyes, but he quickly concealed it. "I don't know what nonsense you are talking about." The master of the Dead Souls Prison stared coldly at Lin Feng. Lin Feng's smile grew even brighter. He said, "I am now even more certain that everything I said is true. If you were strong enough, given your arrogant personality, would you have wasted so much time talking to me? Given your personality, you would have attacked long ago. Am I right?" "You," the master of the Dead Souls Prison's expression grew even more unsightly. Clearly, Lin Feng had seen through everything. The Great Demon Yu said, "I see. If that's the case, this guy isn't particularly strong right now? That's great. Now is the best chance to kill him." The great demon you was about to attack. The master of the dead soul's prison stopped her. Wait. What? What else do you want to say? The great demon you looked coldly at the master of the dead soul's prison. The master of the dead soul's prison said, killing me won't do you any good. As long as you don't kill me, I can give you a lot of benefit. Lin Feng sneered. Compared to the benefits, we want to kill you more. Moreover, if we kill you, the benefits will still be ours. The master of the dead soul's prison said with a gloomy expression, don't you want to know where I came from and what the dead soul's prison used to be? Also, why did the dead soul's prison appear in a place like the Black Sand Devil prison? There are many shocking secrets hidden here, and it even involves the secret of immortality. Hearing that, Lin Feng and the great demon you couldn't help but exchange glances. The two of them tacitly understood each other's thoughts. Chapter 4700. Lin Feng said. Now, you can tell me about your origin. The Death Soul Prison's master said, I'm a life form born from an evil stone. I'm a Xiantian life form that appeared at the beginning of the era, Lin Feng said. No wonder you're so powerful. What happened later? The Death Soul Prison's master said, Grand Supreme, it's that bastard Grand Supreme, he's a despicable and shameless person. He schemed against me. If he hadn't schemed against me, I wouldn't have died. I wouldn't have ended up in such a state where my fleshly body and vitality were completely destroyed. Grand Supreme schemed against you. Why would he do that? Lin Feng asked in surprise. Although Lin Feng wasn't particularly familiar with the Grand Supreme, Lin Feng still had some understanding of him. The Grand Supreme was an incomparably heaven-defying existence. Moreover, during the beginning of the era, he was one of the strongest life forms. Grand Hai was also one of the most powerful creatures. His talent and comprehension were all existences that could crush an entire era. There were far too few creatures that could be compared to him. The Grand Supreme was a prideful person. Therefore, Lin Feng felt that the Grand Supreme wouldn't go so far as to scheme against others, right? Of course. Everything was hard to say. It was hard to say how the Grand Supreme dealt with matters. After all, he had only heard about the Grand Supreme and had never seen him in person. This matter starts from the true scroll of the highest mystery heavenly path. The Death Soul Prison's master said. What's the true scroll of the highest mystery heavenly path? Lin Feng asked, puzzled. The master of the Death Soul's prison said, it said that an ancient expert who has lived for several eras brought it out from the Supreme Divine Court. Hearing this, Lin Feng and the great demon you revealed extremely shocked expressions. Only those who had some understanding of the Supreme Divine Court knew how terrifying it was. What did it mean? What's recorded in it? The great demon you asked. It records the most ancient Tao, the change of eras, the replacement of Tao. However, the evolution of thousands of Taos is justified. They didn't appear out of thin air. It said that the Supreme Divine Court and the Door of Everlasting Life are the source of all Taos. Therefore, the Supreme Divine Court and the Door of Everlasting Life didn't perish when an era collapsed. Every era, the Taos that appeared were all derived from the Supreme Divine Court and the Door of Everlasting Life. For example, this era's 3,000 Taos. Rumor has it that these Taos were created by powerful cultivators, but that's not the case. These Taos were obtained by powerful cultivators from the Door of Everlasting Life and then spread out. Cultivators who didn't know about this started spreading false rumors, and the more they spread, the more ridiculous it became. The master of the Death Soul's prison said. What about the heaven-shaking stele? What kind of role did it play? Asked Lin Feng. The heaven-shaking stele? It's said that it's very mysterious. Some say that the heaven-shaking stele is a supplement to the Supreme Divine Court and the Door of Everlasting Life. Perhaps the Taos of the Supreme Divine Court and the Door of Everlasting Life are incomplete, so part of the Taos are branded on the heaven-shaking stele. However, it's almost impossible to comprehend the heaven-shaking stele. In the past, some top experts obtained the heaven-shaking stele, but not many were able to comprehend its secrets, said the Death Soul's prison's master. How did the Grand Elder plot against you? Asked Lin Feng curiously. The Grand Elder told me about the greatest mystery heaven weighs true slip. It's one of the great Tao's general principles. If I could comprehend the contents of the greatest mystery heaven weighs true slip, I could even create all kinds of great Taos. I could even create a new world similar to the epoch world. In order to obtain the greatest mystery heaven weighs true slip, I used all the power at my disposal to fight against the enemy. In the end, both sides suffered great losses. At this moment, a mysterious expert appeared. He stole the greatest mystery heaven weighs true slip. At this point, the Dead Souls Prison's master's eyes flashed with hatred. It must be the Grand Elder. He's a hypocrite. He told me the news. He let me fight for it. I fought to the death with the enemy, but he took advantage of me. During that battle, my foundation was damaged. The life force in my body was quickly draining away. I knew I didn't have long to live. Fortunately, a few years ago, I obtained a secret technique in the land of death. This secret technique will allow me to reincarnate. Moreover, when I reincarnate, my talent, strength, and so on will be greatly enhanced. However, this secret technique was very evil. It required the flesh, blood, and soul essences of 9,999 powerful beings as a sacrifice. Therefore, I began to secretly capture powerful cultivators and imprisoned them in the Dead Souls prison. Asked the great demon Yu, "Did you build the Dead Souls prison?" The Dead Souls prison's master said, "No, I didn't build the Dead Souls prison. The Dead Souls prison is actually a supreme treasure. It's a supreme treasure forged by a supreme expert from the previous era." Lin Feng and the great demon Yu were shocked. They hadn't expected the Dead Souls prison to have such a history. Such a supreme treasure must be extremely heaven-defying, right? Are you in control of this supreme treasure? Asked Lin Feng. The Dead Souls prison's master shook his head and smiled bitterly. I can only control a portion of the Dead Souls prison's power. I don't control the entire prison. If I could control it completely, do you think you would be able to resist me? Lin Feng sneered. You're already a stray dog, yet you're still acting tough? The Dead Souls prison's master was furious when he heard Lin Feng mocking him. However, he didn't argue with Lin Feng. Instead, he continued, when I first obtained the Dead Souls prison and imprisoned those people, I didn't think of coming to the Black Sand Devil prison. However, I later discovered that there was a mysterious power summoning the Dead Souls prison. Thus, I was summoned to the Black Sand Devil prison by that mysterious power. Mysterious power? You mean the power of the Black Sand Devil prison summoned you here? What kind of power is that? Asked Lin Feng in astonishment. Yes. However, I don't know what that mysterious power is. The Black Sand Devil prison hides a great secret. Perhaps even the ruler of the Black Sand Devil prison doesn't know what it is, said the Dead Souls prison's master. My body, said the great demon Yu suddenly. Lin Feng looked at the great demon Yu and saw her fall to the ground. What happened to you? Lin Feng's expression changed slightly. Chapter 4701. Hearing the laughter, Lin Feng knew that the Death Soul prison's master was up to something. However, he shouldn't have released poison. If he did, the white jade toad would have sensed it. Lin Feng wondered what method the Death Soul prison's master had used to make the great demon Yu's body go limp. At that moment, Lin Feng realized that his body was also feeling weak. It was a terrible feeling. Lin Feng's expression turned ugly. It seemed that he had been tricked as well. What did you do to us? Lin Feng looked at the Death Soul prison's master with a gloomy expression. Do you see the ancient tree behind me? The Death Soul prison's master said with a smile. Lin Feng had noticed the ancient tree. It seemed to be an enlightenment ancient tree. There was nothing special about it. Lin Feng asked. Isn't that just an enlightenment ancient tree? Could it be that ancient tree isn't an enlightenment ancient tree? The Death Soul prison's master said, of course it is. However, this ancient tree isn't an ordinary enlightenment ancient tree. Apart from helping cultivators comprehend the Tao, this ancient tree also emits a special energy. This energy fuses with the void and is invisible. It's almost impossible to sense it. This energy can make a person's body go limp and powerless. A person will quickly enter a dream and comprehend the Tao in the dream. When they wake up, they will realize that their cultivation has improved by leaps and bounds. However, a cultivator's body is resistant to the energy produced by the Enlightenment ancient tree. Every cultivator, they can only absorb this energy 3 times. After 3 times, the effect will be lost. This is the first time the two of you have absorbed this energy, so your bodies will become limp and powerless. If it were any other time, this would be your opportunity. But now, it's no longer your opportunity. It's your death talisman. Hearing that, Lin Feng and the great demon Yu's expressions changed slightly. In fact, they had been on guard against this guy before. But who would have thought, they had been tricked by the Death Soul Prison's master. If he had known this would happen, if he killed him directly, he wouldn't be tricked by him. What a good plan. But you think, have you already won against us? Lin Feng said indifferently. Do you still have a way to resist? The master of the Death Soul's prison immediately showed a disdainful expression. He didn't believe that Lin Feng still had a way to resist. Of course, Lin Feng waved his hand. Immediately, the celestial devouring bugs and the primitive demon refining bugs flew out. For example, Bibi and Little Hay were highly intelligent. Therefore, after absorbing this energy, they all fell into a deep sleep. They were also about to comprehend the Tao. Only some living beings who did not comprehend the Tao. He wouldn't absorb this kind of special energy. Only the immortal devouring bugs and the primitive fiend refining bugs did not comprehend the Tao. Other than the 2 insect groups, Lin Feng could also control the 2 evil god statues. Kill him. Lin Feng ordered the 2 evil god statues. The 2 evil god statues quickly charged at the master of the Death Soul's prison. At the same time, the 2 insect groups also understood and quickly pounced on the master of the Death Soul's prison. Originally, the master of the Death Soul's prison was waiting for Lin Feng and the great demon Yu to faint. At that time, the 2 evil god statues would stop attacking. Therefore, he planned to fight the 2 statues for a while. However, the 2 insect groups covered the sky and surrounded the master of the Death Soul's prison. As a result, the master of the Death Soul's prison was unable to fight the 2 statues. The 2 evil god statues mixed in with the swarm of insects and fought against the master of the Dead Soul's prison. After all, the master of the Death Soul's prison was only a remnant soul. His battle prowess was only comparable to the 2 statues. After Lin Feng's 2 insect groups joined the battle, the master of the Death Soul's prison was greatly suppressed. Some of the celestial devouring bugs and primitive demon refining bugs even burrowed into the master of the Death Soul's prison and started eating his body. This was especially true for creatures like the celestial devouring bugs. They could also devour souls. By continuously devouring all kinds of powerful creatures, the insect swarm could complete their evolution. Don't eat my body. I want to devour my soul. Damn it. Damn it. You little bastard. How could you keep such a powerful insect swarm? The master of the Death Soul's prison shouted in horror and cursed Lin Feng. He could barely resist the attack of the 2 statues. As for the celestial devouring bugs and primitive demon refining bugs, he could no longer resist. Therefore, the current him. He was completely surrounded by the 2 insect groups. The 2 insect swarms began to gnaw at his body and even his soul. In fact, the strength of this body could no longer be compared to when it was at its peak. Time was enough to destroy everything. After a long period of time, this body had gradually become weak and decayed. It could not resist the 2 insect groups at all. Lin Feng gritted his teeth and used all his strength to shoot an arrow. After shooting the arrow, Lin Feng fell to the ground. The sunshot god arrow shot toward the master of the Death Soul's prison as fast as lightning. Poochie. The sun-slaying divine arrow pierced through the head of the Dead Soul's prison master. The soul of the master of the Dead Soul's prison was shattered. Why did this happen? I schemed against the ancient times. Why did I end up like this? The master of the Death Soul's prison roared unwillingly. He did not want to die. But he knew. There was nothing he could do to reverse the situation. Today, he would die without a doubt. I am willing to become the power of the curse and curse the 2 of them to die a horrible death. I am willing to become the power of the curse and completely destroy their bodies so that they will die without a complete corpse. Suddenly, the master of the Death Soul's prison swore a curse. It was his final curse before he died. After he swore the curse, his body exploded. Then, his self-detonating body transformed into a powerful curse power. The curse power, it surged into the bodies of Lin Feng and the great demon Yu respectively. Lin Feng had the feeling that the terrifying cursing strength was penetrating his body. It seemed to want to completely destroy his body. The great demon Yu's situation was the same. The curse power was very terrifying and wanted to destroy the great demon Yu's body. Perhaps it was because the curse power was rampaging through their bodies, but Lin Feng and the great demon Yu did not fall asleep. On the contrary, they became more energetic. Moreover, Lin Feng felt the curse power in his body becoming more and more violent. If this continued, it would be very dangerous. Lin Feng wanted to release the cursing strength in his body. Chapter 4702. Bang! 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 Lin Feng punched the ground again and again to vent the berserk curse energy in his body. Lin Feng only wanted to vent the berserk curse energy as soon as possible. If he didn't vent the berserk curse energy in his body, Lin Feng was worried that his body would explode. The curse of an ancient expert before his death was indeed incomparably terrifying. One couldn't afford to underestimate it. Otherwise, one would die miserably. However, Lin Feng discovered that he still couldn't vent the curse energy in his body. This made him anxious and helpless. He glanced at the great demon Yu and discovered that there was a unique energy fluctuation around her body. The berserk power in her body was weakening. It seemed that the great demon Yu had her own way to resolve the current dangerous situation. What should I do? What should I do? Lin Feng gasped for breath. He felt as if his body would explode from the curse energy in his body at any moment. This feeling was truly terrible. In the end, the berserk curse energy even rushed into Lin Feng's mind. It affected Lin Feng's ability to think. Lin Feng even felt that his consciousness was a little blurry. Lin Feng lay on the ground and couldn't help but smile bitterly. What a scam! How many tribulations had he gone through? In the end, he had managed to avert danger. However, in the end, he had actually fallen to the curse of the Dead Soul's prison's master. Lin Feng glanced at the great demon Yu again. Lin Feng felt that the berserk power in the great demon Yu's body had decreased by a lot. This woman. It seemed that she would be able to recover soon. Lin Feng had been thinking of subduing the great demon Yu, but it seemed that there was no chance now. However, it didn't matter. Even if he couldn't subdue the great demon Yu, he would make sure that the great demon Yu would never forget him for the rest of her life. Thinking of this, Lin Feng crawled up from the ground and pounced on the great demon Yu. Originally, Lin Feng thought that he was dead for sure. Who would have thought that the berserk curse energy in his body would merge with the great demon Yu's berserk curse energy? In the end, it was neutralized. This gave Lin Feng great benefits. When Lin Feng woke up, he found that he had broken through to the 9th layer of the sovereign realm. Lin Feng was extremely happy. Surprisingly, he had broken through. What a pleasant surprise. Most importantly, his life was saved. I'll kill you. The great Mo Yu's eyelashes fluttered. She opened her eyes and threw a punch at Lin Feng. Lin Feng got up, turned around, and fled you. Lin Feng hadn't thought such a thing would happen. He had thought he was going to die. He hadn't thought that not only would he survive, but he would also benefit from it. Don't run. The great demon Yu screamed in anger. She wrapped herself in her red muslin dress. As for Lin Feng, he was covered in a green robe. Lin Feng ran and shouted, "It's a misunderstanding. It's all a misunderstanding. I lost consciousness at that time, so I did something stupid. I don't care if you lost consciousness or not. You deserve to die. I'll tear you to pieces." The great demon Yu said furiously. She wanted nothing more than to cut Lin Feng into pieces. The two of them ran and chased. Lin Feng said, "Don't worry, I'll take responsibility for you. I don't need you to take responsibility. I just want to kill you." The great demon Yu shouted angrily. Lin Feng had met the great demon Yu more than once or twice. The great demon Yu was only a woman with a bold mouth. In reality, she was extremely conservative. This was also why Lin Feng had grabbed her hand. This was the reason why she was so angry. Let alone now. Lin Feng didn't doubt the great demon Yu's words. If the great demon Yu caught him, he would definitely kill him. Little Yeye, don't be angry. Anger is harmful to your body. Even if it's not for yourself, you have to think about the baby in your stomach. Lin Feng shouted. Hearing Lin Feng's words, the great demon Yu's body trembled in anger. Shameless. Scum. Bastard. 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 The great demon Yu cursed with all the words she could. Don't worry. After I catch you, I won't kill you directly. I'll torture you ruthlessly. I'll cut off your flesh piece by piece, she said hatefully. Lin Feng said, can you bear to see the baby in your stomach grow up fatherless? The great demon Yu shrieked, shut up. Lin Feng said, how about we make peace? Don't worry. After you follow me, I'll take good care of you. The great demon Yu looked at Lin Feng angrily. She ignored Lin Feng and continued chasing after Lin Feng. However, she couldn't catch up to Lin Feng. If it was before, she might have been able to catch up to Lin Feng. However, after being hit by the strange energy of the Enlightenment Ancient Tree, her body became soft and feeble. Although she had already neutralized the energy, she still needed time to recover. However, she needed time to fully recover. She was different from Lin Feng. Lin Feng had the undying divine body. In addition, he had broken through in his cultivation. It was very easy for him to recover to his peak state. Therefore, the great demon Yu couldn't catch up to Lin Feng. The great demon Yu's beautiful eyes slightly turned as she said, stop. I promise you. What? Promise me? Did I hear wrongly? Lin Feng was stunned. He couldn't believe his ears. Was this the great demon Yu who wanted to kill him? She had been chasing after him, but in the blink of an eye, she had promised him? There was definitely something fishy going on. At this moment, the great demon Yu continued, I'm a very conservative person, and since you've become my first man, I'll give you a chance. Since you're my first man, my entire life, I'm destined to only have you as my only man. I've already thought it through. Therefore, I've decided to become your woman. Little Yeye, this is definitely the best decision you've made. However, I'm a coward and I'm afraid you're lying to me. How can you prove that everything you've said is true? Lin Feng asked. The great demon Yu said angrily, Lin Feng, you bastard. You don't even trust your own woman? Is this how you act as a man? Can't you act like a man? Lin Feng said, Little Yeye, don't be angry. I'm sincere to you. The sun and moon can prove it. However, only you will know if you're sincere to me. How about this? You might as well swear an oath. If you do, I'll believe you. Lin Feng, I'll tear you to pieces. The great demon Yu screamed furiously and took out her demonic moon. Chapter 4703. Because Lin Feng and the great demon Yu were still quite far away, the devil moon wheel's power had already declined by the time it reached Lin Feng. Lin Feng held the black dragon sword and directly sent the devil moon wheel flying. The great demon Yu was currently in a state of rage, so there was no way for her to speak calmly. Therefore, let's continue running. Lin Feng circled around and returned to the Enlightenment Ancient Tree. The two evil godstone statues were still there. Stop her. Lin Feng ordered the two evil godstone statues. The two evil godstone statues immediately charged at the great demon Yu. The battle strength of the two evil godstone statues was very terrifying. They arrived in front of the great demon Yu and fought with her. The two sides were locked in a fierce battle. The great demon Yu was extremely angry. If there weren't two evil godstone statues, she believed that Lin Feng would have been beaten to the ground by her. But now, the two evil godstone statues were suppressing her. Moreover, the great demon Yu still hadn't fully recovered. Facing two evil godstone statues, she would indeed be at a disadvantage. Little Yu, can you sit down and talk to me calmly now? Lin Feng looked at the great demon Yu with a grin. Seeing Lin Feng's smiling face, the great demon Yu had the urge to punch Lin Feng's face. Lin Feng, you are ruthless. Today's enmity, I will remember it. I will definitely kill you. The great demon Yu hatefully said. Then she quickly left with the devil moon wheel. Because she knew that she couldn't do anything to Lin Feng now. Moreover, she needed to find a place to recover. If her body couldn't recover, it would be very harmful to her body. After all, the great demon Yu had burned a large amount of her origin and essence blood. Seeing the great demon Yu leave, Lin Feng sighed. It seemed like he had thoroughly offended the great demon Yu. The great demon Yu wasn't the kind of woman who would willingly follow someone after being slept with. In the past, she was a female supreme. Today's matter, he would definitely not let it go. Of course, Lin Feng wouldn't continue to dwell on this matter. Since it had already happened, he would deal with whatever came his way. When the great devil Yu came to kill him again, he might have the ability to subdue the great devil Yu. At that time, he would definitely make the great devil Yu kneel on the ground and sing the song of conquest. Then, he had to make great demon Yu wear a maid outfit. Thinking of this, Lin Feng couldn't help but smile. At this time, he realized how evil he was. Lin Feng planned to move the Tao comprehending ancient tree into time and space. An immortal tree like the Tao comprehending ancient tree would be extremely useful for cultivation. Therefore, transplanting the tree of enlightenment into time and space was a very important matter. He did as he said. Lin Feng came to the side of the enlightenment ancient tree and began to carefully dig at it. As the saying goes, a person moves a living tree moves a dead tree. Therefore, one must be careful when transplanting trees. The slightest carelessness could cause the trees to die. The most important thing was to maintain the integrity of the roots and not damage the roots of the vegetation. If the roots of the vegetation were damaged, then it would be terrible. After Lin Feng transplanted the Tao comprehending ancient tree into time and space, his eyes looked at the two evil godstone statues. Before, Lin Feng tried to collect the two evil godstone statues and failed. Later, he tried to form a special connection with the two evil godstone statues. But at that time, he was attacked by the great devil Yu. Therefore, he didn't succeed. Now that the great devil Yu had left, she should be looking for a way out. He could use this time to see if he could collect the evil godstone statues. Lin Feng had already tried the magic power sacrificial method. This method couldn't collect the evil godstone statues. Therefore, Lin Feng bit his finger and dripped 2 drops of blood on the 2 evil godstone statues. He wanted to see if he could use his blood to refine the evil godstone statues. Lin Feng's blood was absorbed by the evil godstone statues, but Lin Feng and the evil godstone statues didn't have any connection. This made Lin Feng feel quite helpless. That's really strange. Is there really no way to collect the evil godstone statues? Lin Feng couldn't help but frown as he muttered to himself. The evil godstone statues were so powerful. Whether or not he could collect them was an extremely important matter in the future. At least for the current Lin Feng, it was an extremely important matter. Therefore, Lin Feng was anxious to collect the evil godstone statues as soon as possible. But from the looks of it, the situation wasn't optimistic. Of course, Lin Feng wasn't someone who would give up so easily. He knew that collecting the evil godstone statues would be difficult. But Lin Feng still didn't give up. He continued to try to collect the evil godstone statues. This time, Lin Feng circulated the Stone Man's 9 transformations immortal scripture. He didn't know if he could rely on the Stone Man's 9 transformations immortal scripture to form a connection with the evil godstone statues. After all, both sides had the word stone. When the Stone Man's 9 transformations immortal scripture was activated, Lin Feng immediately realized that there was a mysterious connection between him and the evil godstone statues. This made Lin Feng's face reveal an extremely shocked expression. Could it be that he could really collect the evil godstone statues? If he could do it, that would be too awesome. Thinking about how he would soon have 2 true immortal level guards by his side, Lin Feng immediately felt a sense of joy in his heart. At that time, if he met a god, he would kill a god. If he met a Buddha, he would kill a Buddha. Who could contend against him? Lin Feng continued to circulate the Stone Man's 9 transformations immortal scripture. As time passed, Lin Feng felt that his connection with the Stone Man's 9 transformations immortal scripture was getting closer and closer. After about 3 days, Lin Feng finally released his divine sense to collect the evil god stone statues. Shua, shua. 2 rays of light flashed, and the evil god stone statues were stored in Lin Feng's space. Ha 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 ha, I've finally collected the evil god stone statues. This is great. Even with Lin Feng's mentality, seeing that he had successfully collected the 2 evil god stone statues, he couldn't help but laugh excitedly. Of course, Lin Feng was also someone who was used to seeing big waves, so he quickly returned to normal. Lin Feng planned to leave this place quickly. Although the Dead Soul's prison was a supreme treasure, Lin Feng didn't expect to be able to collect it. After all, this supreme treasure was extremely strange and hid countless secrets. It even had a deep relationship with the Black Sand Devil prison. Therefore, such a supreme treasure was very difficult to collect. Not long after, Lin Feng discovered that there was a broken void in this complete space. Lin Feng didn't see the Great Demon Yu. It seemed that the broken void was the work of the Great Demon Yu. Lin Feng flew out of the broken void and returned to the palace outside. Lin Feng didn't stay in the Dead Soul's prison. He directly left the Dead Soul's prison. Chapter 4704. Hurry up and leave. The expressions of the cultivators in the Dead Soul's prison and the Black Sand Devil prison changed drastically when they saw what was happening. They hurriedly rushed out. They had to leave the Black Sand Devil prison as soon as possible. If the Black Sand Devil prison returned to its state of death, they would probably die before they could leave. Lin Feng was extremely fast. He knew how terrifying a place of death like the Black Sand Devil prison was. Fortunately, Lin Feng managed to leave the Black Sand Devil prison in time. Not long after Lin Feng left, the laws of the Black Sand Devil prison returned to normal. Clearly, there were many cultivators who didn't manage to leave the Black Sand Devil prison. However, those cultivators probably wouldn't be able to leave the Black Sand Devil prison. Lin Feng let out a long breath. The Dead Soul's prison shook more and more violently. After about an hour, the Dead Soul's prison disappeared from everyone's sight. Does the Dead Soul's prison have its own god? Lin Feng couldn't help but mutter to himself. He felt that such a heaven-defying treasure should have its own god. It was just that Lin Feng hadn't discovered the god of the Dead Soul's prison. The master of the Dead Soul's prison was already dead. He wondered if the Dead Soul's prison would find a new master. Lin Feng retracted his gaze. The matter of the Dead Soul's prison was over. Therefore, he wouldn't continue to put too much thought into the Dead Soul's prison. Lin Feng sensed Du Zhu's aura and regrouped with Du Zhu and the others. They didn't stop. They quickly left the place and continued towards the weak water domain. The matter of the Dead Soul's prison would not end so quickly, even though the Dead Soul's prison had already disappeared. Although the Dead Soul's prison had disappeared, it was still a hot topic for countless cultivators. In addition, many people had obtained fortuitous encounters in the Black Sand Devil prison. For example, many cultivators had dug out immortal origin stones from the Black Sand Devil prison. The immortal origin stones in the Black Sand Devil prison were very special and precious. Another example was that some cultivators had found some ancient cave residences in the Black Sand Devil prison. Another example was that some cultivators who entered the Dead Soul's prison had great gains. They had obtained a lot of things, so naturally, they would sell the things they didn't need. As such, Black Sand City became extremely lively. The various major trading companies also began to move, preparing to go all out. However, all of this had nothing to do with Lin Feng. Lin Feng and the others had already arrived at the Weak Water region. The Weak Water region was famous in the Undying Realm because of the Sea of Weak Water. But in fact, ever since the Sea of Weak Water was cursed, the number of cultivators entering the Sea of Weak Water had decreased because the cursed Sea of Weak Water was very dangerous. Of course, it did not mean that no one had entered the Sea of Weak Water. In fact, there were still many cultivators who went to the Sea of Weak Water every year because there were many resources in the Sea of Weak Water that the outside world did not have. Therefore, those cultivators took the risk to enter the Sea of Weak Water to search for various resources. It was difficult for cultivators to survive, So those cultivators took the risk out of desperation. Otherwise, who would take such a great risk to enter the Sea of Weak Water? The domain lord of the Weak Water region, Nalan Linghan, was supported by the Sky Emperor and was extremely loyal to the Sky Emperor. When the Four-Domain Alliance first attacked the Sin domain, the Weak Water region was also the most active. However, the Weak Water region also suffered the greatest loss, almost completely annihilated. Only a few tens of thousands of cultivators escaped from the 3 million cultivators' army. This battle caused the Weak Water region to suffer heavy losses. Some time ago, Lin Feng had a grudge with the Weak Water region's old ancestor in the Black Sand region's stone workshop. Later, in the Dead Souls prison, he used the two evil god stone statues to injure the Weak Water region's old ancestor. In fact, the Weak Water region's old ancestor was none other than the hidden powerhouse of the Nalan clan. Weak Water City. This was an ancient city that was only 1,000 miles away from the Sea of Weak Water. Because it was relatively close to the Sea of Weak Water, it was very lively. Lin Feng and the others arrived at the Weak Water City. In the central square of the Weak Water City, there was a stone statue standing. That stone statue was of a woman, noble and sacred. That stone statue was of the Weak Water goddess. Lin Feng and the others found an inn to stay in. Following which, they went out to eat. After rushing around for a long time, they naturally had to enjoy themselves. They found a high-class hotel, but did not ask for a private room. Instead, they found a place by the window and sat down. After ordering a table of good wine and dishes, they started eating. Many diners were discussing the legends of the Weak Water goddess. After dinner, Lin Feng planned to inquire about the specific situation of the Sea of Weak Water. Lin Feng spent a lot of money in the 100 Days Pavilion to inquire about the Sea of Weak Water. In addition, he also inquired about the Weak Water goddess. However, the news he obtained from the 100 Days Pavilion disappointed Lin Feng. Because even a big powerhouse like the 100 Days Pavilion felt that the Weak Water goddess was just a legend. Someone made up the Weak Water goddess to exaggerate the Sea of Weak Water. Lin Feng did not know if this was true. But if it was true, why did he obtain the Bracelet of Misfortune? It was rumored that the Bracelet of Misfortune was the treasure of the Weak Water goddess. Perhaps he needed to enter the Sea of Weak Water to find out the secrets hidden in this matter. At night, Lin Feng saw Ning Xianwu sitting on the roof and looking at the moon. He flew up and sat beside Ning Xianwu. When Lin Feng was so close, Ning Xianwu's face could not help but blush when she smelled the hot male scent on Lin Feng's body. Of course, the two of them were already very familiar with each other. They were less reserved and more understanding. Ning Xianwu talked about her sister Ning Xianyu. My sister has not come to find me for a long time. In my memory, she has never not come to find me for such a long time. I wonder what she is doing. Ning Xianwu frowned slightly. She was obviously worried about her sister Ning Xianyu. Lin Feng laughed bitterly in his heart. He was considering whether to tell Ning Xianwu that she actually did not have a sister. Her sister Ning Xianyu was her other personality. But after thinking about it, Lin Feng decided not to say it. It was better if Ning Xianyu did not come out. Lin Feng still liked the soft girl Ning Xianwu. Your sister is trying to kill you. Don't you hate her? Lin Feng asked. Sister? What sister? Ning Xianwu said. Lin Feng frowned slightly. This tone did not sound right. You are Ning Xianyu? Lin Feng looked at the beautiful woman in front of him in shock. Where is my bitch sister? Hasn't she come to find you? Ning Xianyu asked. Lin Feng smiled bitterly. Why did Ning Xianyu suddenly appear? He was really caught off guard. She didn't come, Lin Feng said. Bitch. Ning Xianyu cursed and said, that bitch must be hiding from me on purpose. Does she think that by hiding from me on purpose, she can escape from my pursuit? As soon as she finished speaking, Ning Xianyu soared into the sky and flew away. Where are you going? Lin Feng chased after her. I want to find that bitch and kill her, Ning Xianyu said fiercely. Ning Xianyu was Ning Xianwu. Lin Feng naturally could not let Ning Xianyu escape. He wanted to capture her. However, a jade talisman appeared in Ning Xianyu's hand. She crushed the jade talisman and was instantly teleported away. Chapter 4705. She shouldn't have dual personality, instead, she should have two souls. Or rather, I don't know why. These two souls are sharing a body. Du Zhu had arrived in the courtyard at some point and said. Lin Feng frowned slightly and said, 2 souls? If there are 2 souls, how could they not know? At this moment, Lin Feng thought of Zi Yuanyuan. Zi Yuanyuan had 2 souls. One soul was Zi Yuanyuan's own soul. The other soul was the soul of Honorable Lord Yuan's sister. However, Honorable Lord Yuan's sister's soul belonged to a cultivator who had returned from her corpse. She had originally wanted to devour Zi Yuanyuan's soul and then control Zi Yuanyuan's body. This was equivalent to what many cultivators called reincarnation. However, things didn't go as planned. She didn't succeed even though Zi Yuanyuan was suppressed. However, Zi Yuanyuan had always been unwilling to be devoured. Therefore, Honorable Lord Yuan's sister's soul couldn't do anything to Zi Yuanyuan's soul for the time being. Therefore, if it was really one body with 2 souls, these 2 souls should be aware of each other's existence. However, Ning Xianyu and Ning Xianwu didn't know of each other's existence. Ning Xianwu said that her sister had been chasing after her. Ning Xianyu called Ning Xianwu AB*TCH and then searched everywhere for Ning Xianwu's whereabouts. She wanted to kill Ning Xianwu, but she didn't find anything. This was the strange part. Du Zhu said, there is a type of twin soul that is very special. Although their souls share a body, their souls appear at different times to control the body. Moreover, they don't know that they are sharing a body. Just like Fairy Ning, during the day, her soul dominates the body, and at night, her sister dominates the body. However, they always think that their bodies are the ones dominating the body. Therefore, between the two of them, one of them is avoiding the other's pursuit, and the other is pursuing the other's pursuit. Lin Feng couldn't help but frown slightly. What Du Zhu said was indeed a little mysterious. It sounded very inconceivable. Lin Feng asked, if what you said is true, then how do you explain the fact that Ning Xianwu has been controlling her body day and night? Du Zhu said, perhaps during this period of time, her willpower has become very strong. Her willpower has suppressed Ning Xianyu's soul energy, which is why such a situation has occurred. Lin Feng sighed. Now that she's gone, I hope she's fine. Du Zhu smiled and said, young master, you don't have to worry. They're not ordinary people, so they'll be fine. Lin Feng nodded. After returning to his room, Lin Feng retrieved the soul origin of the dead soul's prison master. Previously, Lin Feng had obtained a portion of his soul origin, but he had yet to refine it. Right now, Lin Feng's soul origin had reached the first layer of the Sky Immortal Realm. If he could allow his soul energy to quickly break through to the true Immortal Realm, it would be of great help to Lin Feng. This was because at that time, Lin Feng's soul would be able to comprehend the mysteries of the true Immortal Realm. When Lin Feng's own cultivation reached the peak of the Sky Immortal Realm, it would be much easier for Lin Feng to break through to the true Immortal Realm. Therefore, Lin Feng placed great importance on the cultivation of his soul. Although he had only obtained a portion of the soul origin of the dead soul's prison master, Lin Feng was already very satisfied. One should not be too greedy. Otherwise, it would be easy for a man to be greedy. Lin Feng began to refine the soul origin of the dead soul's prison master. Soon, a large amount of soul origin was refined by Lin Feng. The pure energy formed by the soul origin was absorbed by Lin Feng's body. At the same time, Lin Feng's soul strength kept increasing. Not long after, Lin Feng's soul energy had broken through. Second layer of the Sky Immortal Realm, third layer of the Sky Immortal Realm, fourth layer of the Sky Immortal Realm, fifth layer of the Sky Immortal Realm, sixth layer of the Sky Immortal Realm, seventh layer of the Sky Immortal Realm. In the end, Lin Feng's soul energy stopped at the 7th layer of the Sky Immortal Realm. This made Lin Feng extremely excited. This breakthrough. His soul energy level had increased by 6 levels. This was an extremely difficult thing to do. Because Lin Feng's accumulation was too powerful. His cultivation realm was so, and so was his soul. Therefore, Lin Feng's soul energy breakthrough was also extremely difficult. It was precisely because of this. Lin Feng's soul energy breakthrough was so difficult, breaking through 6 levels in one go. That was even more difficult. Therefore, the breakthrough this time was definitely a huge improvement. After Lin Feng came out of seclusion, he planned to go to the Weakwater Sea with Duzu and others. As the Weakwater City was only 1,000 miles away from the Weakwater Sea, Lin Feng and others could reach the Weakwater Sea in half an hour. After they set off, they went straight in the direction of the Weakwater Sea. When they arrived at the Weakwater Sea, there was a change in the Weakwater Sea. Normally, the Weakwater Sea was still relatively calm. Moreover, there was rarely a sea storm in the Weakwater Sea. But now, there was a storm in the Weakwater Sea. It was really unimaginable. The Weakwater is very scary. It contains the power of a curse. Don't let the weak water touch your body. Now that there is a storm in the Weakwater Sea, it is no longer suitable to enter. An old cultivator said, warning those cultivators who wanted to enter the Weakwater Sea to not act rashly, because they did not know what kind of changes would happen inside the Weakwater Sea. If this kind of change was very scary, there might be some disastrous things. Many cultivators nodded. Everyone stopped outside the Weakwater Sea, and then looked inside the Weakwater Sea. Look, there is a ship sailing out. A cultivator pointed to the depths of the Weakwater Sea. Everyone looked over and saw the ship sailing out from the depths of the Weakwater Sea. The ship could only be 40 to 50 meters long and 30 to 40 meters high. It should be an ancient ship driven by a cultivator. Now that there was a change in the Weakwater Sea, it quickly sailed out. But at this time, towering waves rolled and swept toward the ancient ship. The ancient ship was instantly submerged by the huge waves. When the huge waves disappeared, the ancient ship also disappeared together. That is an ancient ship of cultivators. It has a powerful seal. How could it disappear in an instant? Could it be that it was sunk by the huge waves just now? Seeing the disappearance of the ancient ship, a cultivator suddenly said in disbelief. Many people saw the scene just now, and their faces could not help but reveal a look of horror. Chapter 4706. The storm in the Sea of Weak Water was too terrifying. Even Lin Feng felt his hair stand on end. It seems like we can't enter the Sea of Weak Water for the time being. Let's find a place to rest first. Duzu said. Lin Feng nodded. They were only 30 miles away from the Weak Water town. They would soon arrive at the town. Lin Feng and the others arrived at the town. At this moment, a large number of cultivators had gathered in the town. Among them were many who originally intended to enter the Sea of Weak Water, and many who were here to watch the show. Due to the storm inside the Sea of Weak Water, no one dared to continue to stay outside the Sea of Weak Water. After all, if they were swept into the Sea of Weak Water by the storm, they would be in a miserable state. They would die without a burial place. Therefore, they could only return to the town and wait for the storm to dissipate. For a long time, the Sea of Weak Water has never been swept by a storm. Now that there is such a big storm in the Sea of Weak Water, is it a sign that something unimaginable is about to happen? I feel like something is really going to happen. I just don't know what will happen. Could it be related to the goddess of weak water? The goddess of weak water is just a legend, right? There are no Tao scriptures that have detailed records of the goddess of weak water. Only some myths have legends about her. Moreover, the later generations think that the legend of the goddess of weak water was deliberately created by someone. By creating the story of the goddess of weak water, everyone would be in awe of the Sea of Weak Water. The fact that the Sea of Weak Water is a cursed sea area spread like wildfire, so many people don't dare to enter the Sea of Weak Water to search for opportunities. However, some top forces have extraordinary means and are fearless. Because many people don't dare to enter the Sea of Weak Water to search for opportunities, their competitors have decreased a lot. In fact, these top forces have indeed obtained a lot of great opportunities from the Sea of Weak Water over the years. So, you think that the legend of the goddess of weak water is spread by some top forces behind the scenes? Yes, that's what I think. But I don't think so. I think that maybe there really is a goddess of weak water in this world. There's no smoke without fire. Since there's such a legend, it's possible that the goddess of weak water really appeared. Who knows if it's true or not? Even if there really was a goddess of weak water, it was a matter of tens of thousands of years ago. The era of titled gods has already ended for hundreds of millions of years. If there really was such a titled god, who knows how many tens of thousands of years she would have died. Indeed, we don't need to worry about whether there is a weak water goddess or not. What makes me most curious is the change in the sea of weak water. What caused the change in the sea of weak water? It really makes me curious. It would be great if I could explore the sea of weak water. Brother, don't worry. When the abnormality dissipates, we can go to the sea of weak water to have a look. I wonder if there will be any great opportunities. In the weak water town, many practitioners were talking about the changes in the weak water sea. Everyone was waiting for the opportunity to arrive. One day later, there was a piece of news about the weak water goddess. It was said that when there was a change in the weak water sea, the weak water temple would appear. And in the weak water temple, there were countless treasures and inheritances. This news immediately caused an uproar. Because if this news was true, then it could prove that there really was such a person as the weak water goddess. And before everyone thought that the matter of the weak water goddess was just a fabrication. Moreover, this news also involved the weak water temple. If there really was a weak water temple, then naturally it was what everyone was looking forward to. Because maybe they would be able to get some great opportunities from the weak water temple. At the end of the era, everyone was more eager for all kinds of opportunities. Because it was getting closer and closer to the end of the era. Every time they got an opportunity, maybe the chance of survival would increase by a little. And the number of times they could get an opportunity was obviously not many. Everyone naturally had to seize every opportunity as much as possible. For example, this time, Lin Feng also heard the news about the weak water temple. He was also waiting for the change in the weak water sea to disappear. But the storm in the weak water sea was getting more and more violent, and had no intention of disappearing. The storm lasted for more than a month and did not dissipate. And during this period of time, the change in the weak water sea also spread out. Many experts came one after another, and everyone wanted to go to the weak water sea to try their luck. Maybe there really was a harvest. The storm in the weak water sea lasted for 3 months. And during these 3 months, Lin Feng had been in closed-door cultivation. The outside world was extremely restless, because the longer the change in the weak water sea lasted, this showed that the opportunity in the weak water sea may be more powerful. The opportunities in the weak water sea were becoming more and more attractive. Therefore, everyone was waiting for the opportunity in the weak water sea to appear. So during this period of time, the weak water town was overcrowded. Of course, it was not far from the weak water city, so many cultivators went to the weak water city, and did not stay in the weak water town. It was not too late to rush to the weak water sea after the weak water sea returned to normal. Because Lin Feng was in closed-door cultivation in the time and space, 3 months in the outside world was actually equivalent to 3 years in the time and space. During this period of time, Lin Feng's harvest was huge. He sorted out his Dao, and various remarkable abilities. In addition, Lin Feng also stabilized his realm. Now Lin Feng was extremely proficient in the use of his own strength. When Lin Feng came out of closed-door cultivation, he found something that surprised him. The 9 Orifices Stone Man avatar had developed his body quite well with the help of the 9 Transformations Immortal Scripture, so the strength of the 9 Orifices Stone Man avatar had improved by leaps and bounds. When Lin Feng came out of closed-door cultivation, the 9 Orifices Stone Man avatar had broken through to the peak of the Sky Immortal Realm. The distance to the true Immortal Realm. There was still one more step. But after breaking through to the peak of the Sky Immortal Realm, the improvement of the 9 Orifices Stone Man avatar stopped. Lin Feng knew it would not be so easy to break through again. It needed a powerful opportunity to make the 9 Orifices Stone Man avatar complete the improvement again. But this kind of opportunity was not easy to find. If he could find such an opportunity in the weak water sea, it would be great. Lin Feng now could not wait for the 9 Orifices Stone Man avatar to break through to the true Immortal Realm. Because If the 9 orifices stone man avatar could break through to the true immortal realm. Chapter 4707. Lin Feng knew that the 9 orifices stone man clone could not be rushed to break through to the true immortal realm. One had to take one step at a time. Rice had to be eaten one bite at a time. It was unrealistic to want to run thousands of miles in one step and eat fatso in one bite. The storm outside had weakened. Therefore, a large number of cultivators began to rush from the Ruoshire city to the Sea of Weak Water. Many people stayed in the Ruoshire town, waiting for the storm to completely dissipate. It would not be too late to go to the Sea of Weak Water. On this day, 3 suns appeared in the depths of the Sea of Weak Water. They illuminated the world. Oh my God, how could there be 3 suns? Countless people could not help but exclaim, unable to believe their eyes. 3 suns appeared in the distance. This was inconceivable. Anyone who saw this scene would be shocked and moved. It was really strange for 3 suns to appear together. When the 3 suns appeared, the storm in the Sea of Weak Water quickly dissipated. Not long after, the storm in the Sea of Weak Water completely disappeared. The storm in the Sea of Weak Water disappeared. Quickly go to the depths of the Sea of Weak Water to see what kind of opportunity has appeared. Countless cultivators shouted excitedly, and then flew in the direction of the Sea of Weak Water. At this time, the 3 suns disappeared. This scene naturally could not be hidden from everyone. Why did the 3 suns disappear? The 3 suns seem to be related to the change in the Sea of Weak Water. I wonder what the 3 suns are. Many people began to talk about it. The 3 suns were very strange, but they did not think that they were real suns. Because there was only one sun now. And it was outside the 9 heavens. The opportunity in the Sea of Weak Water must be amazing, a cultivator said. More and more cultivators flew in the direction of the Sea of Weak Water. But at this time, a dense mass of giant fish monsters rushed out of the Sea of Weak Water. These giant fish monsters were very large, each of them was 30 to 40 meters long, with their bloody mouths wide open, revealing their dense fangs. The scales on their bodies were as rough, thick and hard as the scales of a crocodile. One after another, gigantic fish monsters charged towards the cultivators flying in the sky to devour them. Many cultivators did not even have time to react before they were devoured by those giant fish monsters. There were also some cultivators who reacted faster. When the giant fish monsters rushed out to attack them, the cultivators in front of them immediately reacted. The cultivators then brought out their powerful magic treasures and attacked the fish monsters. However, their magic treasures only left a few marks on the giant fish monster's body after they bombarded it with their magic treasures. It was unable to break through the giant fish monster's defense. Therefore, after seeing this scene, many cultivators were shocked. Before they could react, those cultivators had already been swallowed by the giant fish monster. Of course, not everyone was unable to defeat the giant fish monster. Some particularly powerful cultivators unleashed their might and killed the giant fish monsters that were attacking them. But even so, the cultivators couldn't help but jump in fright. Many people thought that there were no living creatures in the Sea of Weak Water. Furthermore, in the past, when many people went to the Weak Water Sea, they did not see any living creatures. However, after this storm, such a terrifying monster fish appeared. It was extremely strange. These strange fish were able to live in the Weak Water Sea, indicating that they were not afraid of the curse power in the Weak Water Sea. Besides these strange fish, were there any other living creatures? This made everyone puzzled, and their hearts were incomparably dignified. After launching a wave of attack, the giant fish monster dived into the Weak Water Sea and disappeared without a trace. After the giant fish monster disappeared, many cultivators cried bitterly, because many of their relatives and friends had died under the attack of the giant fish monster. There are so many terrifying living creatures in the Weak Water Sea. I don't know which bastard said that there were no living creatures in the Weak Water Sea. Someone cursed. Before, the cultivators who entered the Weak Water Sea rarely went deep into the Weak Water Sea. I guess the living creatures in the Weak Water Sea originally lived in the depths of the Weak Water Sea. That area was too dangerous, cultivators would not enter it, so they could not see the living creatures in the Weak Water Sea. Over time, The rumor that there were no living creatures in the weak water sea spread out. But this time the storm swept the living creatures outside the weak water sea to the outer area, so, as soon as everyone entered the weak water sea, they were attacked by these terrifying living creatures. A cultivator said. The others nodded. This cultivator's inference was very likely to be true. But even if there were terrifying living creatures in the weak water sea, it still could not stop everyone's enthusiasm. No one flinched. Many people entered the weak water sea in groups, and the wealthier cultivators took a powerful ancient ship to enter the weak water sea. The ancient ship's defense was tyrannical, and generally it would not be destroyed unless it encountered a huge storm. Even if it encountered many powerful living creatures in the weak water sea, it could also withstand the opponent's attack for a while. Lin Feng, Du Zhu, evil dominator saint, and the two ghost emperors flew into the weak water sea. The weak water sea was a very large sea area, and it was said that the weak water sea was about the size of 3 weak water regions. A god-state cultivator could not fly over the weak water sea for hundreds of years. It was extremely easy to get lost in such a large sea area. But Lin Feng was not afraid of getting lost. If he really got lost, he could just use the heart compass to locate him. When the heart compass was looking for some special places, things, or people, Sacred Martin Immortal would ask Lin Feng for benefits. But Sacred Martin Immortal would not ask Lin Feng for benefits if the heart compass could locate him. On the 3rd day in the weak water sea, Lin Feng suddenly felt his eyelids twitching violently as he passed through a sea area, which made him frown slightly. Was something going to happen? Otherwise, why would his eyelids twitch violently? Everyone be careful, Lin Feng reminded. Du Zhu and others nodded. But at this moment, the whole sea area was suddenly filled with a powerful spacetime force, and everyone was wrapped up by that powerful spacetime force. Lin Feng was also wrapped up by that powerful spacetime force. The next moment, Lin Feng sensed that his body was being pulled into a parallel space. When Lin Feng reappeared, he was already on an island, surrounded by blue waves. He was the only one on the island. This should still be the weak water sea. Lin Feng knew that he had been schemed against. He looked around gloomily, but did not see anyone coming out. Chapter 4708. Brat, you're still as arrogant as ever. But did you know that this place will be your burial ground? At this moment, a sinister and terrifying voice suddenly resounded. Following that, an old man stepped out of the void. When he saw the old man, he was shocked. Lin Feng sneered when he saw the old man. The old man was none other than the patriarch of the weak water realm. Lin Feng did not expect that he would be tricked by the old man. And here I was wondering who it was. So it's you, a stray dog. Lin Feng sneered at the patriarch of the weak water realm. Hearing Lin Feng's mockery, the patriarch of the weak water realm trembled with anger. What a tyrannical figure he was, what a lofty existence he was. As far as he was concerned, Lin Feng was nothing more than an ant or a dog. Back in the Dead Souls prison, the patriarch of the weak water realm had suffered a loss. However, the patriarch of the weak water realm believed that the reason he had suffered a loss was not because of Lin Feng's strength. It was because Lin Feng controlled the 2 evil god statues. Brat, if it weren't for the 2 evil god statues, who do you think you are? How dare you speak to this patriarch in such a tone? The patriarch of the weak water realm looked at Lin Feng with a sinister gaze and said coldly. The killing intent in his eyes was not concealed at all. Said Lin Feng, smiling coldly. Old bastard, you've been living for so long, haven't you? Don't you know that a cultivator's strength is based on his own strength, magical treasures, and various hidden means? Controlling the evil god statues is my own ability. You can't even see through this. I really don't know how you cultivated to the true immortal realm. Brat, you're talking nonsense. Let's see how you'll die later. The patriarch of the weak water realm said coldly. Lin Feng sneered. You're not the only one who took action this time, right? Where are the others? Come out too. Brat, you're done for. Today, no one in this world can save you. A cold voice sounded out, and then another expert walked out. Patriarch of the Black Sand region. He was also an old acquaintance of Lin Feng. Many people want to kill you, but in the end, You are destined to die in our hands. A third expert walked out. It was the old ancestor of the 8 Extreme Palace. This brat is Lin Baitian's son, Yang Qi said. He has incredible treasures and incredible destiny. Once we kill him, all of his treasures and divine abilities will be ours. Furthermore, we can devour his destiny. If we can devour his providence, it will be of great help to us. Perhaps in the future, it will allow us to reach a higher level, break through to the saint realm that everyone dreams of. The fourth expert stepped forward. Lin Feng had seen this expert before. He was one of the 6 true immortal experts who had besieged him in the Dead Souls prison. However, Lin Feng didn't recognize him and didn't know who this expert was. A total of 4 true immortal experts had moved Lin Feng to this place, wanting to kill Lin Feng. The reason why they were so careful was because they had suffered at the hands of Lin Feng before. They had moved Du Zhu and the rest to another place because they were worried that Du Zhu and the rest would ruin their plans. Now that Lin Feng was trapped by the 4 experts, Lin Feng wasn't worried at all. Lin Feng said indifferently, "Back in the Dead Souls prison, you 4 stray dogs were lucky and managed to escape. Since you've seen yours truly again, you should be obedient and scram as far as you can. Don't continue to cause trouble for yours truly." Hearing Lin Feng's arrogant words, the 4 true immortal experts' faces turned dark. Lin Feng was simply too arrogant, and looked down on them completely. The 4 true immortals were naturally enraged. The old ancestor of the Black Sand region sneered, "Boy, aren't you just relying on the 2 evil statues? Today, we have laid down a great array here that is enough to destroy your evil god statue. Once your evil god statue is destroyed, we are looking forward to seeing what kind of expression you will have." The old ancestor of the Bag Palace burst into laughter and said, "At that time, let's see how you'll kneel on the ground like a dog and beg us not to kill you." This ancestor is really looking forward to this scene. It was reasonable to say that experts like the 4 true immortals wouldn't haggle too much with a junior. But Lin Feng was different. Lin Feng was not an ordinary person. Previously, they had suffered at the hands of Lin Feng, which was a great humiliation to them. Now that they were lucky enough to meet Lin Feng in the Sea of Weak Water, they naturally wanted to ruthlessly humiliate Lin Feng before killing Lin Feng. "Is that so? I'd like to see what kind of formation you 4 old wastes have arranged to deal with me," Lin Feng said with a sneer, still with a disdainful expression. 4 old wastes. After hearing Lin Feng's new name for them, the corners of the 4 true immortals' mouths twitched violently. Each of them was simply furious. Lin Feng's contempt and humiliation to them made their hatred for Lin Feng reach the extreme, like a volcano that could erupt at any time. The old ancestor of the Weak Water region said in a deep voice, 3 Taoists, let's return to our positions." "All right." The other 3 nodded. Then the 4 experts flew toward the 4 peaks. Then, they stopped at the top of the 4 peaks. Lin Feng was surrounded in the middle of the 4 peaks. Lin Feng knew. Those 4 positions should be the core of the formation. Sky formation. The old ancestor of the Weak Water region shouted coldly. Earth formation. The old ancestor of the Black Sand region spoke at the same time. Xian formation. The old ancestor of the Bag Palace also shouted coldly. Yellow formation. At the same time, another true immortal expert that Lin Feng did not know also shouted coldly. This true immortal expert was called Daoist Qingxian. This person was said to be a famous rogue cultivator expert. The major forces were most afraid of these powerful rogue cultivators. This was because these powerful rogue cultivators were usually all alone in the world. If they took a fancy to any treasure, they would directly kill, seize the treasure, and then escape. They were not afraid of the revenge of the other party's family. If they had a family behind them, they would be afraid of many things. For example, they were worried that the other party would take revenge on their family and so on. Rogue cultivators would not worry about these. Therefore, powerful rogue cultivators were the most lawless kind of people. These 4 experts had set up the Heaven-Earth-Black-Yellow formation. In the void, countless formation runes intertwined together. The sky formation emitted the aura of heaven. The earth formation emitted the aura of thick earth. The Xian formation emitted the aura of Great Tao. The Yellow formation emitted the aura of Supreme. The Sky formation represented heaven. The Earth formation represented thick earth. The Xian formation represented the Great Tao. On the other hand, the Yellow formation represented the supremacy of the myriad heavens and realms. It represented the pinnacle of the cultivators. The four formations intertwined. Suddenly, a world-destroying aura pervaded between heaven and earth. Chapter 4709. Lin Feng had never heard of the heaven-earth mystic Yellow formation. However, even so, Lin Feng could feel the terror of this formation. It was definitely an extremely heaven-defying formation. Lin Feng felt that it was a little tricky. Of course, it was just a little tricky. Lin Feng was not completely helpless against it. After all, Lin Feng was now the only heavenly master in the world. He had mastered many mysterious techniques that could resolve the dangerous situation brought about by the formation. At this moment, the heaven-earth mystic Yellow formation began to show its power. The formation runes densely covering the void was only the first step. After the formation runes sealed the surroundings and trapped Lin Feng, the heaven-earth mystic Yellow formation began to evolve an extremely terrifying attack. First of all, the heaven formation evolved heaven's hands one after another and blasted towards Lin Feng. The earth formation evolved earth mountains one after another and crashed towards Lin Feng. The Xian formation evolved many great Tao attacks, such as Space Tao, Destruction Tao, Lightning Tao, Wind and Rain Tao. All kinds of great Tao condensed into a destructive attack that blasted towards Lin Feng. The Yellow formation, on the other hand, produced numerous illusory figures. The origins of those illusory figures were extremely extraordinary. Every single one of them had unimaginable origins. Or perhaps an ancient sage emperor. Or an ancient demon emperor. Or perhaps an ancient demon lord. And so on. Every single one of them had once been invincible in an era. The attacks condensed by the heaven-earth mystic Yellow formation were extremely terrifying. Over the years, Lin Feng had seen all kinds of formations. However, it was his first time seeing such a terrifying formation like the heaven-earth mystic Yellow formation. Therefore, Lin Feng was extremely shocked. How terrifying would the power unleashed by such a tyrannical formation be? Just thinking about it was enough to make one tremble in fear. Amazing. Amazing. I didn't expect you four old trash to be able to set up such a powerful formation. After feeling the power of the formation, Lin Feng couldn't help but frown and say, "Little bastard. You're about to die, yet you still dare to boast shamelessly here." Could it be that he knew he was going to die, so he wanted to go crazy before he died? Since that's the case, we can fulfill your wish right now. The 8-level palace's old ancestor's voice was extremely cold. He was in charge of controlling the profound formation. At this very moment, the various attacks that he had condensed from the profound formation on his forehead had already arrived in front of Lin Feng. Of course, there were other attacks. They had also arrived in front of Lin Feng. It charged towards Lin Feng. The 4 true immortal realm experts originally thought that Lin Feng would have a hard time dealing with them. However, when those powerful attacks bombarded Lin Feng stepped in the void. Lin Feng seemed to have a special kind of magic. When he walked in the void, he actually dodged the attacks of various formations one after another. Therefore, after seeing this scene, everyone's face revealed an expression of disbelief. The attacks of the heaven, earth, profound, and yellow formations were so tyrannical. And so densely packed. However, those attacks couldn't touch Lin Feng's body. No matter how powerful the attacks of the heaven, earth, profound, and yellow formations were. If they couldn't touch the opponent's body, what was the use of these attacks? The current situation was like this. The attacks of the heaven, earth, profound, and yellow formations were extremely terrifying, but they couldn't touch Lin Feng's body. This made the 4 true immortal realm experts' faces extremely ugly. They had never thought that such a situation would happen. The 4 true immortal realm experts were all old and experienced people. They instantly understood the reason for everything. Lin Feng must be extremely proficient in formations, so he could avoid the attacks of the heaven, earth, profound, and yellow formations. Other than this reason, they couldn't find any other reason to explain the current situation. The actual situation was just as the four true immortals had guessed. The reason why Lin Feng could avoid so many attacks of the formations was that his formation skills were extremely high. This was also the reason why he could handle it with ease. However, Lin Feng wouldn't have any carelessness. Although he avoided the attacks of the four formations, it wasn't easy to avoid them. If there was a slight mistake, it would inevitably be another situation. The heaven, earth, profound, and yellow formation was indeed terrifying. And now Lin Feng was quickly approaching the ancestor of the weak water domain. He decided to quickly kill one person so that he could better break the formation. If he continued to stay in the formation, he would be continuously attacked by these four people. Lin Feng couldn't guarantee that he could always avoid the attacks of the four formations. Lin Feng hadn't brought out the evil godstone statue at this time because Lin Feng planned to bring it out when he reached the ancestor of the weak water domain. If he brought out the evil godstone statue now, it would also become the target of the formation's attacks. And the evil godstone statue would definitely not be able to constantly avoid the terrifying attacks released by the formations. Sacrifice the heaven, earth, profound, and yellow swords to kill him. At this time, the ancestor of the weak water domain shouted in a deep voice. Okay. The other three experts responded one after another. Then, each of them brought out a sword. The four of them brought out a total of 4 swords. And these 4 swords were the so-called Heaven-Earth Mysterious Yellow 4 swords. These were 4 bronze swords. These 4 bronze swords had extraordinary origins and could be integrated with the Heaven-Earth Mysterious Yellow Great Formation. When the Heaven-Earth Mysterious Yellow Great Formation was activated, the Heaven-Earth Mysterious Yellow 4 swords and the Heaven-Earth Mysterious Yellow Great Formation could form a very special connection. This connection, it could allow the Heaven-Earth Mysterious Yellow 4 swords and the Heaven-Earth Mysterious Yellow Great Formation to blend together. Therefore, the power of the Heaven-Earth Mysterious Yellow 4 swords and the Heaven-Earth Mysterious Yellow Great Formation would be greatly enhanced. Whoosh 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 whoosh, the Heaven-Earth Mysterious Yellow 4 swords quickly slashed towards Lin Feng. Each sword vibrated with an extremely terrifying aura. After feeling the power of the Heaven-Earth Mysterious Yellow 4 swords, Lin Feng's face suddenly sank. The other party really had a lot of means. Now his plan to quickly rush to the front of the weak water domain ancestor and then kill him was completely impossible. Now Lin Feng had to dodge the attacks released by the Heaven-Earth Mysterious Yellow 4 Great Formation, while resisting the attacks of the Heaven-Earth Mysterious Yellow 4 swords. Facing the Heaven-Earth Mysterious Yellow 4 swords, Lin Feng brought out the Heaven-Swallowing Jar. He wanted to try to use the jar to swallow the Heaven-Earth Mysterious Yellow 4 swords. But the Heaven-Earth Mysterious Yellow 4 swords were too powerful. The sword chi that was released directly shook the Heaven-Swallowing Jar away. Then the Heaven-Earth Mysterious Yellow 4 swords divided into 4 directions, surrounded Lin Feng, and slashed towards Lin Feng. The 4 genuine immortal experts wanted to use the Heaven-Earth Mysterious Yellow 4 swords to kill Lin Feng in the Great Formation. Chapter 47:10. At this moment, the Heaven-Earth Mystic Yellow 4 swords had completely locked onto Lin Feng's aura. Even the surrounding void was sealed. Therefore, Lin Feng could not avoid the attack of the Heaven-Earth Mystic Yellow 4 swords. He could only resist the attack of the Heaven-Earth Mystic Yellow 4 swords. Therefore, Lin Feng had to deal with the situation carefully, or else he might also be in trouble. Lin Feng was very clear about this. Lin Feng had many treasures on him, but he had to be particular about what treasure to use to fight against the Heaven-Earth Mystic Yellow 4 swords. He had to find a treasure that could restrain the Heaven-Earth Mystic Yellow 4 swords. The Heaven-Swallowing Jar that Lin Feng had taken out was a treasure that could restrain the Heaven-Earth Mystic Yellow 4 swords. This treasure could devour all kinds of magic treasures in the world and forcefully erase the spiritual will left in the magic treasure. Of course, Lin Feng had failed when he tried to use the Heaven-Swallowing Jar to devour the Heaven-Earth Mystic Yellow 4 swords. Lin Feng had already guessed this situation. How could it be so easy to restrain the heaven-earth mystic yellow four swords? Lin Feng was not discouraged. After taking out the heaven-swallowing jar, Lin Feng took out a few more powerful treasures. For example, Stone of Purgatory Suppression, Supreme Demon Iron, and the Creation Gourd. Stone of Purgatory Suppression could suppress everything in the world. Be it living creatures or magic treasures, Stone of Purgatory Suppression could suppress them. Supreme Demon Iron was incomparably hard. No treasure could destroy the defense of Supreme Demon Iron. The Creation Gourd could release a powerful devouring power. The most powerful thing about the Creation Gourd was that it could devour cultivators. The most powerful thing about the heaven-swallowing jar was that it could devour magic treasures. But in fact, whether it was the Creation Gourd or the heaven-swallowing jar, they were both treasures that could devour both cultivators and magic treasures. It was just that the focus of the two treasures was different. Now, after Lin Feng took out the heaven-swallowing jar, he took out the Creation Gourd. All of a sudden, the Creation Gourd formed a very special connection with the heaven-swallowing jar. One could vaguely feel that the heaven-swallowing jar and the Creation Gourd had formed a Taiji diagram. The heaven-swallowing jar represented the yin pole of the Taiji diagram, while the Gourd of Fortune represented the yang pole of the Taiji diagram. Yin-yang integration. The cycle was endless. After the two supreme treasures formed this special connection, they immediately released an even more powerful devouring power. The heaven-earth mystic yellow swords, on the other hand, needed to resist the devouring of the two supreme treasures, and their power was greatly reduced. At the same time, the Stone of Purgatory released a terrifying power that suppressed the heaven, earth, black, and yellow swords. Suddenly, the four swords of heaven, earth, black, and yellow were suppressed in the void, unable to move. After seeing this scene, the expressions of the four true immortals changed drastically. Lin Feng's various methods made them extremely shocked. The expressions of the four true immortals turned solemn. Lin Feng was indeed very difficult to deal with. They had no choice but to admit this. Now that the four swords of heaven and earth mystic yellow had been suppressed, it was an extremely bad thing for them, because the four swords of heaven and earth mystic yellow were extremely important to the formation of heaven and earth mystic yellow. Not only could the four swords of heaven and earth mystic yellow complement the formation of heaven and earth mystic yellow. Moreover, they were the supreme treasures that guarded the four formation eyes of the heaven-earth mystic yellow great array. Once the heaven-earth mystic yellow four swords were suppressed, the power of the heaven-earth mystic yellow great array would abruptly weaken. Therefore, the four true immortals began to operate the heaven-earth mystic yellow formation in a frenzy. Powerful dharmic powers flowed into the formation endlessly to activate the power of the formation. Lin Feng clearly felt that the power of the heaven-earth mystic yellow array had increased by a lot. At that moment, the supreme demon iron rapidly grew in size. Soon, it was as big as a mountain. The supreme demon iron covered Lin Feng and his many supreme treasures. Demonic light swirled around, protecting Lin Feng and the others. When the various attacks of the heaven and earth Xianhuang Great Formation, such as the Hand of Heaven, the Thick Earth Divine Mountain, various great Dao Theurgies, and the phantoms of many powerhouses, came crashing down, the Supreme Devil Iron resisted those powerful attacks. Some of the attacks landed on the protective light shield formed by the Supreme Demon Iron. The Supreme Demon Iron's means were extraordinary. The stellar transposition moved the attacks that landed on the protective light shield to other positions. Those attacks eventually landed on the Supreme Demon Iron's body. It hurts so much. I'm going to die. I'm going to die. The Supreme Demon Iron let out a miserable cry. The Supreme Demon Iron had a deity. It was very special. It was somewhat similar to a weapon cultivator, but it was not a weapon cultivator. It was equivalent to a relatively different magic treasure. Although it screamed extremely miserably, it did not suffer any harm. At this time, Lin Feng had arrived in front of the four swords of heaven and earth mystic yellow array. Lin Feng was familiar with the structure of the formation, so he naturally knew what the four swords of heaven and earth mystic yellow array played in it. Powerful dharmic powers enveloped the four swords of heaven and earth mystic yellow array. Then, he forcibly erased the divine thoughts left by the ancestor of the weak water realm. After the divine thoughts were erased, the ancestor of the weak water realm could not help but let out an incomparably shrill cry. The control of the four swords of heaven and earth mystic yellow array was snatched away by Lin Feng. The ancestor of the weak water realm suffered a backlash. Although the ancestor of the weak water realm suffered a backlash, it was not a particularly serious injury. However, Lin Feng's snatching of the four swords of heaven and earth mystic yellow array was a huge blow to the four genuine immortals. The four genuine immortals originally wanted to rely on the heaven and earth mystic yellow array and the four swords to kill Lin Feng. Now, it seemed that the hope was relatively slim. After forcibly erasing the divine thoughts of the weak water realm ancestor of the four swords of heaven and earth mystic yellow array, Lin Feng collected many supreme treasures. Then, he attacked the ancestor of the weak water realm. Because the heaven and earth mystic yellow array had lost its connection with the four swords of heaven and earth mystic yellow array, its power suddenly dropped. Therefore, it was even more difficult for the attacks to hurt Lin Feng. After seeing this scene, the eyelids of the four genuine immortals twitched violently. Lin Feng's array method was so brilliant that it shocked them. Don't be afraid. The array is not broken. If we work together, we will definitely be able to kill him. The ancestor of the weak water realm shouted loudly. He took out his life source magic treasure, the Azure Dragon Mirror. Then, the ancestor of the weak water realm said loudly, "Everyone, let's take out our life source magic treasures to suppress the array eye of the heaven and earth mystic yellow array. The power of the heaven and earth mystic yellow array will immediately increase." However, the ancestor of the Black Sand region, the ancestor of the Bag Palace, and the rogue cultivator, Taoist Green Immortal, were already thinking of retreating. Lin Feng's means were so terrifying that it really frightened the three of them. Without saying a word, the three of them turned around and fled. The ancestor of the weak water realm was stunned. Obviously, he did not expect that the three of them would leave him behind and flee alone. Bastard. Chapter 47:11. Lin Feng knew how difficult it would be to kill four true immortals at once. Lin Feng was satisfied that he had managed to kill a cultivator of the true immortal level, which was already good enough. Lin Feng used the formation splitting technique and tore the formation apart. Then, he chased after the ancestor. Lin Feng had mastered the Tao of Space and the Tao of Speed from the golden-winged Great Peng's clone. Therefore, even the ancestor of the water tribe wasn't as fast as Lin Feng. If they fought from a distance, Lin Feng wouldn't be able to defeat him. Lin Feng was definitely not a match for the ancestor. However, the ancestor's speed was not comparable to Lin Feng's. Therefore, Lin Feng caught up with the ancestor. Lin Feng and the ancestor of the Ruo Shui tribe didn't say much. Lin Feng summoned the two daimon statues. The two fiend statues charged at the ancestor with swords in their hands. The two sides clashed. Back then, the two evil godstone statues had fought against 6 true immortals and defeated them. The weak water realm ancestor was no match for the two evil god statues. He was forced into a difficult situation by the two statues. "Lin Feng, do you really want to kill us all?" the ancestor asked with an ugly expression. He sensed a dangerous aura. The two evil godstone statues were just too terrifying. If he was careless, he would die in Lin Feng's hands. The ancestor of the weak water realm naturally knew this. Therefore, the ancestor of Ruo Shui tribe wanted to negotiate with Lin Feng. His previous question was naturally to open up a gap in this negotiation. Lin Feng sneered. "Old thing. Didn't you want to kill me before? Now you have the face to ask me if I want to kill you all? Do you have any shame?" The ancestor said. "We had some misunderstandings before. Now, we can resolve this misunderstanding. As long as you don't kill me, I can give you endless treasures. I can even give you immortal sutras, top-grade supreme treasures, supreme abilities, and so on. Everyone in the world is here for profit. If you don't kill me, you can get so many good things, and I can keep my life. This is beneficial to both of us. I can swear that I will never be your enemy again." Lin Feng sneered and said coldly, "It's too late to negotiate with me now. You have to pay the price for doing something wrong. If you don't pay the price for doing something wrong, then what's the use of the law enforcement hall?" Then what's the use of the various dynasties? The ancestor's expression turned uglier after hearing Lin Feng's words. Lin Feng had no intention of making peace with him. This made the old ancestor's heart sink to the bottom of the valley. If the ancestor of the Ruo Shui tribe had known Lin Feng was so strong, he wouldn't have offended him. However, in this world, there was no medicine for regret. Even if he regretted it now, it was too late. The attacks of the two statues grew fiercer and fiercer, and the ancestor found it harder and harder to resist. Lin Feng took out the Huyi bow and the sunshot divine arrow. Whoosh! He pulled the bow and shot. The sun-shooting divine arrow turned into a dazzling ray of light and shot towards the patriarch of the weak water domain. The old ancestor of the weak water realm actually saw the shooting sun god arrow shooting towards him. He wanted to dodge. However, every time he tried to dodge the sun-slaying divine arrow, he realized that he could not dodge the sun-slaying divine arrow. This was because he was being held back by the two evil god statues. There was no time to dodge the sunshot divine arrow. Pu. The sunshot divine arrow pierced through the ancestor's head. Blood. Immediately, blood flowed out. The ancestor did not die immediately. He even saw the blood flowing from his forehead. Fear engulfed the weak water realm ancestor's body. He never thought that he would die like this. Originally, he was confident that he could seize the opportunity at the end of the epoch and survive until the next epoch. However, everything was impossible to achieve. The ancestor couldn't understand now. They were just dealing with a young cultivator who was not even a rogue cultivator, but they were defeated again and again. Now, even his own life was at stake. Why was it like this? The ancestor couldn't understand. Shouldn't it be as easy as moving a finger to kill a junior like Lin Feng? But that was not the case. The next moment, the weak water realm ancestor felt his consciousness sink into darkness. The ancestor's eyes were wide open. He died with a grievance. His body fell toward the ground, but he didn't fall to the ground. A ball of heavenly fire wrapped around the weak water domain ancestor and instantly burned her body to ashes. Only the origin and storage ring were left. Lin Feng put away the original strength and the ring of ancestor Ruo Shui tribe. He didn't know where Du Zhu and the others were teleported to. But with their means, they would be fine. Therefore, Lin Feng didn't have to worry too much about the safety of Du Zhu and the others. Lin Feng didn't continue to stay on this island. He left the island. Then, he came to another island. Lin Feng decided to go into seclusion to refine the ancestor's origin first. He wanted to see if he could still improve his cultivation. If he could, it would naturally be a happy thing. Now, Lin Feng's cultivation was at the 9th layer of the Emperor Lord realm. His soul was at the 7th layer of the celestial immortal realm. Lin Feng began to refine the ancestor's origin. In fact, Lin Feng also knew his current situation. His body's resistance to the true immortal's origin was already very strong. Therefore, the true immortal's origin couldn't greatly improve his cultivation like before. Therefore, Lin Feng didn't know if absorbing the original strength of the ancestor of the water tribe would be able to improve his cultivation. After refining the ancestor's origin, Lin Feng couldn't help but smile. This was because the origin of the water realm ancestor had increased his cultivation once again. Lin Feng successfully broke through from the 9th layer of the Emperor Lord realm to the 10th layer of the Emperor Lord realm. Next, he had to prepare to break through to the loose immortal realm. And Lin Feng's soul level broke through from the 7th layer of the Sky Immortal realm to the 8th layer of the Sky Immortal realm. His cultivation level and soul level had both improved. It could be said that it was a double blessing. Lin Feng immediately took out dozens of storage rings. Among these storage rings, one was the storage ring of the ancestor and some were the storage rings of the creatures imprisoned in the Dead Soul's prison. Lin Feng had been busy cultivating and didn't check them. So now, he planned to check if there were any good things in these storage rings. Of course, Lin Feng also obtained a mysterious ball of light. Chapter 47:12. Lin Feng's spiritual will first invaded the storage ring of the ancestor. There were indeed many good things in the ring. There were all kinds of immortal stones piled up like mountains, all kinds of heavenly treasures, all kinds of immortal iron, divine stones, and so on. In addition, there were 2 true immortal level magic treasures. One was the life treasure of the ancestor, the azure dragon mirror. The other was a jade maiden immortal robe. It was a defensive magic treasure that was as light as a veil. Female cultivators could use it, but male cultivators obviously had no use for this supreme treasure. There were also many kinds of divine ability inheritances. However, these divine ability inheritances were found by the ancestor himself. Although these inheritances weren't weak, they couldn't attract Lin Feng's attention. Now, Lin Feng was only interested in the immortal scriptures or some extremely heaven-defying divine abilities. He wasn't interested in the other inheritances. However, Lin Feng didn't need them. It didn't mean that others didn't need them. In the future, he could reward these divine ability inheritances to others. There were also many other kinds of things. Lin Feng just glanced at them and didn't pay any more attention to them. Then, Lin Feng's spiritual will invaded the storage rings left behind by the experts who died in the Dead Souls prison. Those experts were all titled gods back then, so their strength was also extremely tyrannical. Many titled gods were experts of the true immortal realm. These experts would definitely have left behind a lot of good things. Some of these storage rings were damaged, but most of them were intact. Lin Feng naturally found a lot of good things in these storage rings. There were about 30 different kinds of immortal level treasures. This made Lin Feng very happy. Now, Lin Feng had collected dozens of immortal level treasures, except for some that he needed. The rest of the immortal level treasures could be given to his women for protection. If he could collect more immortal level treasures, he could form an elite team. Each of them would be given an immortal level treasure. Then, how terrifying would the combat power of this team be? Just thinking about it made one's hair stand on end. Of course, Lin Feng also knew that if he wanted to realize this dream, it would be impossible in a short period of time. Apart from these immortal items, there were also various immortal stones, natural treasures, and so on. It was also unimaginable. Besides, Lin Feng also obtained an evil scripture that was equivalent to an immortal scripture and a devil scripture that was equivalent to an immortal scripture. This evil scripture was called the Holy Dragon Evil Scripture. It was an evil scripture created by a supreme expert of the Dragon Clan. According to what was written on it, this supreme expert of the Dragon Clan was a creature born from the union of the Sacred Dragon Clan and the Evil Dragon Clan. The Sacred Dragon Tribe had an extremely high status in the Dragon Tribe. As for the Evil Dragon race, they were ostracized by many other dragon races. Therefore, possessing the Evil Dragon bloodline, this holy dragon had suffered a lot of humiliation since he was young. As such, this sacred dragon then left the Sacred Dragon Clan. From then on, he called himself the Evil Dragon. Later on, he created the supreme evil scripture, the Holy Dragon Evil Scripture. In a certain era, it was one of the most eye-catching inheritances. As for the other demonic scripture, it was called the Gloomy Demonic Scripture. A devil scripture created for the ancient god of darkness. Including the Holy Dragon Evil Scripture and the Devil Scripture of Darkness, these two inheritances were equivalent to immortal scriptures. Lin Feng had already obtained 9 inheritances that were equivalent to immortal scriptures. This made Lin Feng extremely happy. 9 inheritances. Any one of them was extremely heaven-defying. Of course, Lin Feng's understanding of the 9 immortal scriptures was not particularly deep at the moment. At most, it could only be considered as a beginner. But as time passed, Lin Feng believed that his cultivation of these immortal scriptures would definitely become deeper and deeper. At night, on an isolated island, a bonfire burned fiercely. Above the bonfire was barbecued meat that had already been roasted to a golden color. This was dragon meat. This was the dragon meat that Lin Feng had previously killed and then stored. Lin Feng took out fine wine and then used a dagger to cut off a piece of dragon meat. Eating and drinking at the same time, he really enjoyed it. If there were a few beauties by his side, that would be too blissful. At this moment, a few streams of light flew over from afar. Obviously, there were cultivators passing by. Lin Feng was not surprised. After all, during this period of time, There had been cultivators taking the risk to enter the weak water sea. There had been cultivators passing by before, but those cultivators did not stop. They were probably in a hurry to go deeper to look for opportunities. So they did not want to waste time on the road. Lin Feng, on the other hand, was relaxed. If he could find an opportunity, of course it would be good. If he could not find an opportunity, it was fine. This time, Lin Feng came to solve the matter of the bracelet of misfortune. The bracelet of misfortune brought bad luck to Lin Feng and all kinds of curses on him. Lin Feng felt that it was also because of the bracelet of misfortune. Now that he had solved the bracelet of misfortune, perhaps his luck would change. This was a very important matter, because luck would play a great role in a cultivator's cultivation. If it were not for Lin Feng's own luck, Lin Feng, who was entangled with so many curses, would have died countless times. Lin Feng glanced at the group of people in the distance, and then continued to enjoy his food and wine. What Lin Feng did not expect was that the few cultivators passing by here actually landed. They probably saw that Lin Feng was alone. And it was a young cultivator, so they landed. If Lin Feng had a lot of people or looked very strong, they would not have rashly landed, because they were worried that they would be schemed against. This kind of thing was very common in the world of cultivators. "Little brother, do you mind if we rest here for a while?" A beautiful woman in a red dress asked. This beautiful woman in a red dress had a voluptuous and sexy figure, fair skin, and fiery red lips. Her face was very beautiful. Her face was a kind of beauty that was full of charm. So this kind of beauty was very attractive to men. It was likely that many people who saw this charming beauty would have the urge to conquer her. Besides this seductive woman, there were 6 other cultivators. 2 female cultivators and 4 male cultivators. The other 2 female cultivators looked slightly younger and were very beautiful, but their figures were different. One of the female cultivators was very tall, about 1.85 meters tall. It was rare for a woman to be this tall. Her pair of long legs were straight and slender. The other woman was petite and dainty. She was about 1.6 meters tall. Pure and lovely. As for the 4 male cultivators, they also looked quite young, but their cultivation was very strong. Lin Feng guessed that this should be an exploration team. Chapter 47:13. Lin Feng's gaze lingered on the beautiful woman for a while. Since these people wanted to rest here, Lin Feng naturally did not have any objections. Anyway, this place was not his. Not to mention, he could also admire 3 beauties with different styles. "Why not?" Lin Feng said, "Of course you can rest here. Everyone, take a seat." The beautiful woman looked at Lin Feng with a smile and said, "Thank you, little brother." Then the group sat around the bonfire. They took out spirit springs and spirit fruits to quench their thirst or appease their hunger. These things had relatively fewer impurities and were very beneficial for cultivation. Many people in the world of cultivators used these things to replace food. However, Lin Feng felt that these things could not completely replace food. At the very least, they could not replace meat. For a person who could not live without meat, eating these things every day was really a kind of torture. Everyone was eating to replenish their body's energy. However, the tempting meat aroma aroused the appetite of many people. Therefore, many pairs of eyes looked at the barbecued meat above the bonfire. "This one is Nyo Kuan. How should I address this brother?" Among the 4 male cultivators, the tall and burly young cultivator cupped his fists. He first introduced himself, then looked at Lin Feng and asked for Lin Feng's name. "Ji." Lin Feng said. The other party guessed that Lin Feng's surname was Ji. In the world of cultivators, there were indeed many people who used their surname instead of their name. The main reason was that they did not want to cause trouble. Therefore, these people did not care. "So it's Brother Ji." Nyo Kuan looked very enthusiastic and asked, "Did Brother Ji enter the sea of weak water alone?" Lin Feng said, "I came in with a friend. However, something happened and I got separated from my friend." Lin Feng said. Nyo Kuan said, "This sea of weak water is very dangerous. If you move alone, it's really dangerous. Why don't Brother Ji move with us? This way, we can take care of each other." The beautiful woman smiled and said, That's right, little brother. Why don't you come with us? If we find any treasures, I guarantee that you will get a share. I'm not a little brother. Lin Feng looked at the beautiful woman and muttered in his heart. Of course, he didn't say this to the beautiful woman. Otherwise, he would become a hooligan. Lin Feng said, "Thank you for your invitation. I'll gladly accept. In the future, I'll have to rely on everyone's care." Lin Feng could actually move alone, but in this vast sea, it was a little lonely to be alone. Lin Feng had a good impression of them. They appeared to be quite kind-hearted cultivators. Of course, another important reason was that there were 3 beauties in the group. She was charming and flirtatious. One of them was tall and charming. One of them was pure and lovely. Traveling with a few beauties would naturally add a lot of fun. Even if it was just looking at a few beauties, it was still pleasing to the eye. Actually, Lin Feng liked beautiful women. If his opponents were 7 tall and strong male cultivators, he wouldn't be able to resist them. If they sent an invitation to Lin Feng would reject them without hesitation. "Ha ha ha ha, don't worry, we'll take care of you. If you encounter any danger, Brother Ji, stay close to this old bull. This old bull guarantees that I won't protect you," Niu Kuan said with a smile. Lin Feng smiled and said, "Thank you, Brother Niu." Niu Kuan grinned and said, "Brother Ji, you're welcome." While speaking, Niu Kuan glanced at the roasted meat that was emitting an enticing aroma. Lin Feng smiled and said, "Brother Niu, do you want to try my cooking?" Okay. Niu Kuan quickly nodded. Actually, Niu Kuan wasn't someone who only ate spirit fruits and drank spirit spring water. However, when he was outside, he could only use spirit spring water and spirit fruits to quench his thirst. He didn't have the leisure to roast meat like Lin Feng. Moreover, Niu Kuan had tried roasting meat before. That taste, thinking about it now made him want to cry. Lin Feng's roasted meat was different. The aroma entered his stomach. Niu Kuan had wanted to try it for a long time. Now that he heard Lin Feng invite him to try it, he was delighted. Naturally, he was overjoyed. Lin Feng cut a piece of roasted meat for Niu Kuan. Niu Kuan ate it, and his eyes immediately lit up. Then, he wolfed down the meat. After so many days, he hadn't seen any meat. Suddenly eating such delicious roasted meat was simply an enjoyment. Gulp, gulp, gulp. The other 3 male cultivators couldn't help but swallow their saliva when they saw Niu Kuan wolfing down the meat. One of them asked, "Brother Niu, how's the taste of the roasted meat? Is it good?" Niu Kuan replied vaguely, then continued to gnaw on the roasted meat. "Brother Ji, can we have a taste?" The 3 male cultivators looked at Lin Feng. Lin Feng smiled and said, "Of course you can. Don't stand on ceremony. Let's roast again after eating." Lin Feng stabbed the dagger into the roasted meat and told them to cut up as much as they could eat. Brother Ji is really forthright. The male cultivators complimented Lin Feng and sat in front of the bonfire. Then, they each cut a piece of roasted meat and ate it. Then, the 3 of them also wolfed down the meat as if they had never eaten before. At this moment, the 3 beauties seemed to have heard their own growls. Normally, they paid more attention to the details of their lives. Sometimes, they would eat some meals. However, they ate carefully cooked meals. However, he never touched barbecued meat. In the eyes of many cultivators, roasted meat was not only unclean, but also had a lot of impurities. This was also the reason why they didn't touch roasted meat. Lin Feng looked at the 3 beauties and said, "Why don't you 3 have a taste? It won't affect your cultivation if you eat less." "Then why don't we have a taste?" the pure and pleasant female cultivator said. As she spoke, she looked at the beautiful woman and the tall female cultivator. The 2 of them nodded. Lin Feng personally cut a small piece of meat for each of them. When the 3 of them took their first bite, their eyes lit up. Delicious. It was really too delicious. They had never eaten anything so delicious. Apart from the fact that it was delicious, the 3 of them also felt something. The roasted meat seemed to contain an extremely pure energy. Moreover, this energy was of an extremely high grade. "What kind of roasted meat is this?" The beautiful woman looked at Lin Feng curiously. Dragon meat, Lin Feng said. Brother Ji, you really know how to eat. You even dare to eat dragon meat. If the experts of the dragon race find out, they won't let you off. The dragon race is a race that seeks revenge for the smallest grievance, Niu Kuan said. Lin Feng smiled and said, it's fine. There are very few people who know that this is dragon meat. The dragon race won't find out. The three of them nodded and continued to eat the roasted meat in their hands. The three beauties originally only wanted to take a small bite. However, after the first bite, they couldn't control themselves. Although they didn't wolf down the meat like Niu Kuan and the others. However, the speed at which they ate the roasted meat was extremely shocking. It didn't take long. Chapter 47:14. Awesome. It's really awesome. Niu Kuan patted his stomach. He was now completely full. Moreover, the pure energy contained in the dragon meat was wandering in his body. It made him feel light all over. This feeling was really comfortable. In fact, eating roasted meat might not necessarily hinder one's cultivation. The key was what kind of meat was eaten. Eating ordinary fierce beast meat might have some effect on one's body. But if the roasted meat was dragon meat, not only would it not affect one's cultivation, it was also good for one's cultivation. This was also the reason why the beautiful woman and the others ate so much after knowing that it was dragon meat. Lin Feng chatted with these people for a while. He also had a certain understanding of these people. These cultivators were from the Luo Fu sect. This Luo Fu sect was a sect force in the 9 deity regions. It was the kind of sect that was not particularly strong, but not weak either. They still had some foundation. Ordinary cultivators did not dare to provoke a sect like them. Lin Feng did not know if there was a true immortal realm expert in the sect. They did not say. Lin Feng did not ask either. The beautiful woman was called Yang Ying. The tall beauty was called Yu Mengyaro. The pure and lovely beauty was called Zhao Shuefei. The other 3 male cultivators. The male cultivator in green was called Zhao Qiong. He was Zhao Shuefei's cousin. The male cultivator in purple was called Wang Chuan. The male cultivator in black was called Liu Weihao. The strongest one was Yang Ying, who was at the Earth Immortal Realm. In the sect, as the Pill Pavilion Master, she could be considered as a high level in the sect. As for the rest, they were the top young geniuses in the sect. The strongest ones were Niu Kuan and Yu Mengyao. Both of them were at the Loose Immortal Realm. The others were at the Emperor Realm. This team was led by an Earth Immortal Realm expert. Although it could not be considered particularly strong, it could not be considered weak either. The next day, the team set off. Everyone flew all the way to the depths. Along the way, there were many cultivators coming and going. From time to time, some cultivators could be seen fighting. Naturally, dog-eat-dog situations were common occurrences in the world of cultivators. We don't have a top-level protective magic weapon. If we have a top-level protective magic weapon, we can enter the sea of weak water to search. I heard that there are many great opportunities in the sea of weak water. Niu Kuan couldn't help but lament. Yang Ying said, we'll do as much as we can. We'll only do what we can. We won't force things that we can't do. Although Yang Ying looked like a seductress, she was still able to see through things. Many people in the cultivation world had lost their lives because of greed. This kind of thing was not uncommon. Roar, a high-pitched dragon roar resounded throughout the world. An earth-shaking dragon roar came from the depths of the cave. Lin Feng and the others also heard the dragon roar coming from the depths. Everyone looked towards the depths. Then, he saw over 1,000 cultivators besieging a huge dragon. That was a poisonous dragon, with a green body that could spit out all kinds of terrifying poisons. Many cultivators died under the attack of the poisonous dragon, but the situation of the poisonous dragon under the siege of so many cultivators was extremely bad. There were many deep wounds on its body, and the blood of the poisonous dragon was dark green blood. It was extremely strange. The poisonous dragon was a creature that flew out from the depths of the sea of weak water. Many people wanted to catch the poisonous dragon, because they felt that the poisonous dragon had been living in the sea of weak water. Where was the most important opportunity in the sea of weak water? The poisonous dragon must know. But, in the end, the poisonous dragon escaped. A large number of cultivators chased after the escaping poisonous dragon. Lin Feng and the others continued to fly towards the depths. 5 days later, they heard a news that an island had appeared in front of them. That island seemed to be the ruins of an ancient sect. Now that the ancient sect had been destroyed, but there were still many things left inside the sect. After hearing this news, Lin Feng and the others also flew towards the island. 1 day later, they saw the island. When Lin Feng and the others arrived, there were already many cultivators on the island. Moreover, there were still many cultivators rushing over from all directions. It seemed that they had also heard the news of the island, so they rushed over. Lin Feng and the others landed on the island. The island was extremely large, and at a glance, they couldn't see the end of the island. After all, it was the ruins of an ancient sect, so the area was naturally very large. Lin Feng and the others flew towards the depths of the island. They came to the depths of the island, where many places were densely covered with restrictions. Someone opened the restrictions and was pleasantly surprised to find a shocking discovery in the restrictions. After some people opened the restrictions, they found the bones of dead experts, and then found storage rings inside. After some people opened the restrictions, they found that there was a cultivation cave behind the restrictions. There were also many good things inside the cultivation cave. Those cultivation caves were probably opened by the cultivators of this sect. How strange, why are there so many restrictions in this place? Lin Feng couldn't help but frown. The deepest part of the island was shrouded in rolling black fog. It was an extremely terrifying place that couldn't be casually entered. Some experts tried to enter, but in the end, they died under the attacks of the restrictions in the deepest part of the island. Let's break the restrictions separately, but don't touch the especially powerful ones, Yang Ying said after they arrived at the deepest part of the island. Everyone nodded and split up to break the restrictions. Lin Feng looked towards the depths of the island. That area was the core area of this ancient sect. Who knew what was there? More and more cultivators arrived one after another, including experts from many top forces. Lin Feng even saw some people he recognized. For example, some experts from top factions. Some people also saw Lin Feng, and many of their expressions changed. However, the cultivators who recognized Lin Feng didn't say anything. Not long after, more true immortal level experts arrived. There were 5 or 6 true immortal level experts. Those true immortals had obviously come for the group of palaces in the depths, which were still shrouded in terrifying restrictions. Something good came out. Something good came out. Venting noises sounded from the distance. Someone opened up the restrictions, and then an undying immortal medicine bug unexpectedly flew out. Chapter 47:15. The effects of the immortal herb bug and the immortal herb bug were actually very similar. And Lin Feng wasn't that interested in the immortal herb bug. Because Lin Feng had the 9 phoenix immortal fruit of the immortal herb bug. And there was also the humanoid treasure bug that was even more precious than the immortal herb bug. But Lin Feng was very interested in the immortal herb bug. Because Lin Feng had heard the demon lord mention the immortal herb bug before. The immortal herb bug had many more uses than the immortal herb bug. If the immortal herb bug's origin blood essence was used to refine the body tempering pill, it could then reconstruct a cultivator's physical body. Cultivators like Lin Feng, who had a very high cultivation level, could also rebuild their physical bodies. Actually, reconstructing a physical body was something that could be done when one's cultivation level was lower. And now that Lin Feng's cultivation level was so high, if he could still reconstruct his physical body. For him, it was definitely a great opportunity. It was equivalent to raising his cultivation talent by a large margin. So, when Lin Feng heard about the immortal herb bug, he was instantly interested. If it was possible, he had to get the immortal herb bug. He flew forward. After a short time, Lin Feng arrived, but there was already a huge crowd around him. Not even a drop of water could trickle through. Many people wanted to get the immortal herb bug. So, The people who got the immortal herb bug couldn't escape in time. Hand over the immortal herb bug, or today will be the day you die, a cultivator said with a cold smile. His voice contained a strong killing intent. Cultivators for profit. It was enough to cause rivers of blood. Moreover, the immortal herb bug was too precious. It was enough to make countless people go crazy. Right now, the true immortals hadn't received the news yet. If they did, they would definitely rush over as fast as they could. Lin Feng looked at the crowd. To his surprise, the people who were surrounded were Yang Ying and the others. It turned out that the immortal herb bug was obtained by Niu Kuan. But when Niu Kuan obtained the undying immortal medicinal bug, the powerful medicinal properties of the undying immortal medicinal bug spread out, thus alarming many people. Niu Kuan, Yang Ying, Yu Mengyao, and Wang Chuan were very close to each other. They wanted to leave as soon as possible. However, he was surrounded by people. As for Zhao Qiong, Zhao Xuefei, and Liu Weihao, they were in the crowd. Even if they rushed over now, they would not be of any help. Instead, they would easily drag Yang Ying and the others down. Therefore, they did not show themselves. What are you waiting for? Hand over the immortal herb bugs and you can live. Otherwise, this will be your burial ground. Then, someone else sneered. Niu Kuan was naturally unwilling to hand over something as precious as the immortal herb worm. However, he also knew that he had no choice but to hand it over now. The reason for that was because the strongest among them was none other than Yang Ying. However, Yang Ying was only an earth immortal. At this moment, although the true immortals had yet to arrive, some heavenly immortals and quasi-true immortals had already arrived. They were heavily surrounded again. Therefore, he wanted to escape. It was simply too difficult. Yang Ying said, "There's only one immortal herb worm. We can hand it over, but who should we hand it over to? Of course we should hand it over to our Lord. Our Lord is the nephew of the Ruoshire region's area lord. He's also a relative of the Ruoshire region's imperial family. If you don't hand it over to our Lord, who do you want to hand it over to?" At this moment, a cultivator spoke up. So what if the Ruoshire region is? Our Lord is the cousin of the northern wilderness war god. If you want to hand it over, you should hand it over to our Lord. Another cultivator spoke up. Our Lord is the brother-in-law of the heavenly court's second prince. If you want to hand it over, you should hand it over to our Lord. Many people spoke up to ask for the immortal herb worm. Moreover, they all had extraordinary backgrounds. These people were fighting over who would own the immortal herb worm. Yang Ying said, "If that's the case, then the highest bidder will get it. The immortal herb worm will belong to whoever offers the highest price." Yang Ying wanted to maximize the benefits. In fact, her actions were quite reasonable. However, Yang Ying had forgotten one thing. They were not qualified to bargain with the cultivators of these large factions. Weaklings. Were not qualified to negotiate. Weaklings. They were destined to be bullied. You're courting death. How dare a mere earthly immortal barter with us? You're courting death. An expert's voice was cold. The person who spoke was an old man. This old man was a sky immortal expert. "It's an expert from the 8th-level palace," someone spoke up. They recognized the old man's identity. He was from the 8th-level palace. He was an expert with a deep foundation who had walked out from the Godstone. He stepped forward and sent a palm strike towards Yang Ying. A giant energy handprint condensed in the void and slapped towards Yang Ying. A sky immortal expert had attacked. Naturally, the attack he unleashed was extremely terrifying. Therefore, facing the terrifying attack of the sky immortal expert from the 8th-level palace, Yang Ying had no way of resisting. Sensing the terror of the attack, Yang Ying's beautiful face revealed an expression of extreme fear. Yang Ying did not expect the opponent to be so tyrannical. He attacked as he pleased. Moreover, he wanted to take her life. "Spare me." Yang Ying begged for mercy. She did not want to die. However, she could not resist the attack, so she could only beg for mercy. "How can I spare you?" The sky immortal expert from the 8th-level palace looked indifferent. Naturally, not everyone was as protective of the fairer sex as Lin Feng. Therefore, this sky immortal from the 8th-level palace was determined to kill Yang Ying. Nyo Kuan and the others' expressions changed greatly. However, they could not help much. Yang Ying wanted to avoid the palm strike, but she found that her body was restrained by the aura emitted by the opponent's terrifying palm strike. There was no way she could avoid the opponent's attack. Yang Ying's beautiful eyes could not help but reveal a deep sense of despair. Just when Yang Ying thought that she was going to die, suddenly, a cultivator appeared in front of Yang Ying out of thin air. The cultivator waved his sleeve. The incoming energy palm was instantly shattered. That was an attack executed by a heavenly immortal realm expert, yet it was actually so easily destroyed by this person. Everyone was shocked. This person's cultivation was so terrifying. However, when everyone looked at the cultivator who attacked, they all revealed an expression of disbelief. Because the cultivator who attacked, he was too young. He was too young. The person who attacked was none other than no one else. It was Lin Feng. Who is he? He's so terrifying. I don't know him. He's so young, but he's so terrifying. However, his identity is a mystery. Could he be the son of some sage emperor who walked out of the divine stone? Based on what you've said, it's really possible. Chapter 47:16. Of course, Lin Feng was one of the strongest cultivators in the younger generation of the human race. However, no one believed that the cultivator in front of them was Lin Feng. In their opinion, Lin Feng should be in the Sin realm. This was the weak water domain. The cultivator army in the weak water domain had suffered heavy losses. If Lin Feng dared to come to the weak water domain and was seen by the domain lord of the weak water domain, would he still be alive? Therefore, everyone believed that the person in front of them might really be a descendant of a sage emperor. At this moment, Yang Ying and the others were looking at Lin Feng in disbelief. They had been with Lin Feng for some time. They had never seen Lin Feng display any particularly powerful strength. Everyone thought that Lin Feng was an ordinary cultivator. Who would have thought that Lin Feng was this terrifying? You. Yang Ying was beginning to speak incoherently. However, she was incomparably excited because she had finally managed to keep her life. Lin Feng looked at Yang Ying and asked, "Are you all right?" After hearing Lin Feng's words of concern, Yang Ying couldn't help but feel happy. Even Yang Ying didn't know why she felt this way. Could it be that Lin Feng was young, handsome, strong, gentle, and cared about her, so she was infatuated with him? She wasn't that kind of little girl anymore. However, the feelings in her heart couldn't be false. Yang Ying hurriedly said, "I'm fine. Thank you for saving me, young Master Ji." Young Master Ji? His surname is Ji. That's a rare surname. Many people couldn't help but frown when they heard Yang Ying call Lin Feng young Master Ji. They had no impression of this powerful clan with that surname. As for the sovereign emperor clan, there were too few cultivators who knew of this clan's surname. Young Master Ji, my ass. This guy is Lin Feng. Some cultivators couldn't help but mutter to themselves. However, they didn't remind those who didn't know of Lin Feng's identity because doing so might offend Lin Feng. Naturally, the gains wouldn't make up for the losses. "Brother Ji, you're so powerful." Nyo Kuan couldn't help but exclaim. Lin Feng, who had been with them for many days, suddenly became so powerful that they were caught off guard. Even now, he still found it hard to believe. Lin Feng smiled and said, "I'm not that powerful, but I have the ability to protect myself." At this moment, even the long-legged beauty Yu Mengyaro and the pure and innocent Zhao Shuefei looked at Lin Feng. Her beautiful eyes shone with extraordinary splendor. Among the spectating cultivators, many female cultivators also looked at Lin Feng. Some female cultivators tried their best to inquire about Lin Feng to see if they could befriend Lin Feng. Such a young hero naturally made many female cultivators secretly fall for him. "Kid, who are you? How dare you meddle in our business?" The 8th-level Palace's celestial immortal's expression suddenly sank. He looked coldly at Lin Feng. Lin Feng said indifferently, "Who I am is not something you're qualified to know." Lin Feng's words caused an uproar in the surroundings. Because Lin Feng's words were too arrogant. He didn't put the 8th-level Palace's celestial immortal in his eyes at all. He was a celestial immortal expert. Although celestial immortal experts were no longer considered the pinnacle of combat strength with the emergence of celestial immortal experts. However, it wasn't that celestial immortal experts weren't powerful enough. In fact, it was the opposite. Celestial immortal experts were very powerful. Although Lin Feng blocked the attack of the 8th-level Palace's celestial immortal, it was obvious that the celestial immortal had just casually attacked. There must be some hidden terrifying means that he hadn't used yet. If the 8th-level Palace's celestial immortal expert used those hidden means, how terrifying would it be? But even so, Lin Feng still didn't put the 8th-level Palace's celestial immortal expert in his eyes. Such an arrogant attitude was indeed hard to understand. Could it be? Was Lin Feng really so powerful that he could ignore celestial immortal experts? Even if Lin Feng was the son of the Sage Emperor, Lin Feng was still too young. To be able to compete with celestial immortals was already extremely heaven-defying and unbelievable. But, even if he could compete with celestial immortal experts, he was still far from being able to ignore celestial immortal experts. Of course, there was another extremely important matter. The 8th-level Palace's celestial immortal expert wasn't alone. He had a group of experts by his side, all of whom were 8th-level Palace's experts. Among those people, there might even be celestial immortal experts. Everyone didn't believe that Lin Feng didn't see the other 8th-level Palace's cultivators. Lin Feng actually dared to be so arrogant when he saw the other 8th-level Palace's cultivators. He really didn't put them in his eyes. Therefore, everyone wanted to see if Lin Feng really had some powerful trump cards. Or was it just because he was arrogant? Kid, I've seen all kinds of top-notch geniuses, but I've never seen anyone as arrogant as you. Do you really think that you can be arrogant in front of me just because you have some strength? Cripple one of your arms now, and I'll spare your life. Otherwise, I'll make sure you die a horrible death. The 8th-level Palace's celestial immortal expert said with a gloomy expression, his eyes flashing with dense killing intent. Everyone knew that there was no way for both sides to resolve this matter peacefully. Lin Feng said indifferently, there will always be some people who don't know what they're worth. Lin Feng was obviously mocking the 8th-level Palace's celestial immortal expert. Many people couldn't help but smile bitterly because Lin Feng was really too good at showing off. In fact, many people didn't think highly of Lin Feng. After all, even if Lin Feng really had a way to deal with the 8th-level Palace's celestial immortal expert. However, would the other members of the 8th-level Palace sit by and do nothing? Obviously not. Could Lin Feng deal with so many experts of the 8th-level Palace by himself? The other experts of the major factions were also watching with great interest. They didn't intervene, but planned to observe the situation first before deciding on their next course of action. You're courting death. The 8th-level Palace's celestial immortal expert was furious, and he directly sent a palm strike at Lin Feng. The 8th-level Palace's celestial immortal expert condensed an illusory world in his hand, which seemed to be an ancient divine country. The living beings in that world were very powerful, and their bodies were shrouded in divine light. Just like the ancient titled gods. Divine country in the palm, that's a top-notch divine ability passed down by the 8th-level Palace. It seems like the 8th-level Palace's celestial immortal expert is getting serious. I wonder if that young cultivator can withstand his attack. Some cultivators couldn't help but exclaim. Everyone looked at Lin Feng and the 8th-level Palace's celestial immortal expert. Everyone was guessing the outcome of this battle. Chapter 47:17. Be careful, young Master Ji. Yang Ying couldn't help but exclaim worriedly. She didn't want Lin Feng to be in danger. Moreover, Lin Feng only took action to save her. If Lin Feng were to be in danger, she wouldn't be able to eat or sleep well. It's just a small trick. Lin Feng smiled faintly. Many people couldn't help but mutter. Lin Feng was either showing off, or he was on his way to showing off. At this moment, Lin Feng also made his move. Facing the terrifying attack of the 8th-level Palace's Sky Immortal expert, Lin Feng gently slashed in the void. It met the dazzling sword Qi and was sent flying. Thut! The dazzling sword chi directly slashed at the divine kingdom formed by the other party. That eternal divine nation. It was instantly torn apart. Then, Lin Feng's sword chi didn't diminish in power. It directly slashed towards the sky immortal expert of the 8th-level palace. When they saw this scene, everyone showed an expression of disbelief. Because the scene in front of them was really too shocking. That was a powerful attack of a sky immortal expert, but it was broken just like that. Originally, many people thought that Lin Feng was deliberately mystifying and bluffing. But now, they could be sure. Lin Feng was really powerful. However, even though they saw Lin Feng's powerful strength with their own eyes, they still felt a sense of disbelief. The main reason was that Lin Feng was really too young. If Lin Feng was older, he wouldn't need to have a lifespan of hundreds of thousands of years. Even if Lin Feng only had a lifespan of tens of thousands of years, he could display such combat strength. Everyone wouldn't be too surprised. But Lin Feng's lifespan was only a little more than 100 years. Many people at this age hadn't even broken through to the God realm, but Lin Feng was already able to suppress a sky immortal expert. There was a saying that went, "Comparisons are odious." Perhaps this was the logic behind it. At this moment, Lin Feng's sword chi had already arrived in front of the 8th-level palace's celestial immortal expert. After sensing the terrifying might of the sword chi, the celestial immortals of the 8th-level palace didn't dare to be careless. He hurriedly took out a powerful defensive magic treasure. It was a shield that was square in shape. The surface of the shield was densely covered with runes. These runes were formed by interweaving runes. The shield was extremely powerful. At this time, Lin Feng's sword chi chopped down on the shield. Suddenly, a fierce collision sound was heard. After the violent collision, everyone saw that the celestial immortal expert of the Bag Palace was sent flying along with his shield. Lin Feng's sword chi attack was too terrifying. It was so terrifying that it made people pale with fright. Even a celestial immortal expert of the Bag Palace who was holding a defensive shield couldn't block it. This scene caused the expressions of many spectators to change. Wow! In midair, the 8th-level palace celestial immortal expert coughed out large mouthfuls of blood. The powerful shockwave caused extremely serious damage to his body. Plop! The celestial immortal expert of the 8th-level palace fell to the ground. His face was as white as paper. Who the hell are you? The group of experts of the 8th-level palace looked at Lin Feng in horror. Everybody was astonished. Everybody was looking at Lin Feng in astonishment. Because the combat strength Lin Feng displayed was too terrifying. This included those who knew Lin Feng before. At this moment, they looked at Lin Feng with deep shock and horror. Lin Feng was even more terrifying than before. No. To be precise, Lin Feng was even more terrifying than before. They really didn't know how Lin Feng managed to raise his cultivation base in such a short period of time. However, when they thought of Lin Feng's father, Lin Batian, their faces immediately revealed a relieved expression. As the saying went, a tiger father wouldn't beget a dog son. Back then, Lin Batian was also incomparably heaven-defying. His rise was even faster. Since it was something Lin Batian could do, Lin Feng, as Lin Baitian's son, could also do it. What was there to be surprised about? Kneel. I won't kill you. Or else. Die. Lin Feng looked at the experts of the 8th-level palace with an indifferent expression. His voice sounded like it came from the depths of hell. Surrounded by experts. If so many experts of the major factions attacked Lin Feng together, Lin Feng naturally wouldn't be able to handle it. After all, ants could bite an elephant to death when there were enough of them. Not to mention, there were so many powerful cultivators. Lin Feng was acting so overbearing and domineering towards the people of the 8th-level palace. It was to make an example out of them. He wanted the people of the other factions to not act rashly. Many cultivators of the major factions frowned slightly. Lin Feng's arrogance was indeed beyond their expectations. We're from the 8th-level palace. Do you know what it means to have us kneel? A celestial immortal expert said. So what if you're from the 8th-level palace? Lin Feng sneered. My patience is limited. How you choose is up to you. Lin Feng didn't say anything else. However, everyone could feel that dense killing intent from Lin Feng. The female cultivators who were watching the show all admired Lin Feng. They couldn't wait to throw themselves at him. Such a domineering man. He was truly too captivating. I'll kneel. I'll kneel. Don't kill me. Someone from the 8th-level palace finally couldn't take it anymore. He was worried that Lin Feng would really kill him. With a plop, he knelt on the ground. Then, he begged for mercy from Lin Feng. Spare me. Spare me. One of them began to beg for mercy. One after another, many others knelt on the ground and begged for mercy. Even the faces of the other 2 celestial immortals turned ugly. They wanted to fight Lin Feng, but when they thought of how Lin Feng had easily injured the other celestial immortal, they couldn't help but smile. The 2 celestial immortals couldn't help but smile bitterly. The strength that Lin Feng hadn't been able to display before was too strong. It wasn't something that they could contend against. Perhaps only a peak celestial immortal, or even a quasi-true immortal, could contend against Lin Feng. The 2 celestial immortals knelt on the ground with gloomy expressions. Even celestial immortals are kneeling. Many people looked at each other in dismay. They couldn't believe their eyes. The 8th-level palace's true immortal patriarch is here. At this time, a cultivator in the outer region shouted loudly. Hearing this, everyone looked into the distance and saw an old man flying over. The old man's aura was extremely terrifying, like a living titled god. It was indeed the 8th-level palace's true immortal patriarch. Moreover, he was an old acquaintance of Lin Feng. Even a true immortal patriarch is here. That young master is dead for sure. Many people couldn't help but say. They looked at Lin Feng as if they were looking at a dead man. Ha 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 ha, kid, let's see how you die later. When the 8th-level palace cultivator saw their true immortal patriarch arrive, he quickly stood up and looked at Lin Feng with a sinister smile. Chapter 47:18. Young Master Ji, run away quickly, said Yang Ying, Yu Meng Yarrow, Niu Kuan, and the others hastily when they saw the Bag Palace's true celestial cultivators. He couldn't stay in this place any longer. A true immortal realm expert was too terrifying. Who would be able to resist an expert of this level? Lin Feng might have displayed heaven-defying strength, but in everyone's eyes, there was still a huge gap between Lin Feng and a true immortal. However, Lin Feng didn't run away. He still stood there calmly, which made Yang Ying and the others very worried. Many people muttered, "Why didn't Lin Feng run away? Could it be that he knew he couldn't escape, so he decided not to?" After all, the other party was a true immortal. Escaping from the hands of a true immortal was indeed as difficult as ascending to the heavens. 8th-level Palace's old ancestor quickly flew over. Someone had already informed him of everything that had happened here. 8th-level Palace's old ancestor was naturally furious. In fact, the things that had happened during this period of time had infuriated him. But now, someone actually dared to humiliate 8th-level Palace's cultivators. He could make use of this opportunity to vent the resentment in his heart. How dare you humiliate my 8th-level Palace's cultivators? No one in this world can save your life. 8th-level Palace's old ancestor's voice was heard even before he arrived. Many people knew that Lin Feng was dead for sure this time. The cultivators from the major factions were more regretful. This was because 8th-level Palace's old ancestor was the first true immortal to arrive here. Therefore, the immortal herb worm of immortality would be taken by 8th-level Palace's people. 8th-level Palace's old ancestor quickly flew over. Old ancestor, this is the person who humiliated our 8th-level Palace. An 8th-level Palace's cultivator pointed at Lin Feng, his eyes full of hatred. As a cultivator of 8th-level Palace, he walked with his head held high and his chest puffed out. He was respected by the world. But now, Lin Feng had forced him to kneel and beg for mercy. This was a great humiliation. They couldn't wait to see Lin Feng's head separated from his body. The 8 Extreme Palace's old ancestor looked in the direction the other party was pointing at. "It's you." When the old ancestor saw Lin Feng, he was so scared that his whole body trembled. His face turned green. He turned around and fled. Before anyone could react, The 8 Extreme Palace's old ancestor had already fled without a trace. What's going on? Everyone looked at each other in dismay, not knowing what had happened. The old ancestor of the Baji Palace saw Lin Feng. He turned around and fled. This scene was simply too inconceivable, too unimaginable. That was a patriarch of the true immortal realm. How terrifying was his strength? How powerful was he? Why did he turn around and run? Could it be that they were scared away? This thought suddenly flashed through many people's minds. How could this be? When this thought appeared, everyone felt that it was inconceivable. They did not dare to believe all of this. The old ancestors of the 8 Extreme Palace were experts who stood at the pinnacle of the undying realm. He was actually scared away by a junior. This kind of thing was really too unbelievable. However, everything that had happened just now seemed to have confirmed this matter. This young master before them, did he have the strength to scare away a true immortal realm expert? At the thought of this, many people felt as though their hearts were surging with torrential waves. If that were true, it would be way too horrifying. Many people did not even want to believe that it was true. However, the actions of the 8 Extreme Palace's old ancestor seemed to have explained everything. They had no choice but to believe it. At this moment, the group of cultivators of the 8 Extreme Palace came back to their senses. Their bodies began to tremble violently. When they saw the arrival of the 8 Extreme Palace's old ancestor, they thought that they could finally take revenge. Who would have thought that? When the 8 Extreme Palace's old ancestor caught sight of Lin Feng, he was scared out of his wits and fled. And now, they were left to face Lin Feng. Even a true immortal old ancestor was scared to such a state. What did they have to fight against Lin Feng? Misunderstanding. It's all a misunderstanding. The group of 8 Extreme Palace cultivators were on the verge of tears. The group of 8 Extreme Palace cultivators hurriedly knelt on the ground. Bang bang bang. Then, the group of people constantly kowtowed and apologized to Lin Feng, including 3 Sky Immortal Realm experts. They were also kowtowing and apologizing. In order to live, they had no choice. They did not want to die. The longer they lived, the more they cherished their lives. Therefore, in the face of dignity and life, these people did not hesitate to choose life. A person dying was like a lamp going out. If they died, everything would be for naught. Therefore, in the eyes of countless people, a bad life was better than a good death. What kind of person is he? He's like a god descending to the mortal world. He's really handsome. I really want to be his woman. Even if it's just for one night, I'm willing. At this moment, many beautiful female cultivators were looking at Lin Feng. Those beautiful female cultivators looked at Lin Feng as if they wanted to eat Lin Feng alive. Now, they wanted nothing more than to throw themselves at him. Lin Feng was like a poison that attracted them, making them willing to sacrifice everything for him. As for those male cultivators, many of them looked at Lin Feng with a kind of worship. After their strength rose to Lin Feng's level, they could no longer feel envious or jealous. They only had admiration and deep worship for Lin Feng. Yang Ying's beautiful eyes were also full of splendor. Such a man made her heart beat faster. Yu Mengyaro was the same. Her pair of beautiful eyes were fixed on Lin Feng. She had never paid so much attention to a man, and had such a good impression of him. Young Master Ji is so amazing, Zhao Xuefei said happily. Everyone was still in a state of deep shock. Lin Feng did not bother to pay attention to the 8 Extreme Palace cultivators kneeling on the ground. He looked at Yang Ying, Yu Mengyaro, and the others and said, "Let's go." They came back to their senses and hurriedly nodded. Although there were many experts here, many people were eyeing the immortal herb bug covetously. However, they did not dare to stop Lin Feng and the others. Everyone opened a path for Lin Feng and the others. They allowed Lin Feng and the others to leave without a hitch. Zhao Xuefei and the others in the crowd also followed. Everyone flew into the distance. They came to a place where there was no one. "Young Master Ji, how are you so amazing? How did you cultivate?" Zhao Xuefei asked in amazement. Lin Feng smiled and said, "My method may not be suitable for you. Step by step, you will also become stronger and stronger. Nyo Kuan and the others cupped their fists and said, "We understand." Nyo Kuan then took out the immortal herb bug and handed it to Lin Feng. He said, "Brother Ji, although this thing is precious, leaving it with us might bring about the destruction of our sect. I'll give it to you." Nyo Kuan was very generous. Lin Feng took the immortal herb bug and said, "I won't take it for free. I have a treasure here that I'll give to you. I'll use this treasure to exchange for the immortal herb bug." Chapter 47:19. This immortal artifact was called the Immortal Splitting Axe. It was a peak true immortal artifact and was extremely valuable. Among the dozens of immortal artifacts that Lin Feng had obtained, this immortal splitting axe was definitely one of the more valuable ones. However, Lin Feng had no use for this treasure. He could give it to Nyo Kuan. As for Nyo Kuan, he was a burly man. His aura was very compatible with this treasure. Is this a peak true immortal artifact? Nyo Kuan was quite knowledgeable. Hence, when he saw this treasure, his eyes widened. His breathing became extremely rapid. Such a treasure. He didn't even dare to dream about it. But now, he was about to obtain such a treasure. Yes. Lin Feng nodded. "You're really giving it to me?" Nyo Kuan asked in disbelief. "Of course." Lin Feng nodded again. Nyo Kuan took the immortal splitting axe. He played with it lovingly. The others looked at Nyo Kuan with envy. Nyo Kuan was the one who obtained the immortal herb bug. Hence, when Lin Feng exchanged it for something, Nyo Kuan would naturally get the benefits. Hence, everyone could only envy Nyo Kuan's good luck. If there was jealousy, there was no jealousy. The relationship between these people was very good. Otherwise, they wouldn't have come out to train together. I'll spread the news that I obtained the immortal herb bug. This way, you won't have to worry about others targeting you. However, there's an 80% chance that some people will think that you've obtained some benefits from me. Hence, they will attack you. We have to be on guard against this, Lin Feng said. Yang Ying said, "We've already obtained some opportunities. This time, our harvest is not bad. We plan to leave this place. This way, even if someone tries to plot against us, they won't be able to do so." Hearing Yang Ying's words, Lin Feng couldn't help but praise her for her intelligence. Actually, Lin Feng hoped that Yang Ying and the others would leave. He couldn't stay with them forever. Perhaps some people would capture them to threaten him. At this time, it would be beneficial for Yang Ying and the others to leave. It would be beneficial for him as well. However, it was up to Yang Ying and the others whether to leave or not. Lin Feng could not interfere with their thoughts. As for Yang Ying, very smart. Therefore, she also understood the various interests involved, so she decided to leave. "Good. I don't have anything to give you. How about this? I'll give each of you 1,000,000 immortal stones as a parting gift," Lin Feng said with a smile. With a wave of his hand, 7 rivers of immortal stones flew out. Each river was made up of 1,000,000 immortal stones. After seeing the long river of immortal stones, all of them widened their eyes. 1,000,000 immortal stones was an astronomical figure to them. Even though Yang Ying held a high position in the sect, she only received 3,000 immortal stones every month. It was just enough for cultivation. 1,000,000 immortal stones was an astronomical figure even to her, let alone to others. However, these immortal stones were merely a hair from 9 oxen to Lin Feng. Not to mention a mere few million immortal stones. Even a few 100,000,000 immortal stones were nothing to Lin Feng. "These immortal stones are too precious, we can't accept it," Yang Ying said. Lin Feng said, "Accept it, you can use it for your cultivation in the future." Seeing Lin Feng's insistence, Yang Ying said, "Thank you, young Master Ji, thank you, young Master Ji." The others also expressed their thanks one after another. Then, they happily accepted the immortal stones. "Young Master Ji, if you have time in the future, you can come to our Luo Fu sect. When the time comes, I will definitely treat you well," Yang Ying said charmingly. Seeing that pair of watery eyes, Lin Feng's heart could not help but tremble slightly. What did Yang Ying mean by this? Could it be that there was another deeper meaning? If he went to the Luo Fu sect, Could it be that she wanted to throw herself into his arms? Who could reject such a beautiful woman throwing herself into his arms? Good. If there is a chance, I will definitely go to the Luo Fu sect to see you. Lin Feng nodded and said. After receiving a positive answer, Yang Ying could not help but feel extremely happy. Then, she bid farewell to Lin Feng. The group left. Lin Feng looked at the immortal herb bug in his hand. The immortal herb bug had been sealed by Niu Kuan. Therefore, it could not struggle now. This bug was the size of a thumb. It was milky white. It emitted a refreshing fragrance. The immortal herb bug. You actually obtained the immortal herb bug. At this moment, a voice rang in Lin Feng's mind. This was the voice of the Demon Lord. The Demon Lord had actually awakened. Demon Lord, you're awake, Lin Feng said in surprise. The Demon Lord replied. Lin Feng asked, you don't have to worry about being discovered by the Celestial Emperor now? The Demon Lord said, I have already fused with the skeleton I obtained earlier. Even the Celestial Emperor would have a hard time discovering me. Lin Feng knew that the skeleton the Demon Lord was referring to was Emperor Yaro's skeleton. Lin Feng had previously suspected that the Demon Lord's past life was Emperor Yaro, one of the 5 emperors of the human race. However, Lin Feng had not asked the Demon Lord about this. Therefore, he did not know if his guess was correct. However, since the Demon Lord had mentioned Emperor Yaro's skeleton, then, he could use this opportunity to ask the Demon Lord about it. Lin Feng asked, Demon Lord, your past life, was it the human race's ancient sacred emperor, Yaro Di? After hearing Lin Feng's question, the Demon Lord was not surprised. Perhaps he had already guessed that Lin Feng would ask such a question. He said, what difference does it make whether I was or not? Emperor Yaro died a long time ago, and I am me. Lin Feng understood the meaning of the Demon Lord's words. In fact, the Demon Lord was indirectly admitting it. His past life was Emperor Yaro. However, after Emperor Yaro reincarnated, he only had some memories of his past life left, but his soul was already dead. As for those memories, they became the Demon Lord's memories. Later, the Demon Lord awakened those memories. He was the Demon Lord, not Emperor Yaro. The Demon Lord did not continue on this topic. He said, you can use the immortal herb bug's blood essence to refine the body-tempering liquid. Aren't you refining the body-tempering pill to reconstruct your body? How did it become the body-tempering liquid? Lin Feng asked. The Demon Lord said, refining the body-tempering pill is extremely difficult. The main reason is that other than the immortal herb bug's blood essence, you also need several precious herbs. Those herbs could not be found in the immemorial era, let alone now. As for refining the body-tempering liquid, it is much easier. Although the herbs required are precious, they can be found. How is the effect? Lin Feng asked. The body-tempering liquid has about 60% of the effect of the body-tempering pill, the Demon Lord said. Lin Feng said, then the effect is not bad. The Demon Lord said, these years, you have collected many spiritual herbs and even immortal herbs. You have also planted many spiritual herbs and immortal herbs. I will go look for them and see if I can gather all the herbs needed to refine the body-tempering liquid. Chapter 47:20. The Demon Lord entered the space-time zone and began to search for the various medicinal ingredients he needed. Lin Feng indeed had a lot of medicinal ingredients here, and there were also a lot of medicinal ingredients planted in the space-time zone. Thus, the Demon Lord was able to find many medicinal ingredients here. However, there were also some medicinal ingredients that the Demon Lord was unable to find. Lin Feng also entered the space-time zone. He asked, how are the medicinal ingredients needed to refine the body-tempering liquid coming along? The Demon Lord said, there are still more than 10 medicinal ingredients that have not been collected. Lin Feng frowned and said, if that's the case, then it seems that there is no way to refine the body-tempering liquid for now. In the future, when we go to some ancient cities, I will go to those big trading companies to search. Those big trading companies should have the medicinal ingredients we need. The Demon Lord said, there is no need to go through so much trouble. There are many medicinal ingredients that can be replaced by other spiritual ingredients. Lin Feng also understood this point. For example, when refining certain medicinal pills, when a certain medicinal ingredient could not be found, other similar medicinal ingredients could be used to replace it. However, using other similar medicinal ingredients to replace it was actually risky. This was because one did not know if this medicinal ingredient would conflict with other medicinal ingredients. If there was a conflict, then all the medicinal ingredients would be destroyed. Thus, when using other medicinal ingredients to replace medicinal ingredients that could not be found, one had to be very careful. There could not be any carelessness. This required the cultivator to be extremely familiar with the various medicinal properties of the substitute medicinal ingredients. This time, the demon lord was looking for more than 10 different medicinal ingredients to replace it. The more medicinal ingredients that were substituted, the higher the probability of problems occurring. The immortal herb worm's origin blood essence was incomparably precious, so one naturally had to be very careful. Lin Feng said, "There won't be any problems, right?" The demon lord said, "Don't worry, there won't be any problems." With the demon lord's guarantee, Lin Feng was relieved. Lin Feng continued, "Let's see if we can find the medicinal ingredients we need in the space-time zone." The demon lord immediately began to search for these substitute medicinal ingredients. Finally, the demon lord found more than 10 types of spiritual ingredients that could replace the original medicinal ingredients. In this way, the spirit herbs needed to refine the body-tempering liquid were all collected. Apart from the immortal herbworm's origin blood essence, the demon lord also needed 7 types of immortal herbs, 30 types of sacred herbs over 300,000 years old, 70 types of sacred herbs between 100,000 and 300,000 years old, and 351 types of spirit herbs between 10,000 and 100,000 years old. The demon lord said, "I need to borrow your heavenly fire." Lin Feng nodded and said, "The purple earth core fire is more effective in refining elixirs." "Let's use the purple earth core fire," said Lin Feng while summoning the purple earth core fire. He then summoned the primordial magic cauldron. Lin Feng then took out a drop of essence blood from the undying immortal herb bug. The immortal herb insect only had a few drops of essence blood in its body. After Lin Feng took the drop of original blood essence, Lin Feng's eyes lit up. The immortal herb bug instantly became dispirited and listless. The demon lord said, "Find some top-grade spirit herbs to feed it. If you have enough immortal herbs, that would be even better. Feeding it with immortal herbs would have the best effect. However, you must not feed it to death. This kind of immortal herb bug, if you don't feed it, it can enter a state of deep sleep and not die. If you feed it, it will keep eating until it bloats to death." Hearing this, Lin Feng couldn't help but roll his eyes. Was it trying to be a bloated ghost? This made Lin Feng quite speechless. Lin Feng said, "I will be careful. I won't let it directly bloat to death." The demon lord nodded and then began to refine the body-tempering liquid. Lin Feng took out the purple earth core fire to help the demon lord. Refining this kind of body-tempering liquid was not difficult for the demon lord. Of course. Even so, he still had to pay attention to the things that he should pay attention to. Because after all, he only needed to take one wrong step. At that time, it was very likely that this refining would fail. This kind of thing was actually very common. Many cultivators had made some mistakes during the process of refining medicine. This led to the destruction of the refined medicine. This would lead to the loss of all the spirit herbs. If the spirit herbs were easy to find, it would be fine. But what if the spirit herbs were not easy to find? That would be terrible. Fortunately, when the demon lord was refining, he was very careful and focused. After spending 3 days, the demon lord successfully refined the body-tempering liquid. Then, the demon lord put the body-tempering liquid into 2 porcelain bottles. He took one of the porcelain bottles for himself. The other porcelain bottle was given to Lin Feng. The demon lord said, "I left a part of the body-tempering liquid that I need. The rest of the liquid is in here. I estimate that you can use a part of this liquid to reconstruct your body for the 2nd time. As for the rest of the liquid, you can give it to those little guys in the time-space. Lin Feng knew that the little guys that the demon lord was talking about were Bibi and the others. Lin Feng nodded and said, "No problem, but they are still sleeping. Let's wait for them to wake up." "Okay." The demon lord responded and then returned to the demon orb. Lin Feng guessed that there might have been some problems when the demon lord fused with Emperor Yarrow's skeleton. Therefore, he urgently needed this body-tempering liquid to repair some of the problems in his body. Lin Feng certainly hoped that the demon lord could become stronger. This would also have many benefits for him. After the demon lord returned to the demon orb, Lin Feng looked at the space porcelain bottle in his hand that contained the body-tempering liquid. His face couldn't help but reveal a happy expression. Lin Feng couldn't wait to reconstruct his body for the second time. This body-tempering liquid couldn't be directly swallowed. Instead, it had to be diluted in water. Then, it could be slowly refined and absorbed. Only in this way could the medicinal effects of this spirit liquid be fully unleashed. Of course, there was also an extremely important reason. This body-tempering liquid was very domineering. If it was directly swallowed, not only would it not have the effect of tempering the body, it would even cause extremely serious damage to one's body. This was what the demon lord had warned Lin Feng before. Therefore, Lin Feng filled the primordial magic cauldron with spirit spring water. Then, he poured some body-tempering liquid, took off his clothes, and jumped into the body-tempering liquid. Lin Feng activated the ancient dragonesque elephant art. He began to absorb the pure energy contained in the body-tempering liquid. As time passed, the pure energy contained in the body-tempering liquid was gradually absorbed by Lin Feng. Lin Feng could even hear crackling sounds coming from his body. Chapter 47:21. Comfortable. 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 This feeling was really comfortable. It was as if he was going to transform from a mortal to an immortal. It was really like floating in the air. Now Lin Feng felt as if all the pores in his body had opened up. All the pores seemed to be greedily breathing in the spiritual energy between heaven and earth. Lin Feng had never felt so comfortable. Lin Feng knew the benefits of the second transformation of the physical body might be much more than imagined. Lin Feng suddenly felt a sticky feeling on his body. This was because the impurities in Lin Feng's body were being expelled. In fact, sometimes when we try to expel the impurities in our body, we can't expel them. It's not because there are no more impurities in our body. It's because the method we use, or the elixir we use, doesn't work. The higher the cultivation, the harder it is to expel the impurities in the body. The higher the cultivation, the higher the body's requirements for various elixirs. And obviously, this body-tempering elixir was too extraordinary. As the impurities in the body were expelled, Lin Feng felt more and more relaxed, and his body seemed to have a very special blend with heaven and earth. It was as if he had completely merged with heaven and earth. His body also became more clean. But Lin Feng couldn't extravagantly hope that his body would become flawless. Actually, being flawless was just a beautiful dream, nothing more. Flawless meant that there were no impurities in the body. How was this possible? One had to know that even drinking spirit spring water would accumulate some impurities in the body. It was just that the food was different. The accumulated impurities were also different. Except for some foreign impurities. A cultivator's own body would also continuously produce impurities, toxins, and other things. Therefore, flawless didn't exist. But even if it didn't exist, a cultivator could make himself as close to the state of flawless as possible. This state was extremely important for a cultivator. It could make them more compatible with heaven and earth. And this compatibility, it could help them comprehend a more mysterious great Tao. Lin Feng now felt that his body seemed to be more compatible with heaven and earth. This feeling was really comfortable. Time passed little by little. Lin Feng's body had been undergoing a deep transformation. No one knew how much time had passed. Lin Feng's body was covered in a layer of black substance. Those were the impurities and toxins that were expelled from the body. And at this moment, Lin Feng finally opened his eyes. Heavens, my body actually discharged so many filthy things. Lin Feng's face was filled with disbelief when he saw the filth on his body. This was because Lin Feng often used heavenly fire to temper his body. Therefore, Lin Feng felt that there were very few impurities and toxins in his body. But now he knew. His previous thoughts. Big mistake. Lin Feng carefully sensed his current situation, and his face suddenly revealed a look of ecstasy. The body of a true immortal. Lin Feng's body. He had successfully broken through to the true immortal realm. This was definitely a major transformation. His cultivation had yet to break through to the true immortal realm. Even so, his fleshly body had already broken through to the true immortal stage. This made Lin Feng extremely happy. It was hard to imagine that a true immortal body could unleash 6 times the combat strength of the arm of the dragonesque elephant. When the time came, what kind of terrifying level would the combat strength of the arm of the dragonesque elephant reach? Of course, Lin Feng could not only increase the power of the arm of the dragonesque elephant to the peak after his body had broken through to the true immortal realm. Lin Feng's other abilities would also be greatly enhanced. For example, the war god of the draconesque elephant that Lin Feng could summon would also be more powerful. This was because Lin Feng's body could withstand more power from the war god of the draconesque elephant. Therefore, the combat strength of the war god of the draconesque elephant would also be more terrifying than before. If my Archean dragonesque elephant skill can break through to the 6th level and comprehend the divine body of the draconesque elephant, my combat strength will definitely increase greatly. Lin Feng couldn't help but mumble to himself. Lin Feng's Archean dragonesque elephant skill was now at the 5th level. The first 5 levels were Draconesque Elephant Shadow, Draconesque Elephant Saint Power, Draconesque Elephant Original Spirit, Draconesque Elephant Fighting Spirit, Draconesque Elephant Arm War God of the Draconesque Elephant. The 6th level of the Archean Dragonesque Elephant skill was called the Divine Body of the Draconesque Elephant. The arm of the Draconesque Elephant was only one of the abilities of the Draconesque Elephant. The Divine Body of the Draconesque Elephant was different. Once the Divine Body of the Draconesque Elephant was successfully cultivated, Lin Feng's body would be able to reach the level of the Draconesque Elephant's body. This would be absolutely heaven-defying. One had to know. The Draconesque Elephant's body could suppress the true dragon, white tiger, and other terrifying sacred beasts. It could also suppress creatures from the divine demons and demon gods who were known for their powerful bodies. Therefore, if Lin Feng's body reached the level of the Draconesque Elephant's body, his combat strength would be unimaginable. However, the 6th level of the Archean Dragonesque Elephant skill was extremely difficult to cultivate. Lin Feng had been trying to break through, but to no avail. Of course, Lin Feng wouldn't give up. He was confident in himself. Soon after, he would definitely be able to break through. Lin Feng tried to contact the Demon Lord, but the Demon Lord didn't reply to Lin Feng. It seemed that the Demon Lord was still cultivating. At this time, Bibi, Little Black, and Little Dragon woke up one after another. After seeing these little guys wake up, Lin Feng began to let Bibi and the others temper their bodies. Lin Feng prepared the spirit spring water for them. Then he mixed the body-tempering spirit liquid. Bibi and the others entered the primordial magic cauldron and began to absorb the spirit liquid. Lin Feng washed the dirt off his body, changed into clean clothes, and walked out of the time-space. Rumble, at this moment, an earth-shattering sound came from the depths of the island. After Lin Feng came out of seclusion, he floated in the air and looked towards the depths of the island. He saw, in the depths of the island, many strong cultivators were fighting against a group of demons and gods. Lin Feng was astonished. Those divine demons had 3 heads and 6 arms and were abnormally powerful. They were the divine demons that had rushed out from the restriction in the depths of the island. Although the large factions outside had sent out many experts and even used treasures like sacred weapons. However, they still couldn't defeat those dozens of divine demons. Those dozens of divine demons were simply too powerful. They aren't living beings. When Lin Feng got closer to the depths, he discovered something shocking. Those gods and devils were long dead, refined into puppets. A group of puppet divine demons. They were actually so powerful. Back then, these divine demons must have been extremely powerful. As for the cultivators who killed these fiend gods and refined them into puppets, they were even more terrifying. Chapter 47:22. There were also a lot of cultivators who came to watch the show. Many of them were discussing the battle. This was already the 7th time these major factions had joined forces to attack the restriction in the depths of the island. In the beginning, they were only met with a counterattack from the restriction. Later on, many powerful god-fiend puppets appeared. Those fiend god golems were extremely powerful, and no one dared to underestimate them. In order to kill those god-fiend puppets, the major factions suffered heavy losses. I heard that the sect in the depths of this island is the famous Soaring Heaven sect. It's no wonder these major factions are so crazy, a cultivator said. Soaring Heaven sect? What kind of faction is that? I've never heard of it, another cultivator said. He had never heard of the Soaring Heaven sect. The main reason was that the Soaring Heaven sect had existed for too long. That was why there were so few cultivators who knew about it. Lin Feng also heard the cultivators' conversation and could not help but frown slightly. The Soaring Heaven sect? What kind of sect was that? Lin Feng was a cultivator who ascended from the lower realm. Therefore, he was even less familiar with the factions in the Undying Realm. Not to mention the factions that had disappeared in the past. Lin Feng did not even have a clear understanding of many of the current factions. He did not interrupt and instead listened carefully to the cultivators' conversation. The Soaring Heaven sect is an amazing sect. At that moment, the cultivator said. In the past, when the Soaring Heaven sect was at its peak, it once intimidated thousands of worlds. Even the Heaven Master of the Heaven Realm feared the Soaring Heaven sect. What? The Soaring Heaven sect is that powerful? Many cultivators exclaimed when they heard the cultivator's introduction of the Soaring Heaven sect. They could not believe what they were hearing. The Soaring Heaven sect. It was indeed shocking that a sect that many people had never heard of had such a glorious past. At that moment, Lin Feng thought of those powerful godfiend puppets. They killed godfiends and refined them into godfiend puppets. This faction was indeed terrifying. That was why it could be so intimidating back then. Lin Feng didn't find it strange. The cultivator said, the Soaring Heaven sect was indeed very powerful back then. I heard that the sect master of the sect was called the Soaring Heaven Sage. He brought the Soaring Heaven sect to an extremely glorious level. If the Soaring Heaven sect had taken root in the Undying Realm, it might have been able to survive until now and would have been one of the most terrifying forces there. However, the Soaring Sky Saint felt that the Undying Realm was limiting the sect's development, so he decided to move the sect to the Wasteland world. Thus, Soaring Sky Saint used a supreme technique to put the Soaring Heaven Gate into his sleeve and brought it to the abandoned Earth. However, it said that not long after he arrived in the Wasteland, he provoked a powerful person in the Wasteland. As a result, the Flying Sky Sage was killed. Later on, the Flying Sky Saint's corpse fell into the endless starry sky. Now, it seems that the Flying Sky Saint's corpse is very likely here. After hearing this, many people couldn't help but exclaim. A powerful existence like the Soaring Sky Saint was actually killed by an expert from the Wasteland. Weren't the cultivators from the Wasteland a bit too powerful? In fact, many cultivators in the Undying Realm had more or less heard about the Wasteland. However, even though he had heard of the Wasteland, he had never thought that the Wasteland would be this powerful. Someone said with emotion, I'm sure when the Soaring Sky Saint was killed, the others from the Soaring Heaven sect were also dead. Someone else added, that's right. All that's left are these ruins and the Flying Sky Sage's corpse. If the Flying Sky Sage hadn't ascended to the Wastelands with his sect, he wouldn't have ended up like this, right? Another cultivator said, during the titled God era, experts were born in large numbers. In fact, heaven-defying characters often appeared during the titled God era. Due to various reasons, when these heaven-defying characters ascended to the heavenly realm or the Undying Realm, they would think of ways to bring their families and disciples to these places. Some even wanted to move their entire sect there. Some were successful in doing so, but some didn't. Due to various reasons, they weren't able to establish a foothold in the world they ascended to. This also caused their families, friends, and sect members to suffer along with them. An old man nodded in agreement. Yes, this situation is indeed quite common. That's why when one ascends to a higher realm, the first thing one needs to do is establish a foothold in this world. Only after establishing a foothold can one think about bringing their families, friends, or sect members over. This way, they won't die for nothing. Lin Feng obtained some useful information from the discussions of these cultivators. This Soaring Heaven sect was definitely an extraordinary sect. One could imagine that there were many extraordinary things in the core area of the Soaring Heaven sect. For example, the various treasures that the Soaring Heaven sect had accumulated over the years. Another example was the Soaring Heaven sage's corpse. If one could find the Soaring Heaven sage's corpse, wouldn't it mean that one would also find the Soaring Heaven sage's inheritance? The Soaring Heaven sage was a tyrannical existence, so one could only imagine how powerful his inheritance would be. The fiend god puppets once again blocked the attacks of the various large factions. Lin Feng couldn't help but ponder. He even suspected that the Soaring Heaven sage had taken the entire island into his sleeve back then. Before the Soaring Heaven sage met his calamity, he quickly used a restriction to seal the entire island. Therefore, this was why the island wasn't destroyed. However, the Soaring Heaven sage wasn't able to save the lives of his disciples and disciples. Those people died one after another in that battle. It was very normal for a battle between peak powerhouses to kill a group of cultivators. Since the fiend god puppets weren't living beings, they had been preserved until now. Many large factions had no choice but to withdraw from the battlefield. Not long after, news spread that the Chu family's ancestor would arrive with an ancient weapon. The ancient weapon that the Chu family's ancestor brought with him was the six-eyed Sky Destroyer sword that Lin Feng saw before. It was indeed an extremely terrifying ancient weapon. 3 days later, the Chu family's ancestor arrived. The various true immortals assisted the Chu family's ancestor in activating the six-eyed Sky Destroyer sword. The two sides once again engaged in a great battle. The fiend gods were still very powerful, but the might of the ancient weapon was simply too frightening. The fiend gods couldn't stop the terrifying might of the ancient weapon and were all destroyed. Afterward, these large factions destroyed the restriction protecting the core area of the Soaring Heaven sect. Next. Chapter 47-23. The rest of the cultivators only dared to fly toward the core area of the Soaring Heaven sect after the cultivators from the major factions rushed toward it. Lin Feng was also among the crowd. Lin Feng was actually hoping to find some great opportunities. This was because Lin Feng was about to break through to the Void Immortal realm. However, for now, Lin Feng had yet to think of how to break through to this realm. The main reason was that Lin Feng's accumulation was too powerful. It was extremely difficult for him to break through with such a powerful accumulation. It was almost unrealistic to rely on his own methods to break through. Therefore, if he wanted to break through, he needed to rely on some great opportunities. But obviously, great opportunities were not so easy to obtain. However, there was an opportunity in front of him. He just did not know if there was a great opportunity that Lin Feng wanted to see. It didn't take long for many cultivators to arrive at the core area. There were many palaces here, and many of them had powerful restrictions. Therefore, many people scattered around and began to break the restrictions on those palaces. After some of the palaces were opened, a great battle broke out inside because terrifying yin corpses appeared in those palaces. They were probably yin corpses that were transformed from the cultivators of the Soaring Heaven sect back then. Those yin corpses were extremely terrifying and many cultivators were killed. Of course, there were many cultivators who entered this place. Therefore, although those yin corpses were very powerful, they could not escape. They were all killed. Some cultivators were luckier and did not encounter any yin corpses after opening the palaces. Instead, they found many good things in the palaces. Therefore, they quickly put away the treasures in the palaces. Of course, there were also some people who did not have time to put away the treasures after opening the palaces. Cultivators from other factions rushed over. Both sides immediately engaged in a fierce battle. Lin Feng did not participate in these battles, so ordinary treasures could not attract Lin Feng's attention. Only some extremely extraordinary treasures or inheritances could make Lin Feng's heart palpitate. Lin Feng used the dragon searching tactic, which was a method he obtained from the immeasurable Daoist. The dragon searching tactic could sense some extraordinary things. Lin Feng's gaze turned towards a palace in the depths. He felt that there might be something astonishing in that palace. The palace's restrictions were very powerful. When Lin Feng arrived, no one had managed to break through the palace's restrictions. Lin Feng began to break the palace's restrictions. His methods were extraordinary, so it didn't take long for the palace's restrictions to be broken. Lin Feng then entered the palace. The area of this palace was very large. There were many corpses of cultivators in the hall. In the depths of the hall, there was a shrine. There was an ancient god enshrined on top of the shrine. Lin Feng looked at the statue of the ancient god. It was a middle-aged man who looked very dignified. Perhaps he was an ancient expert of the Soaring Heaven sect. In fact, the Soaring Heaven sect was already extremely powerful before the Soaring Heaven saint. Quite a number of experts had also appeared. However, the Soaring Heaven sect's most glorious period was when the Soaring Heaven saint ruled it. Perhaps this was a powerhouse in the history of the Soaring Heaven sect that predated the Soaring Heaven saint. After Lin Feng arrived, cracking sounds could be heard from the statue. Time passed. The statue's divine power had completely dissipated. Therefore, the statue could not continue to exist. Hence, the statue self-destructed. That's... Suddenly, Lin Feng exclaimed in surprise because he saw something in the statue. It was a black fragment. Lin Feng held the fragment in his hand. He sensed a terrifying wave of energy from the fragment. Lin Feng's face revealed an extremely shocked expression. What is this fragment? The fluctuations contained within were so powerful that even he found it somewhat inconceivable. However, Lin Feng noticed that the powerful fluctuation quickly disappeared. Lin Feng could not help but frown. Isn't the fluctuation disappearing too quickly? He tried to sense if there was anything special about the fragment. However, when Lin Feng used his divine telekinesis to sense the fragment, Lin Feng felt as if his head was about to split open. Pain. 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 It was simply too painful. It felt as if his soul had been split open by a sword. This feeling, it was worse than death. Lin Feng hurriedly retracted his divine telekinesis. His face was a little pale as he looked at the mysterious black fragment. What's the origin of this thing? Lin Feng could not help but mutter to himself. That fragment was so extraordinary that even Lin Feng felt that it was inconceivable. Furthermore, Lin Feng noticed that there were no runes or imprints on the fragment. It looked ordinary, but it was extremely strange. Lin Feng knew that he would not be able to discover the secret of this fragment for the time being. As such, he then put the fragment away. If he had the chance in the future, he would try to discover the secret of this fragment again. Perhaps there would be some shocking gains. Lin Feng kept the dead cultivator's storage rings. Lin Feng used his divine telekinesis to sense them and found that some of the storage rings were still in good condition. However, there were also a few that were already damaged. There were quite a lot of good things in those intact storage rings. Aside from the mysterious black fragment and the dead cultivator's storage rings, Lin Feng did not find anything else. He walked out of the palace and continued to search for his next target. Intense fluctuations came from the depths of the palace. After someone opened a palace, a brass cauldron flew out from the palace. The brass cauldron was very terrifying and fought against many cultivators. A large number of cultivators were killed. A saint artifact. Lin Feng was shocked. It was a saint artifact. It was definitely a heaven-defying treasure. Lin Feng's Bell of Hell should be a saint artifact level treasure. Such supreme treasures were usually forged by sage emperors or devil masters. That was why such treasures were extremely rare. After all, in the history of the New Age, there weren't many combatants of this level. The appearance of the brass cauldron caused quite a commotion. A large number of cultivators surrounded it and began to attack it. In the end, the power of the brass cauldron was scattered. Just as the cultivators of the major factions were about to fight for the ownership of the brass cauldron. Suddenly, The void of space split open. Then the void of space split open and swallowed the brass cauldron. After that, the void of space closed up again. The brass cauldron disappeared without a trace. Someone stole the brass cauldron. Who is it? Show yourself. The cultivators of the major factions roared in anger. They couldn't find the other party. In the end, the cultivators scattered. They all went to find new targets. Not long after, Lin Feng saw an old acquaintance. It was a fat Daoist with a wretched appearance. Daoist Wu Liang. It was this guy. Lin Feng didn't expect to see Daoist Wu Liang here. Chapter 47-24. Lin Feng quickly flew towards the immeasurable Daoist. This damned Daoist was so sneaky that he actually did not notice Lin Feng. Someone come quickly, the sacred artifact has been snatched away by this damned Daoist. Lin Feng shouted. Hearing this, immeasurable Daoist was so scared that his entire body trembled, and he turned around to run. But when he realized that there was no one around, he heaved a sigh of relief. And why did immeasurable Daoist feel that this voice was so familiar? He turned his head to look. The corner of his mouth twitched violently. It was actually an old acquaintance. Aren't you wicked? Don't you know that scaring people to death is scary? Immeasurable Daoist said snappily. Lin Feng laughed and said, It's been a long time since we last met. Can't we make a joke when we meet? Immeasurable Daoist curled his lips and did not dwell on this matter. Instead, he said, I heard that you have become awesome and have become the emperor of the sinner's blood. You are the king of the sin realm. Lin Feng rolled his eyes. Dominating the world was not a good word. He made it sound as if he was a tyrant who was causing trouble. Lin Feng said, Are you interested in following me? When the time comes, I will give you an important position and let you have a taste of having 1,000,000 troops under your command. Immeasurable Daoist said, Come on, I'm not interested in that. I'm more interested in the Undying Realm's opportunities. This Undying Realm is indeed not something that the mortal world can compare to. The opportunities here, the ancient tombs here, and the good things unearthed are all unimaginable. At this point, Immeasurable Daoist grinned. It seemed that Immeasurable Daoist had obtained a lot of good things in the Undying Realm during this period of time. Moreover, Lin Feng felt that the sacred artifact brass furnace was most likely taken away by Immeasurable Daoist. This guy's methods were extraordinary, and he had secretly stolen magic treasure more than once or twice. Lin Feng said, Haven't you gotten a lot of treasures over the years? Why do you need so many treasures? Immeasurable Daoist grinned and said, Brother, let me remind you, there's absolutely no harm in collecting as many treasures as possible. It's related to our own lives. Actually, Lin Feng understood this logic. Because on the path of cultivation, we will encounter all kinds of dangers and troubles. In each case, the magic treasures used might be different. Moreover, it doesn't mean that a powerful Dharma artifact will be of use. Many times, we need to bring out a treasure that can restrain our opponent in order to turn defeat into victory. For example, we encountered some terrifying evil ghosts. Lin Feng had many powerful magic treasures. Excluding the ancient weapons that could not be activated for the time being, Lin Feng also had the stone sword, the bell of Hell King, the sky drum, the magic lotus, and other treasures. The stone sword was powerful enough, right? However, when dealing with those evil ghosts, the stone sword might not be very useful. This was because those evil ghosts possessed some extremely extraordinary techniques. As for those methods, it was very likely that it could restrain the stone sword. But if he used the Hell King's bell, the effect would be different. At this moment, violent fluctuations came from the depths of the cave. Lin Feng and Taoist Wu Liang were both alarmed. Lin Feng said, It seems to be a fluctuation from the core main hall in the deepest part of the cave. Taoist Wu Liang nodded and said, Let's go there and take a look. I feel that there is definitely something good in that place. Lin Feng and Taoist Wu Liang quickly rushed towards the depths of the cave. Soon, they arrived here. Many experts were breaking the restrictions in the depths of the cave. Those restrictions were very terrifying, and it was very difficult to break them. However, The experts of those large factions had ancient weapon-level treasures like the six-eyed Sky Destroyer sword. Naturally, they were fearless. They broke the formation with brute force. The powerful restrictions were constantly being destroyed. Of course, those restrictions would also counterattack. Many restrictions released extremely tyrannical attacks. Some of the cultivators died under the attacks of the restrictive spells. Lin Feng did not appear. Among those top experts, there were a few of his enemies. For example, the Patriarch of the Baji Palace. Previously, when this guy saw Lin Feng, he turned around and ran because he was alone. But now, the Patriarch of the Baji Palace had the Patriarch of the Black Sand region and the itinerant cultivator called Daoist Qingxian beside him. The Patriarch of the Black Sand region and the Patriarch of the Chu family who wielded the ancient weapon had a deeper relationship. This was because the Patriarch of the Black Sand region originally came from the Chu family. However, as time passed, the bloodline became more and more distant. Therefore, the connection became less and less. But after all, their ancestors came from the same bloodline. So, it was not wise for Lin Feng to appear now. If these people saw him, if the Patriarch of the Black Sand region could invite the Patriarch of the Chu family, this would be extremely dangerous for Lin Feng. He could not resist the power of the other party's ancient weapon. As time passed, the powerful restrictions outside the core main hall were destroyed more and more. Finally, those restrictions were completely destroyed. The core main hall was completely exposed to everyone's sight. The core main hall was 300 meters tall and covered an area of about a few hundred acres. It was really too huge. It was as if it was made of gold. Above the main door, there was a huge plaque. On the plaque, there were 4 words written in calligraphy. Flying Heaven Immortal Hall. The Flying Heaven Immortal Palace flies to the 9th heaven. Once you enter the Flying Heaven, you are as deep as the sea. If you ask where the gods are, the Flying Heaven Immortal Palace seeks the Flying Heaven. Suddenly, a voice came from the Flying Heaven Immortal Palace. Everyone looked at each other in dismay. Where did this voice come from? Moreover, the words just now seemed to be a very strange limerick. After hearing this limerick, many people could not help but frown slightly. This was because this limerick was definitely not as simple as a limerick. It seems to be a voice that was imprinted from the past. What does that limerick mean? Some cultivators could not help but mutter to themselves. Perhaps it means that there is an inheritance in the Flying Heaven Immortal Palace that even the gods are envious of. Someone explained. This was indeed a reasonable explanation. At this time, those top-notch experts had already entered the Flying Heaven Immortal Palace. After those top-notch experts entered the Flying Heaven Immortal Palace, the cultivators from the large factions also entered the Flying Heaven Immortal Palace. After that, the cultivators from the small and medium-sized factions and rogue cultivators also began to pour into the Flying Heaven Immortal Palace. Lin Feng and Daoist Wu Liang also entered the Flying Heaven Immortal Palace. This palace was clearly divided into many layers. After entering the first layer, Lin Feng felt a gloomy and cold aura enveloping his body. The palace was gloomy and eerie. Perhaps it was because the palace had been closed for too long. That was why it emitted such a gloomy and eerie aura. There's a passage there, there's a passage there too, there's a passage there too, there are so many passages. Do they all lead to the depths of the Flying Heaven Immortal Palace? Many cultivators pointed at their surroundings. Everyone looked over, and sure enough, they saw one tunnel after another. Those tunnels were pitch black. Chapter 47:25. Come, let's go in and take a look. Some cultivators said to their companions beside them. If they wanted to get good things, they had to enter those passageways and then enter the palace in the depths. So even if they knew that there might be danger inside, they had to go forward. Cultivators had always been like this. If they retreated, they would definitely end up with nothing in the end. The current era was different from before. In the past, the era was long. Cultivators might not be willing to take risks to explore some dangerous places again and again. And now, the doomsday battle was imminent. They had to quickly improve themselves. Or else, They would definitely die in the doomsday battle. The current situation. Cultivators were forced to think of ways to improve themselves. After many cultivators chose a passageway, they entered those passageways. Lin Feng and Daoist Wu Liang also chose a passageway. There were still many cultivators who entered the passageway together. The passageway was very quiet. The sound of walking could be heard clearly. The surroundings were very dark, so the visibility was relatively low. Moreover, their spiritual will was actually suppressed very much here. They didn't know if there was a special law that shrouded this area. And that special law was suppressing the spiritual will of the cultivators who entered this place. Lin Feng felt that this was very likely. Some cultivators took out the night luminescent pearl, hoping to dispel the darkness, so that this place would become bright. Crack. However, as soon as the night luminescent pearl was taken out, it immediately cracked. An invisible force acted on the night luminescent pearl and then destroyed it. Therefore, the night luminescent pearl was eventually destroyed. Some people didn't believe it and took out a new night luminescent pearl. However, the new night luminescent pearl was instantly destroyed. It was really strange. Everyone could only move forward in the darkness. The passageway was very deep and many people were whispering to each other to dispel the trace of uneasiness and fear in their hearts. Crack, crack. Not long after, there was a strange sound, as if something was being stepped on. Everyone looked over. They immediately discovered that there were many skeletons on the ground. These were cultivators who had died a long time ago. Therefore, their corpses had long decayed, leaving only skeletons. The storage rings were all taken away by the people who came in before us. Some cultivators couldn't find any storage rings after searching for a while and couldn't help but feel a little depressed. The group continued to walk deeper into the cave. Not long after, some rooms appeared on both sides of the passage. Some of the rooms were sealed by restrictions while some didn't. However, the rooms without restrictions had already been opened. It should be the cultivators who opened the doors. Many cultivators entered the opened rooms but didn't find anything inside. Mother **K, they really didn't leave anything for us. Those cultivators from the big sects are really evil. A cultivator cursed. The first ones to enter were the experts from the major forces. Now, the cultivators who entered were basically cultivators from the minor forces or loose cultivators. No one could find anything. Clearly, those items had been collected by the cultivators who came in earlier. Daoist Wuliang couldn't help but curse, a bunch of bastards, eating the meat but not leaving us any soup. Although Daoist Wuliang had been searching for all sorts of supreme treasures all these years, in reality, he had only left behind a portion of supreme treasures. As for the rest, he would either sell them or exchange them for things he needed. As a rogue cultivator, it was hard to survive. Daoist Wuliang's strength had been growing rapidly. Naturally, it had something to do with the large number of treasures he had taken out to exchange for cultivation resources over the years. Maybe we can break the restrictions of these rooms and see what good things are inside, a cultivator said, wanting to open the doors of those rooms. Many people took action. They began to break the restrictions of some rooms. Lin Feng and Daoist Wuliang chose a room. They felt that the room was very extraordinary. Soon, they broke the restrictions protecting the room. Then, the two of them entered the room. As soon as they entered the room, they saw a woman in snow-white clothes. Her back was facing the two of them. Her figure was so graceful and moving. She was definitely a peerless beauty. However, Lin Feng and Daoist Wuliang couldn't help but feel their hair stand on end. Because it was impossible for a woman to appear in this place. The other party. Not a person. Let's go. The woman's aura was very terrifying. Therefore, Lin Feng and Daoist Wuliang didn't plan to stay here at all. They quickly left the room and closed the door. Then, Lin Feng began to add restrictions and reseal the room. Bang! 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 The woman in the room, to be precise, was the yin corpse. It constantly bombarded the door, wanting to rush out. However, Lin Feng didn't let this existence do as it wished. He sealed it in the room. However, the other cultivators also opened the doors and entered. Then, Screams came out. Because there were terrifying evil spirits hidden in the room. They all attacked the cultivators who entered the room. Then, he rushed out. They died too miserably back then. Their resentment didn't dissipate and they turned into yin corpses. Daoist Wuliang's expression changed drastically. These people must have been very powerful back then. Otherwise, the yin corpse they turned into wouldn't be so powerful, Lin Feng said in horror. He and Daoist Wuliang quickly rushed into the depths. The hundreds of cultivators who came in with them were all killed, leaving only the two of them. And a group of yin corpses chased after Lin Feng and Daoist Wuliang. Daoist Wuliang threw out dozens of talismans. Those talismans restrained the yin corpse. One talisman after another was stuck on the forehead of the yin corpse. However, those yin corpses roared and then tore off the talisman on their forehead. Damn, these yin corpses are too terrifying. They should have already completed their evolution. Otherwise, it would be impossible for them to completely ignore the Daoist talismans. Daoist Wuliang said in horror. Don't worry about them. Let's run. Lin Feng said with a bitter smile. They went all the way in. Some forks appeared in front of them. Then, several corridors appeared. Lin Feng and Daoist Wuliang didn't know where they led. They rushed into a corridor and continued to rush into the depths. The yin corpses behind them chased closely. Not long after, Lin Feng and Daoist Wuliang smelled a strong smell of blood. They saw a large number of corpses in the corridor in front of them. The blood of those corpses had been sucked dry and turned into dried corpses. They were all cultivators from large forces who were the first to enter this place. Many people died here. Following that, Lin Feng felt a bone-chilling aura enveloping his body. That feeling was too terrible. There must be an extremely terrifying existence in this place. Be careful. Suddenly, Lin Feng felt a sinister aura behind him. He warned loudly and then moved to the left. Daoist Wuliang moved to the right. A sharp claw slashed across the place where the two of them had just stood. Chapter 47-26. At this time, Lin Feng and Immeasurable Taoist looked at the existence that ambushed them. It was a very strange creature. It had crocodile-like feet. His legs were extremely thick and powerful. Other than that, his body was also very sturdy and covered in scales. His eyes were blood red. Lin Feng originally thought that it was a foreign life form. However, he discovered that this existence was not a foreign life form. When those yin corpses charged over, they saw that terrifying existence. One by one, the yin corpses turned around and ran. Even the yin corpses were scared away. It could be seen how terrifying this existence in front of them was. What is this thing? Lin Feng could not help but mutter. His expression was extremely solemn. At this moment, Lin Feng had already taken out the black dragon sword. At the same time, the ruler's armor was also activated by Lin Feng, covering Lin Feng's body. Evil spirit warrior, someone from that world. Immeasurable Taoist said. A creature from the underworld? Lin Feng said in surprise. No, it's the world that you can't talk about, Immeasurable Taoist said with a serious expression. Lin Feng's expression suddenly shook. He knew which world Immeasurable Taoist was talking about. It was the world where the mastermind was. That world. Lin Feng was not sure where exactly it was, but it was obvious that the mastermind was not the only one in that world. They were supreme existences. And obviously, they also had many minions. However, even if they were just minions of the mastermind, they were still extremely tyrannical existences. You actually know where I came from. Who are you? That ugly and terrifying existence looked at Immeasurable Taoist. Lin Feng and Immeasurable Taoist had known each other for so many years. Actually, Lin Feng did not know much about Immeasurable Taoist. This guy. There seemed to be a past that no one knew about. Moreover, he had a lot of knowledge. He also knew a lot of things. As a result, Lin Feng had once suspected that Immeasurable Taoist was the reincarnation of a certain expert. But thinking about it carefully, it didn't seem like it. Which peerless expert would be as wretched as the Immeasurable Taoist? I know a lot of things, But I really didn't expect there to be a living being like you in the undying realm. Are you a living being trapped here? Or did you sneak in after this place opened? Daoist Wuliang asked. How can there be a place that can trap me? That being said with a complacent tone. Lin Feng said, capture this guy and interrogate him about that world. As the saying goes, know yourself and know your enemy, and you will never be defeated. The mastermind's world was too mysterious. It was too terrifying. He wanted to fight against them. He had to know about the structure of that world, the experts of that world, and perhaps some other information, right? However, Lin Feng was unaware of all this. As for the evil spirit warrior in front of him, it actually came from that world. It was a good opportunity to capture him and interrogate him. Despicable thing, you want to capture me? Are you dreaming? The evil spirit warrior laughed sinisterly. He quickly charged towards Lin Feng, his sharp claws directly grabbing towards Lin Feng. His speed was simply too fast, so fast that it was unbelievable. In the blink of an eye, he had already rushed in front of Lin Feng. Lin Feng immediately brandished his black dragon sword and slashed towards the evil spirit warrior. Clang! His black dragon sword collided with the evil spirit warrior's claws, and a clanging sound was immediately heard. It was as if two peerless divine weapons had collided. This evil spirit's claws were actually as hard as divine weapons. It was really terrifying. Lin Feng couldn't help but be shocked. Lin Feng felt a force that could topple mountains and overturn seas surging towards him. He was blasted away. And Lin Feng felt something sweet in his throat. A mouthful of blood. He almost spat it out. He was shocked. This monster was too terrifying. No wonder so many people had been killed by him. The monster continued to pounce towards Lin Feng. He wanted to get rid of Lin Feng first, then deal with Immeasurable Daoist. Eat this. At this moment, Immeasurable Daoist made his move. Immeasurable Daoist took out a small wooden sword. The small wooden sword was surrounded by runes. It was obviously a magic sword refined by Taoists. Those runes were very mysterious and contained an unknown power. The small wooden sword was very fast, and it instantly arrived in front of the evil spirit warrior. It directly slashed towards the evil spirit warrior. When evil spirit warrior saw the small wooden sword that Immeasurable Taoist took out, its expression changed slightly. It hurriedly moved to the left, wanting to dodge the small wooden sword's attack. However, the small wooden sword still left a very deep wound on the evil spirit warrior's arm. After seeing this scene, Lin Feng felt that it was inconceivable. The small wooden sword didn't look sharp. It was actually able to cause such serious damage to a terrifying creature like the evil spirit warrior. Obviously, Immeasurable Daoist's small wooden sword restrained the evil spirit warrior. You actually have such a treasure. The evil spirit warrior's face was extremely gloomy. Hihi, of course. This treasure of mine is specially used to restrain you bastard. Immeasurable Daoist was somewhat proud of himself. Specially used to restrain? Lin Feng heard a key word. The treasures on this damn Daoist's body were really enviable. It seemed that this treasure was able to restrain creatures like the evil spirit warrior. However, he didn't know if it could restrain other creatures in the mastermind's world. Immeasurable Daoist continued to control the small wooden sword to slash towards the evil spirit warrior. He wanted to kill the evil spirit warrior in one go. But at this moment, the evil spirit warrior opened its mouth and spat out a silver pair of scissors. It collided with Immeasurable Daoist's small wooden sword. The two sides were locked in a fierce battle. I'll kill you later. The evil spirit warrior coldly glanced at Immeasurable Daoist, and then continued to pounce towards Lin Feng. Lin Feng's face sank. It seemed that this guy was determined to kill him first. Ordinary magic treasures couldn't hurt him, but he didn't have a magic treasure like Immeasurable Daoist's small wooden sword. Suddenly, Lin Feng's mind flashed, and he thought of a treasure. Back then, the moon god gave him a wooden sword. That was the wooden sword that his ancestor, the master of gods, had forged for the moon god when he was young. Later on, the moon god drew a clear line with his ancestor, the master of gods. Thus, he gave the wooden sword to him. Lin Feng realized. The aura of that wooden sword was very similar to the small wooden sword that immeasurable Daoist had taken out. Could it be that they were refined from the same material? Thinking of this, Lin Feng's eyes lit up. He quickly took out the wooden sword. Then, at this time, the evil spirit warrior had already rushed over. Its sharp claws once again slapped towards Lin Feng. Lin Feng held the wooden sword in his hand and directly slashed towards the evil spirit warrior. Poochie. Lin Feng's sword directly chopped off the evil spirit warrior's claws that were slapping towards him. Ah! Chapter 47:27. The power of the wooden sword was so terrifying. This was something that Lin Feng did not expect at all. Seeing the wooden sword directly cut down one of the evil spirit warrior's claws, Lin Feng's expression suddenly brightened up. What an exciting scene. The wooden sword left behind by his ancestors was actually so terrifying. It was really unbelievable. Of course. The main reason was that the wooden sword could restrain the creatures of that world. Lin Feng was naturally very clear about this point. But no matter what the reason was, the wooden sword displayed extraordinary battle strength. This was already enough. The current Lin Feng. It could be said that his confidence was bursting. Damn, when did you have such a treasure on you? After seeing Lin Feng take out the wooden sword, Wu Liang Daoist could not help but exclaim, his face full of disbelief. Lin Feng said, "Hihi, are you envious? Watch me use the wooden sword to cut down this guy." As his voice fell, Lin Feng leaped out, holding the wooden sword in his hand, and slashed towards the evil spirit warrior. The evil spirit warrior took back his silver scissors, and then under the evil spirit warrior's control, the silver scissors quickly flew towards Lin Feng. The evil spirit warrior wanted to use the silver scissors to stop Lin Feng. But at this time, Du Zhu's attack had already arrived. Du Zhu took out another treasure, which was a purple jade ruler. It was unknown what kind of treasure it was, but the purple jade ruler was very tyrannical, directly blocking the opponent's silver scissors. Du Zhu and Lin Feng had known each other for a long time, and the two of them often trained together, so their cooperation was very good. At this time, Lin Feng had already arrived in front of the evil spirit warrior with his sword in hand. Lin Feng once again slashed towards the evil spirit warrior with his sword. The power of Lin Feng's sword was incomparably terrifying. The evil spirit warrior did not dare to underestimate Lin Feng's sword. The evil spirit warrior quickly retreated, wanting to dodge Lin Feng's sword. However, he wasn't able to completely avoid Lin Feng's attack. Lin Feng's tyrannical sword. It landed directly on his chest. Then, a bone-deep wound appeared on the ghost warrior's chest. Blood immediately gushed out. After taking this blow, the evil spirit warrior's injuries worsened. The situation was not good. Lin Feng seized the opportunity and rushed forward, thrusting his sword at the ghost warrior. Puff! The ghost warrior couldn't dodge in time and was pierced through by Lin Feng's sword. How could this be? How could this be? I was actually injured to this extent by a lowly creature. Evil spirit warrior roared angrily. Everything that happened today was a great humiliation to him. This was hard for him to accept. A living being like him might not be considered the highest level of living beings in the world of the mastermind. But when they were outside, he still had a strong sense of superiority. They didn't care about the other races at all. Seeing that Lin Feng was a human cultivator, he naturally didn't care about Lin Feng even more. Reckless thing, you still have half a life left, yet you still dare to be so self-righteous. Who do you think you are? Lin Feng said indifferently. As his voice fell, he directly used the 8 god-forbidding seals. Numerous sealing runes shrouded the evil spirit warrior. At this moment, the wooden sword was still in the ghost warrior's body. The wooden sword was very special. It emitted a special energy that directly suppressed the ghost warrior's magic power. It made it difficult for the ghost warrior to resist. Lin Feng used the 8 god-forbidding seals on the ghost warrior's body, sealing it. Then, Lin Feng pulled out the wooden sword. You lowly ants, do you know who I am? Let me go now, and I'll give you a quick death. Otherwise, I'll make you beg for death, but you can't die even if you beg for it. The ghost warrior roared angrily. F***ck, you're an idiot, right? You're just a prisoner now. Do you really think you're awesome? Lin Feng held the wooden sword in his hand. Then, he used the wooden sword's blade to slap the ghost warrior's face. This action was naturally full of humiliation to the ghost warrior. It was so angry that the ghost warrior trembled all over. It looked at Lin Feng's gaze. It was filled with dense killing intent. It wished it could immediately cut Lin Feng into 1,000 pieces and tear his body into 1,000 pieces. However, it was now Lin Feng's prisoner. No matter how much it hated Lin Feng, it couldn't fight back. Immeasurable Daoist said, "Suppress him now. We'll interrogate him after we leave this place." Lin Feng nodded. Now was indeed not the time to interrogate the ghost warrior. It wouldn't be too late to interrogate it about the mastermind's world and the mastermind's world in the future. Lin Feng suppressed the ghost warrior in the 4 ferocious cauldron. Immeasurable Daoist's eyes looked at Lin Feng's wooden sword. His eyes were emitting a green light. Obviously, he had some thoughts about Lin Feng's wooden sword. This damned Daoist had always been like this. After encountering something good, he wanted to take it for himself. Lin Feng's wooden sword was so powerful, he naturally wanted to take it for himself. Lin Feng quickly put away the wooden sword. He had to be on guard against Immeasurable Daoist. Because he wasn't afraid of thieves stealing, but he was afraid of thieves thinking about him. After Lin Feng and Immeasurable Daoist collected the storage rings of the dead cultivators, they continued to walk inside. There were still many cultivators breaking the restrictions of some rooms or halls. The lucky cultivators didn't encounter any danger and had a great harvest. The unlucky cultivators might release the yin corpses inside. If they weren't strong enough, they would be directly killed by the yin corpses. The powerful cultivators escaped the yin corpses' pursuit. An extremely violent fluctuation came from the depths. That was a place where true immortal experts went. Therefore, even though they knew that there might be some heaven-defying opportunities in that place, ordinary cultivators didn't dare to go there. Without the strength of a true immortal, going there was simply courting death. Lin Feng and Immeasurable Daoist didn't stop midway. They went straight to the deepest location. In the deepest location, there was a core hall. At this moment, the hall had already opened. After Lin Feng and Immeasurable Daoist entered, there were more than 10 cultivators here. There were some people that Lin Feng recognized, such as the Chu clan's ancestor who wielded the ancient weapon, the Baji Palace's ancestor, the Black Sand region's ancestor, Daoist Qingxian, and others. There were also some experts that Lin Feng didn't recognize. In addition, Lin Feng also saw 4 terrifying creatures. Those 4 creatures were actually all evil spirit warriors. The leader of the ghost warriors was much taller than the other 3 ghost warriors. It was obvious that his strength was much stronger than the other 3 ghost warriors. The evil spirit warrior that Lin Feng had suppressed was about the same size as the 3 evil spirit warriors. As a result, Lin Feng guessed that their strength should be about the same. When Lin Feng and Immeasurable Daoist entered, they immediately attracted everyone's attention. More than 10 powerful experts all looked at Lin Feng and Immeasurable Daoist. "Is this a place you can come to? Why aren't you getting out of here?" An expert looked at Lin Feng and Immeasurable Daoist with an indifferent expression. Chapter 4728. True Immortal Realm experts were naturally extremely overbearing. This was a place where only true Immortal Realm experts could set foot in. Only true Immortals and above could fight for the fortunes here. Therefore, when they saw Lin Feng and Wu Liang Daoist arrive, it was normal for true Immortal Realm experts to want to expel them. Some true Immortal Realm experts who knew Lin Feng, such as the Patriarch of the Bag Palace, looked at the true Immortal Realm experts who wanted to expel Lin Feng and Wu Liang Daoist with pity. Wu Liang Daoist and the others didn't know what methods Wu Liang Daoist had, but they knew Lin Feng's methods too well. How could he humiliate Lin Feng like this? How could Lin Feng let it go? What does it have to do with you that we're here? If you have nothing to do, don't fart. Wu Liang Daoist curled his lips and said, "What did you say?" The face of the true Immortal Realm expert in the royal robe suddenly turned gloomy. He didn't expect Wu Liang Daoist to be so rude to him. Was he looking down on him? He said that you're a bird. Lin Feng said. Hearing Lin Feng's words, many people's mouths twitched violently. Everyone knew what the word bird meant. Lin Feng's explanation was obviously to humiliate the other party. You're courting death. Since you're courting death, I can fulfill your wish. The true immortal realm expert in the royal robe said coldly. He walked step by step toward Lin Feng and Wu Liang Daoist. Tell us your names. We don't kill nameless people. Wu Liang Daoist shouted loudly. His tone was very arrogant. Many people couldn't help but mutter in their hearts. Who were these two people? How could they be so arrogant? Did they think that they had lived too long and wanted to go to hell as soon as possible? Those who knew Lin Feng didn't find it strange at all. Lowly ants. Remember my name. My name is Huang Taitsang. I'm a relative of the royal family of the Wan Huang States Wan Huang Empire, the expert in the royal robe said in an indifferent voice. Lin Feng had also heard of the Myriad Emperor's state. It was a state adjacent to the central state world. This week, the top power was the Myriad Emperor's state. The Myriad Emperor's empire was an ancient force. It was said that the Myriad Emperor's empire was only a third-rate force in the Myriad Emperor's province. However, the monarch of the Myriad Emperor's empire offered 10 peerless beauties to the Heavenly Emperor. This made the Celestial Emperor very happy. Because of this, the Myriad Emperor's empire and the Heavenly Emperor established a relationship. Coincidentally, the number one force in the Wanhuang Prefecture, the Imperial Heavenly Sect, was not on good terms with the Heavenly Emperor. The Heavenly Emperor had the intention to support some forces to fight against the Imperial Heavenly Sect. On the other hand, the Myriad Emperor's empire had won the favor of the Heavenly Emperor. As such, the Heavenly Emperor supported the Myriad Emperor Empire from behind the scenes. Later on, the Myriad Emperor's empire even destroyed the Imperial Heaven Sect with the support of the Heavenly Emperor. From then on, the Myriad Emperor's empire began to rule the Myriad Emperor's state. To put it bluntly, Myriad Emperor Empire. He was definitely the most loyal supporter of the Sky Emperor. So you're from the Myriad Emperor's empire. Alright, I'll remember you. Just you wait, I won't let you off. Wu Liang Daoist had an arrogant look on his face. However, he turned and ran after saying those words. Wu Liang Daoist's personality had always been like this. I can't defeat you, but I'll never beg for mercy. I'll make you feel disgusted to death. Moreover, Lin Feng felt that Wu Liang Daoist's words before he left had a deeper meaning behind them. This guy probably wanted to go to the Myriad Emperor's empire to dig up the ancient tombs of their ancestors. This was also Wu Liang Daoist's style. If he couldn't defeat the other party, he would go and dig up the other party's ancestral tombs. When the other party found out about it, he would probably be angered to death. It was unknown how many times Wu Liang Daoist had done such things. When the others saw Wu Liang Daoist running away, they couldn't help but think to themselves, I knew this would happen. Other than those who knew Lin Feng, the others thought that, how could Lin Feng and Wu Liang Daoist be a match for Huang Taitsang? At most, Lin Feng and Wu Liang Daoist were just running their mouths. Once he was done talking, he would definitely make a run for it. The situation was exactly as they had predicted. However, they were wrong about one thing. They had underestimated Lin Feng's strength. Seeing Wu Liang Daoist running away, Lin Feng shouted, "What are you running for? He's just a mere true immortal. Do you think we're afraid of him?" After hearing Lin Feng's words, many people couldn't help but cast sidelong glances at Lin Feng. What did he mean by a mere true immortal? They were true immortals as well. In Lin Feng's eyes, were they, true immortals, only worthy of being described as mere true immortals? Brother, stop fooling around. I don't want to be beaten to death. Hurry up and run. Wu Liang Daoist shouted. However, this fella still stopped. He wanted to take a closer look at the situation. If the situation wasn't right, he would run away immediately. Kid, go to hell. Huang Taitsang looked at Lin Feng indifferently and sent a palm strike towards Lin Feng. Huang Taitsang's mystic skills were naturally extremely terrifying. The power contained in that palm strike sent chills down one's spine. Those true immortal experts who didn't know looked at Lin Feng coldly. In their opinion, Lin Feng was dead for sure. They didn't think that such a young cultivator could fight against a true immortal expert. Of course, if Lin Feng were to be killed here, they wouldn't have any special emotions. In their opinion, a young cultivator who was so arrogant that he didn't know the difference between life and death was killed. It was truly an insignificant matter. But just as everyone thought that Lin Feng was about to be killed, Lin Feng waved his hand. Instantly, two evil godstone statues flew out and slashed towards Huang Taizong with their swords. The two evil godstone statues had the strength of true immortals. How tyrannical were they? When Huang Taizong sensed the terrifying power contained in the attacks of the two evil godstone statues, his face changed drastically. He hurriedly retreated, wanting to avoid the attacks of the two evil godstone statues. However, the two evil godstone statues followed him like shadows. The battle sword in his hand slashed down. Limitless shield. Huang Taizong roared. After his voice fell, a shield appeared in front of him. He held the shield in his hand and blocked the attacks of the two evil godstone statues. The shield was an extraordinary treasure. The runes on the shield seemed to have come to life in an instant. Around the shield, a Taiji diagram was formed. The Taiji diagram and the shield resonated with each other. The defense of the shield increased tremendously. At the next moment, clang, clang. Two dull sounds of collisions rang out in succession. The battle sword in the hands of the evil godstone statues slammed onto the shield of the other party. A shocking scene appeared. Huang Taizong was sent flying along with his shield. Although the limitless shield's defense was shocking, it couldn't completely block the attacks of the two evil godstone statues. Chapter 47-29. F***CK. Brother, you're good. These two stone statues are actually so powerful. F***CK. This grandson to death. When Wu Liang Daoist saw that the evil godstone statues that Lin Feng took out were actually so powerful, he instantly shouted in excitement. He almost danced with joy. He quickly ran back as if he wanted to participate in the battle against Huang Taizong. However, Wu Liang Daoist was cautious by nature, so he didn't make a move in the end. He just watched from the side. At this moment, the two evil godstone statues once again charged in front of Huang Taizong. They directly swung their swords towards Huang Taizong. Huang Taizong couldn't dodge in time and could only use the limitless shield to block the attack. The limitless shield in his hand was placed in front of him. Clang, clang. Two consecutive violent collisions rang out. After this collision, the limitless shield actually made cracking sounds. Cracks began to appear on the surface of the everlasting shield. This supreme treasure had clearly been destroyed. After seeing this scene, Wu Liang Daoist immediately shouted, "Grandson, if you kneel down and lick the soles of my shoes clean, we'll spare your life." After hearing Wu Liang Daoist's words, Huang Taizong simply went crazy with hatred. Even if he lost under the joint attack of the two evil godstone statues. What did it have to do with Wu Liang Daoist? Previously, this damned Daoist ran away after acting cool. Hence, Huang Taizong looked down on Wu Liang Daoist. The rest of the experts also looked at Daoist Wu Liang with disdain. In their eyes, Wu Liang Daoist was just a mouth cannon. His eloquence was quite impressive. But in reality, he didn't have any ability. The scene of him fleeing in fear was really comical. Of course, Wu Liang Daoist didn't care about how others looked at him. This fellow would go and dig up the ancient tombs of the ancestors of the various factions. He didn't know how many people were pointing at his back and cursing him. But Wu Liang Daoist still lived a carefree life. Hence, this damned Daoist was someone who didn't care about how others looked at him. The two evil godstone statues continued to attack Huang Taizong. At this moment, the two evil godstone statues had completely gained the upper hand. Huang Taizong couldn't block the attacks of the two evil godstone statues. One could imagine. Huang Taizong might have been killed by the two evil god statues. Many people looked at the two evil god statues that Lin Feng had summoned, and they couldn't help but reveal serious expressions. In the eyes of those experts, Lin Feng didn't think much of it. They did not put Lin Feng in their eyes at all. But Lin Feng's two evil god statues were too powerful. "Brother Chu, save me." Huang Taizong knew he was in a dangerous situation, so he looked at the ancestor of the Chu clan and pleaded. The patriarch of the Chu clan wielded the six-eyed heaven-destroying sword. The six-eyed heaven-destroying sword in his hand trembled slightly. In an instant, a terrifying power vibrated out. That terrifying power instantly blasted towards the two evil god stone statues. Then, it collided with the statue of the evil god. The two evil god statues were knocked back. Even a true immortal could only unleash a small portion of the ancient weapon's power. However, that was enough. The main reason was that the ancient weapon was too powerful. Lin Feng frowned. He had always been wary of the Chu clan's ancestor. In addition, the Chu clan had a relationship with the Black Sand region's ancestor. Therefore, Lin Feng had always been wary of the Chu clan's ancestor. After all, he had an ancient weapon and was very terrifying. He had to be wary of this person. Otherwise, if he was ambushed by the Chu clan's ancestor, that would definitely be a disaster. Young people should know how to restrain themselves, the Chu clan's ancestor said indifferently after repelling the two evil god statues. Lin Feng frowned slightly and didn't say anything. Then, he put away the two evil god statues. If it was any other time, Taoist Wuliang would probably curse a few times. But Taoist Wuliang was experienced and knowledgeable. He knew that the Chu clan's ancestor was holding an ancient weapon. Therefore, he didn't dare to say anything. "Thank you, Brother Chu." After escaping danger, Huang Taizong hurriedly cupped his fists and thanked the Chu clan's ancestor. The Chu clan's ancestor nodded. What he wanted was Huang Taizong's favor. There was no need to say anything. After Huang Taizong thanked the Chu clan's ancestor, he looked at Lin Feng with a pair of fierce and hateful eyes. He said coldly, "Brat, who do you think you are after losing two evil god statues? I can easily kill you. Idiot, the evil god statues are my treasures. Don't you know that treasures are also a part of one's strength? You don't even understand this principle. I really wonder how you cultivated to this level," Lin Feng said sarcastically. Taoist Wuliang said, "It's really inconceivable that a human head with a pig's brain could cultivate to this level." Hearing Lin Feng and Taoist Wuliang's mocking words, many people looked at Huang Taizong with a pitiful gaze. Lin Feng and Taoist Wuliang's mouths were really too poisonous. If one offended these two people, they would definitely be angered to death. "I won't lower myself to your level for now," Huang Taizong said with a gloomy expression. He no longer cared about Lin Feng and Taoist Wuliang. But obviously, if he found an opportunity, this guy would definitely not let Lin Feng and Taoist Wuliang go. This point, Lin Feng and Taoist Wuliang were naturally very clear. However, when that time came, it would be hard to say who would win. "Let's go and take a look at the inner palace," a true immortal expert said. The core palace was divided into two parts, the inner and outer palace. The outer palace was where they were currently staying. The inner palace was in the depths. The palace's door had yet to open. Now, everyone was planning to open the door to the inner palace. These experts all walked towards the inner palace. Lin Feng and Taoist Wuliang were at the back. Taoist Wuliang said softly, "Do you think the Flying Sky Sage's corpse is in the inner palace? The Flying Sky Sage should be a sage expert. The things he left behind must be incomparably shocking. Also, I heard something else." "What is it?" Lin Feng asked curiously. Back then, the Flying Sky Sage was attacked by the experts of the wasteland because he seemed to have obtained a mysterious treasure. The experts of the wasteland wanted that treasure, but the Flying Sky Sage did not hand it over. As a result, he was annihilated, Taoist Wuliang said. Hearing that, Lin Feng could not help but be shocked. He did not know if what Taoist Wuliang said was true or not. If it was true, what kind of treasure was that? After the Flying Sky Sage died, did that treasure already fall into the hands of the cultivator who killed the Flying Sky Sage? "Do you know what that thing is?" Lin Feng asked curiously. "Rumor has it that it's a terrifying treasure. However, There are also rumors that it's an unparalleled divine ability that can fight against the 6 paths of reincarnation, a heaven-defying divine ability. Chapter 4731. In the previous chapter, Wu Liang Daoist accidentally wrote Duzu in a few places. It was a clerical error. I've already corrected it. Sorry. After hearing Wu Liang Daoist's words, Lin Feng was very shocked. The 2 things that Wu Liang Daoist mentioned. If it was a magic treasure, would it be an ancient weapon-level treasure? If it was a divine ability, it could actually compete with the human race's supreme technique, the 6 paths of reincarnation. This was too heaven-defying. If Lin Feng had to choose between the 2 things, he would have had to choose one. Lin Feng would immediately choose the divine ability that was comparable to the 6 paths of reincarnation. Once this divine ability was successfully cultivated, ordinary cultivators could cross a large realm to challenge those of a higher realm. Not to mention a genius cultivator like Lin Feng. As for the ancient weapon, of course, it was extremely precious. It was a treasure that any cultivator dreamed of. However, Lin Feng already had 2 ancient weapons. It was just that at this stage, Lin Feng still couldn't use the 2 ancient weapons. Therefore, for the time being, Lin Feng's desire for the top divine ability was greater than the ancient weapon. Because once the top divine ability was successfully cultivated, it could immediately increase Lin Feng's combat strength. However, he couldn't use the ancient weapon for the time being. Therefore, it couldn't increase Lin Feng's combat strength. Later, let's see if these things are really inside, Lin Feng said. He and Wu Liang Daoist continued to walk inside. At this moment, the experts at the front had already opened the door to the inner hall. A rotten aura spread out from the inner hall. Only after the decaying aura had dissipated did everyone enter the inner hall. Then, everyone looked inside. An ancient coffin. There was actually an ancient coffin here. Moreover, it was a very ancient bronze coffin. Was there a corpse lying in the bronze coffin? If there was a corpse lying in it, then whose corpse was it? Could it be the flying sky sage's corpse? One question after another appeared in everyone's mind. Everyone looked at the bronze coffin. Now, the bronze coffin hadn't been opened. Everything was unknown. Lin Feng couldn't help but frown slightly because he thought of something. Back then, when the Soaring Sky Sage died, the cultivators of the Soaring Sky sect were also affected by the battle and died one after another. Then, the entire Soaring Heaven Gate fell from the wasteland into the Undying Realm. Since the disciples of the Flying Sky Saint had already perished, the Flying Sky Saint's disciples had already died. If the Soaring Sky Saint was inside the coffin, then who was the one who placed his corpse inside? This was truly an extremely strange matter. Or perhaps, there were still survivors back then. Was it one of the survivors that collected the Flying Sky Saint's corpse? This was still a possibility. Open the coffin, an expert said, wanting to open the bronze coffin right now. At this time, there were people walking forward one after another. They wanted to open the bronze coffin, including the 4 evil spirit warriors. They also stepped forward one after another. Lin Feng and Daoist Wu Liang also swaggered forward and surrounded the bronze coffin. Then, these people planned to pry the bronze nails out of the bronze coffin. There were 8 bronze nails in total. He nailed the lid of the bronze coffin to the coffin. In the process of prying off the bronze nails, many people's eyes flickered. Obviously, they were thinking of some evil ideas. After all, this was human nature. Everyone was here for the great opportunity here, and it might appear very soon. Naturally, they had to fight for it. When the time came, it would depend on their own ability to snatch those great opportunities. In the end, the 8th bronze nail was also pried off. Many people's eyes flickered even more intensely. The group of people pushed open the lid of the bronze coffin and looked inside. They were shocked to find that it was a cenotaph. The so-called cenotaph was an empty coffin. There was no corpse inside. However, sometimes, some other things would be placed inside, such as a piece of clothing, to act as a corpse. This was the origin of the cenotaph. There was indeed a golden treasure robe inside the bronze coffin. At a glance, one could tell that it was not an ordinary item. Even though that treasure robe had been washed away by time, it was still dazzling. Light radiated in all directions. Its defensive power was definitely incomparably tyrannical. It was a rather heaven-defying defensive magic treasure. Perhaps it was similar to Lin Feng's ruler's armor. Other than that, there was also a jade tube. It was unknown if the jade tube recorded some divine ability inheritance. Snat. This was the thought in everyone's mind. A evil spirit warrior beside Lin Feng quickly attacked Lin Feng, wanting to get rid of Lin Feng. Even if he couldn't get rid of Lin Feng, he had to kick Lin Feng out of the battlefield. The rest of the people were also fighting over the two items inside. Close combat. Who was Lin Feng afraid of? Lin Feng directly activated his 6 times dragon elephant arm and punched towards the evil spirit warrior. Bang! Following the violent collision, Lin Feng and the evil spirit warrior fiercely collided. Lin Feng was safe and sound. That evil spirit warrior flew out like a kite with a broken string. In fact, that evil spirit warrior was very terrifying. However, in terms of physical body, he definitely wouldn't be able to contend against Lin Feng. Lin Feng's 6 times dragon elephant arm was too powerful. Not to mention, right now, Lin Feng's physical body strength had broken through to the true immortal level. The fighting strength that the 6 times dragon elephant arm could unleash was even more terrifying. Get lost! Lin Feng shouted loudly, his pair of iron fists sweeping towards the other experts. Those true immortal stage experts were indeed terrifying. However, that would depend on the specific situation. In terms of Fa Li and sacred art, they were naturally peerless existences. However, in terms of physical body, they were far inferior. There was no way for them to contend against Lin Feng's 6 times dragon elephant arm. As a result, Lin Feng's godly fist was invincible. One after another, the true immortal stage experts were sent flying. Even the leader of the evil spirit warrior was unable to withstand Lin Feng's 6 times dragon elephant arm and was sent flying by Lin Feng's 6 times dragon elephant arm. This scene was indeed very shocking. One person sent so many top experts flying. It was simply enough to make one's blood boil. His blood was boiling. Lin Feng grabbed the jade tube and hurriedly kept it. As for the immeasurable Taoist priest, he kept the golden robe. You deserve to die. A group of experts surrounded Lin Feng and the immeasurable Taoist priest. All of them revealed killing intent. They mainly hated Lin Feng, and the immeasurable Taoist priest was secondary, because it was Lin Feng who sent them flying. When these people went outside, which one of them wasn't an expert that could intimidate an entire region? However, they were sent flying by Lin Feng alone. Chapter 4732. Everyone, we fought for the treasure with our own strength. Now that we've gotten the treasure, that means we're strong. Are you planning to gang up on us? It's fine if we fail, but if a group of true immortals were to gang up on us after failing, that would be truly shameless. Lin Feng sneered. Gang up on you? Kid, you sure know how to flatter yourself. Why would we gang up on you? We're just trying to kill a fool who doesn't know the difference between life and death. Huang Taizong sneered. He had been suppressing the anger in his heart for a long time, and now, he could finally vent it. When he thought about how Lin Feng was going to die, Huang Taizong trembled. Huang Taizong was so excited that his body trembled. You can make shameless sound so fresh and refined. I have a deeper understanding of your shamelessness. I'm impressed. Lin Feng mocked. Daoist Wuliang said, a shameless person is invincible in this world. They're all 10,000-year-old foxes, yet they insist on pretending to be 10,000-year-old tortoises. They have a tortoise shell on their back. Is that why their skin is so thick? Lin Feng couldn't help but laugh when he heard Daoist Wu Liang's words. This guy's sarcastic words were truly amazing. Even Huang Taizong was impressed by Daoist Wu Liang's sarcastic words. You're courting death. You're courting death. Huang Taizong was so angry that his body trembled. His eyes flickered with killing intent as he said, everyone, to prevent any unexpected changes, let's kill these two now. This is especially true for Lin Feng. He has plenty of good stuff on him. Killing him is equivalent to obtaining many great opportunities. Everyone was already filled with killing intent towards Lin Feng and Daoist Wu Liang. After hearing Huang Taizong's words, their killing intent grew even stronger. As such, these experts wanted to kill Lin Feng and Daoist Wu Liang. Lin Feng felt that the only way out was to break out of the encirclement. After all, these experts weren't to be trifled with. He wondered if he could break out of the encirclement with Daoist Wu Liang. "Let me show you my treasure." At this time, Daoist Wu Liang suddenly shouted. Then, he took out something. That thing looked like a ferocious beast made of calcined ceramic. Its body was like a huge python. However, it had 9 heads. Other than the 9 heads, it also had a pair of wings. He had no idea what those creatures were. As for the 9 heads, they were the heads of a dragon, a phoenix, a chileen, a daotai, a lion, a tiger, a crocodile, a yazi, and a cheongqi. This was an extremely strange creature. Before this, Lin Feng had never seen or heard of it. This was the first time he had seen such a beast. After that item was taken out by immeasurable Daoist, he immediately revived. Suddenly, it turned into a behemoth that was 70 to 80 meters long. Bloody mouths opened one after another. Then, it spat out all kinds of attacks. Its huge tail also swept towards its surroundings. Its power was extremely terrifying. Meanwhile, a pair of wings suddenly flapped. An endless storm shrouded the dozen or so experts. The dozen or so experts were originally planning to kill Lin Feng and the immeasurable Daoist. But who would have thought? However, the immeasurable Daoist had suddenly taken out such an extremely strange treasure. Furthermore, this treasure had turned into such a powerful ferocious beast. It directly caught them off guard. Therefore, it was too late to deal with Lin Feng and the immeasurable Daoist. They had to first resolve the attack of this terrifying beast. Then, they would deal with Lin Feng and the immeasurable Daoist. Lin Feng was also very shocked. The thing that the immeasurable Daoist had taken out just now should be a forbidden weapon. This kind of thing. It could only be used 10 times. After 10 times, it would automatically be destroyed. However, this was the first time Lin Feng had seen such a powerful forbidden weapon. He simply couldn't believe his eyes. He didn't know what level of expert had refined such a powerful forbidden weapon. Of course. Although he was extremely shocked, Lin Feng's reaction was extremely fast. He quickly came back to his senses. While the dozen or so experts were resisting the beast's attack, Lin Feng and the immeasurable Daoist quickly rushed outside. Very soon, they rushed out of the main hall. The dozen or so experts were naturally terrifying to the extreme. Just as Lin Feng and the immeasurable Daoist rushed out of the main hall, they joined forces to kill the beast. And that treasure also cracked open. It seemed that that was the last chance for that treasure to be used. The faces of the dozen or so experts were as ugly as they could be. They had so many experts. But the great opportunity here was actually snatched away by Lin Feng and the immeasurable Daoist. They naturally didn't put Lin Feng and the immeasurable Daoist in their eyes. Even if Lin Feng had 2 evil god stone statues, they still didn't put Lin Feng in their eyes. Because in their eyes, Lin Feng, who had lost the evil god stone statue, was nothing. There was no way for him to contend with these true immortal experts. "Chase!" a group of gloomy true immortal experts shouted in a deep voice. Then, they quickly rushed out and chased after Lin Feng and the immeasurable Daoist. They absolutely couldn't allow Lin Feng and the immeasurable Daoist to escape. Because what happened today was too much of a shock to them. They couldn't accept it at all. This kind of shock. It would even affect their cultivation. However, by the time these people rushed out, Lin Feng and the immeasurable Daoist had already disappeared without a trace. There might still be many opportunities in the Flying Heaven sect ruins. However, Lin Feng and the immeasurable Daoist no longer planned to continue looking for opportunities here. Because, they had already obtained what they wanted. Therefore, the two of them directly left the Flying Heaven sect ruins. Not long after, more than a dozen true immortal experts flew out. All of them were filled with murderous intent. Many people could sense the dense murderous intent emanating from the dozen or so true immortal experts. Those cultivators couldn't help but tremble. The aura emanating from the dozen or so true immortal experts was too terrifying. It made their souls tremble. What exactly happened? Why are those true immortal experts so angry? Many people were aghast. Anyone could tell that the dozen or so true immortal experts were in a state of rage at this moment. However, no one knew the exact reason. However, there were still many smart people among so many cultivators. Could it be that someone stole the opportunities that belonged to the dozen or so true immortal experts? Is that why these experts are so angry? Those cultivators guessed the reason and couldn't help but feel extremely shocked. It was even a little unbelievable. Who exactly was it? Who could steal the opportunities of those true immortal experts? The group of true immortal experts didn't say anything and split up to search for Lin Feng and the immeasurable Daoist. Obviously, they would definitely not let this matter rest. A day later, Lin Feng and the immeasurable Daoist stopped on a small island and opened up a cave abode on the island. They planned to have a good rest there. Chapter 47:33. The immeasurable Daoist obviously liked his golden robe very much. After taking it out, he began to blood bond with the golden robe. And Lin Feng took out the jade tube. His divine sense entered the jade tube. Then he began to sense the contents of the jade tube. When Lin Feng's divine sense entered the jade tube, he immediately felt as if he had entered an illusory and mysterious world. In that illusory and mysterious world, it was an extremely ancient world. Lin Feng saw countless living beings, countless races. However, those living beings, those races, Lin Feng didn't recognize them, he had never even heard of them. After an unknown period of time, Lin Feng saw a tribe. This tribe. It was actually a human tribe. A child was born in the tribe. His father was anxiously waiting outside. When the child was born, between heaven and earth, an extremely shocking vision appeared. Blood covered the 9 heavens. It was as if the world was about to turn into a blood-red world. Such a vision was simply too shocking. Many powerful races were alarmed. Innate blood seal. He was born with awakened innate bloodline. His talent is absolutely unimaginable. Let's go and see who was born. Some of the living beings of the major forces all went to find who the child was. Finally, they found the child. When those powerful living beings saw that the child was a human tribe's child, they immediately had killing intent. The human race is a weak race. This child is a great tonic. Yi Futian murmured. Many cultivators said sinisterly. The massacre began. This tribe couldn't withstand the enemy's attack at all. Therefore, under the enemy's attack, the tribe suffered heavy losses. Take the child and leave. The child's father looked at his wife. Brother Dong, let's go together. The woman grabbed her husband's hand. Now that we are facing a disaster, how can I abandon my tribe and leave? Take the child and escape quickly, raise the child. The man said. While running away, the woman was being chased. And she learned the fate of the tribe. The entire tribe. They were all slaughtered. Her husband, the father of her child, had also died in the war. The woman was severely injured. He was on the verge of death. She could no longer protect her child. If we bring him back, we'll have done a great service. One by one, the living beings said sinisterly. Then, those creatures pounced on the child who had fallen to the ground. But at this moment, an ancient tree not far away turned into a huge tree demon. Countless branches wrapped around the cultivators. Tree demon, you dare to attack us? Do you know who we are? If our Lord finds out about this, the tree demon tribe will be destroyed. The cultivators roared in anger. He wanted to use this to intimidate the tree demons. However, the old treant said, you won't even spare a child. Are you still human? The tree demon quickly killed the cultivators and saved the child. Many years later, the child grew up. Grandpa Tree Demon, I want to go out and explore. He had already become a handsome and elegant young man. Child, the people outside are sinister. You must be careful, especially you humans. You are slaves of many races. You must be even more careful. The tree demon warned. I will. I must change the structure of the human race, the young man said. Next. Images flashed past. They were the most important events in the young man's life. He grew up step by step, leading the human race to become stronger. His not from this era. Lin Feng saw many images. Thus, he was certain that what he saw was not from this era. They were from other eras. Perhaps. It was from the previous era. This young man became an autarch of his generation. He also created the supreme technique of the human race. This technique was called emptiness of all ages. Countless years. Everything became nothing. The era he lived in was the 10,000th great era of this era. It was also the last great era. He could not change the collapse of this era. As for his fate, Lin Feng did not know. Because at the end of the era, all the images disappeared. The human race has existed for such a long time. Lin Feng could not help but sigh. Now, it seemed that the story of Nuer creating humans with clay was really just a legend. Because many eras ago, the human race had existed. Therefore, the human race was naturally not created by Nuer. This made Lin Feng sigh. It turned out that the human race had such an ancient history. However, the human race was weak in the past and it made people feel helpless. After all, this was the human race's innate disadvantage. Even though many eras had passed, the human race's innate disadvantage still existed. When Lin Feng tried to sense the jade tube again, he did not sense that world. He sensed a mysterious light figure. The human race will not perish. The legacy will not be extinguished. Lin Feng heard these words. He did not know that the light figure was speaking. It was the voice that was imprinted in the jade tube. The human race's torch will not be extinguished just like that. Lin Feng said. Good. Remember this legacy. This is the foundation of the human race's foothold in the world. The voice resounded in Lin Feng's mind again. Then, the mysterious light figure began to conceal Lin Feng's various movements. Those movements were very simple, but they contained the profound meaning of heaven and earth. When he saw those movements, Lin Feng could not help but take a deep breath. He tried his best to memorize every movement in his mind. He tried hard not to forget any of the movements. Because Lin Feng knew, those movements, it should be the cultivation method of the all ages are empty supernatural power. Lin Feng did not know which era the all ages are empty supernatural power belonged to. But since this supernatural power was the supreme supernatural power of the human race in that unknown era, that was enough to explain how terrifying was the all ages are empty ability. He did not know how it compared to the supreme supernatural power of the human race in this era, the 6 paths of reincarnation. Lin Feng did not cultivate the 6 paths of reincarnation, so he could not tell if there was a difference between the supreme supernatural powers of the 2 eras. In the end, Lin Feng remembered all the movements in his mind. Don't give up. As long as you have faith, there will be hope. The voice resounded in Lin Feng's mind. I will not give up. I will never give up. No matter what happens, I will not give up. Lin Feng said. Create a future that belongs to you. Let the torch of the human race continue. The voice sounded again. Then, the jade tube shattered. The voice. Chapter 4734. Senior. May you rest in peace. May you have a safe journey, Lin Feng said. His mood was very heavy. It wasn't easy for the human race to develop to this stage. Although the human race didn't occupy the dominant position now, it was much better than before. At the very least, no cultivator would dare to massacre the human race. Because, there were still some experts in the human race. If those forces dared to massacre the human race, then they would have to wait for the human race's revenge. And in the past, the situation of the human race, it was indeed heartbreaking. Lin Feng sorted out his emotions. Then, he began to carefully comprehend the sacred art of emptiness. Right now, he only remembered the cultivation moves of emptiness. But in fact, he hadn't started to cultivate the sacred art of emptiness. Lin Feng was immersed in the profound concept of those moves. Actually, it wasn't that difficult for Lin Feng to cultivate the sacred art of emptiness. Because, Every move was back to the basics. It pointed straight to the core of the great Tao. By comprehending those moves to cultivate the sacred art of emptiness, it was simply twice the result with half the effort. Lin Feng's cultivation speed was extremely fast. Just like that, about 10 days passed. Lin Feng had already gained a basic understanding of the art. The so-called basic understanding of the art meant that Lin Feng had already gained a basic understanding of the art. Now, he had already begun to use the sacred art of emptiness against the enemy. As for how powerful it was, Lin Feng still didn't know. At this time, immeasurable Daoist still hadn't woken up. Lin Feng guessed that he might have gained something. Thus, he didn't wake up for a long time. Lin Feng waited for immeasurable Daoist to wake up. It wasn't until 2 days later that immeasurable Daoist woke up. Woo, I didn't expect that I would have such a fortuitous encounter. After immeasurable Daoist woke up, he started to cry. He hugged the golden robe. Another kiss. Another touch. He was so excited that his entire body was trembling. What level of treasure is this golden robe? What did you sense? Lin Feng couldn't help but ask curiously. Daoist Wu Liang looked at Lin Feng as if he was looking at a thief. I didn't even ask you what kind of inheritance was recorded in the jade tube. Don't ask me what I got. We each have our own opportunities. Since that's the case, let's just mind our own business. Lin Feng rolled his eyes speechlessly. That being said, however, it was fine to ask, right? It seemed that the immeasurable Daoist had indeed obtained a great opportunity. Since he didn't want to talk about it, Lin Feng didn't ask the immeasurable Daoist anymore. Give me a few days. I need to properly refine this armor, immeasurable Daoist said as he caressed the golden robe lovingly. All right. Lin Feng nodded. The immeasurable Daoist began to refine his treasured robe, while Lin Feng continued to comprehend the emptiness of eternity divine ability. That night, Lin Feng had a dream. In the dream, Lin Feng heard a woman crying. Who's crying? Lin Feng opened his eyes and couldn't help but mutter to himself. He found that he was still in the cave. The immeasurable Daoist was refining the golden robe not far away. The crying didn't disappear. It was coming from outside. Lin Feng walked out of the cave. It was currently night. It was very dark outside. The crying could be heard from the forest. Lin Feng frowned. He looked at the forest not far away and said, "Who's crying there?" However, no one responded to Lin Feng. But the sobbing continued. Woo, it was a woman crying, and her crying was getting more and more heartbroken. He didn't know who that woman was. Can you come out and meet me? Lin Feng asked. After hearing Lin Feng's words, the crying finally stopped. Then, a woman flew out. It was a woman dressed in white. She looked to be 16 or 17 years old and was very beautiful. Who are you? Lin Feng asked. I'm called Shui Nu. The woman said. Shui Nu? What a strange name. Why are you crying? Lin Feng asked. I want to save the young miss, but I can't do anything. That's why I'm crying here. Shui Nu said. What happened to your young miss? Lin Feng couldn't help but frown and ask. Could it be that she was too beautiful and was kidnapped by some evil people? If that was the case, it would be extremely tragic. This kind of thing was actually quite common in the world of cultivators. Especially, there were some evil cultivators in the world of cultivators who cultivated evil cultivation techniques. They loved to do such heartless things the most. Shui Nu said, Young master, my young miss was kidnapped by evil people and is now trapped in the main hall of the Ruoshui Palace. Please save my young miss. Shui Nu is willing to be an ox or a horse to repay you. As Shui Nu spoke, she knelt on the ground and saluted Lin Feng. Shui Nu was indeed beautiful. This figure, this appearance, although she was just a maid, she wasn't inferior to many peerless fairies. Of course, Lin Feng's mind wasn't on this. Because his mind was attracted by Shui Nu's words. Shui Nu said. Her young miss was kidnapped to the Ruoshui Palace. What did that mean? Was the Ruoshui Palace related to the Ruoshui Palace? What's the name of your young miss? Lin Feng's heart moved slightly and then asked. Shui Enyu said, "Young master, my young miss is called Ruoshure." Hearing that, Lin Feng's face revealed a shocked expression. Shui Enyu. She was actually Ruoshure's maid. Just at this moment, Lin Feng suddenly opened his eyes. Then, he found that he was still in the cave. There was no crying around. There was also no Shui Enyu. Wu Liang Daoist was still there refining the treasured clothes. All of this. He had experienced it not long ago. The only difference was that he heard crying before. And this time, he didn't hear crying. Was it a dream? Was it still a dream? Was it a dream within a dream? Lin Feng walked out of the cave, but Lin Feng still didn't hear crying. He also didn't see Shui Enyu. Lin Feng bit himself. He wanted to see if it was a dream within a dream. Ouch! Lin Feng screamed. His bite was a bit harsh. He actually bit out a bloody tooth mark. It wasn't a dream. Everything was real now. In the darkness, Lin Feng stood alone in the forest. He was thinking about the dream just now. Was the Shui Enyu in the dream real? If it was real, Lin Feng felt that the dream just now might not be as simple as a dream. He took out the bracelet of misfortune. The bracelet of the Ruoshure goddess didn't have any changes until now. Perhaps it was because of the distance. The death of the Ruoshure goddess might have some secrets. Perhaps it wasn't like what the outside world said. Lin Feng couldn't help but think. But what happened that year was indeed a mystery.